Hello, everyone. Good morning. We're going to get started in just a few minutes. So if you want to take your seats and if you are an opening speaker, if you want to come up to the front, that would be great. Thank you. The dean has arrived. Fellows here. So if we need to, just have Michelle go first and then Charles and so just want that.
Where's the flag that we're?
I just realized.
What should I do?
Do we want to do lunch? I can see if we can pull something up on the screen.
Yeah, if you got a screen, at least we can put it through it.
Okay, let me just try to do it.
I mean,
Good morning.
hey, what's up?
Dean's here, so.
Oh, okay, all right. Augustine Rayo. Augustine Rayo. I'm glad I asked.
Yeah. I don't even
Okay. I'd like to call this conference to order. U.S. Election Assistance Commission Chairman Donald Palmer, I'd like to welcome everyone to the 2025 EAC Data Summit, Election Administration by the Numbers. So the first iteration of the EAVS, the Election Administration and Voting Survey, was published following the 2004 federal election. And so that's 10 federal elections ago. And since then, the EAVS has significantly contributed to the enhancement of election administration practices across the country. It shows, in my opinion, the work of the community. It shows trends that when you go back and look, or you generally can see these trends that are important for us to take note of. We identify areas that we wish we were collecting data and gaps. And it also provides some analysis and more that we could stew over and talk about. The Help America Vote Act also charged the EAC with conducting studies to promote the effective administration of federal elections, such as voter registration, which is very broad, conducting provisional voting, poll worker recruitment and training, and other areas that the EAC deems appropriate. And that's very helpful because there are obviously things that come up in this community. So while our EAVS galaxy is expansive, there are more and more galaxies and universe outside the EAVS to explore. So not only does this information in EAVS assist election officials, policymakers, researchers, and the public about how the election is run. It also provides the Congress with that insight, if they would take the time to review, and often they do, with the ability to monitor how the elections and the voting laws are being implemented across the United States. So as we review the data points produced by the 24 EAVS, we also must look to the future. Which additional information is needed or necessary to help the election community move forward, be more efficient, identify areas needing improvement? How can we at the EAC make the data collection process easier for localities, municipalities, and states? So the answer may be nothing, but I highly doubt that given the unanswered questions that still exist out there pertaining to what is the cost of an election? How do we develop election administration as a professional community? How do we, what are the trends in the usage of different technologies in elections? Where are we going with artificial intelligence and audits? So before we delve into all this wonderful data that we have from 2024, I want to thank all those that have provided the data and shared their data with us. And those are the states and localities across the country. There was 100% response rate with election officials, and that is very unique. You know, in the early days, there were some gaps, but the fact that we have 100% response rate is really great. I want to thank you, all the election officials, for conveying this information to us, and those who did the work of collecting and processing the submissions. I want to thank Dr. Raymond Williams, the EAC, the Force March team. I don't see them here. I think I saw Dr. Williams. Oh, there you go. There you go. Right there in front of me. And our former election officials on staff who helped serve as a bridge between the data crunchers and the election community, all with the goal of providing that superb product to the Congress. So I look forward to hearing to all these great panels on the agenda. These are really the areas from different data sources and what we are learning about what we learned from the 2024 election, and we can stew over the next couple of years. So with that, I'm going to stop talking and introduce our opening speakers. At this time, I'd like to introduce Augustine Rayo, the Dean of MIT School of Humanities, Arts, and Social Sciences. I'd love to give the floor to you for a few comments, sir. Welcome. Thank you for the opportunity.
Welcome on behalf of MIT. We at MIT have a very long history of service to the nation. MIT was founded during the Civil War as a national resource to help apply science and engineering to the nation's challenges. And we have a history of addressing these challenges over the generations with the advancement of knowledge and with education. We've developed wartime innovations, infrastructure, more recently climate solutions. And it is that ethos of public service that provides the intellectual and I would say moral foundation for MIT's involvement in election science. We are proud to be hosting the Election Assistance Commission for its biennial data summit. In addition to our ethos of public service, we also have an ethos of applying rigor to address the problems that we address. And in this case, that means applying rigor to make American elections accurate, accessible, and secure. As part of our history, I'll mention that the multidisciplinary Caltech MIT Voting Technology Project was the most prominent academic voice in the months following the 2000 presidential election by quantifying the magnitude of problems with voting machines, ballot design, voter registration accuracy, polling place practices. Since MIT faculty members have frequently consulted with legislators and legislative staff, including during the drafting of the Help America Vote Act, which established the EAC. In 2013, MIT faculty worked closely with a bipartisan Presidential Commission on Election Administration to ensure the commission's recommendations were informed by the best scholarly research. And since 2017, the MIT Election Data and Science Lab, headed by Professor Charles Stewart, has not only conducted cutting-edge research in election science, it's actively engaged with election practitioners to help translate academic research wherever it's conducted into practice. I could not be more delighted that MIT is hosting this event. The reality is that efforts like these make me proud to be part of MIT. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Dean. I'd now like to introduce Michelle Tessaneri, First Deputy Secretary of the State of Massachusetts and Director and Legal Counsel of the Elections Division. She's a longtime friend of mine, Michelle Tessaneri. Thank you.
I would like to remind Dom that we are a Commonwealth. Sorry. So it's my pleasure to be here today at the 2025 Data Summit. Thank you to the EAC for inviting me and the MIT Election Data Science Lab for hosting. The election nerd in me really enjoys reviewing the results of the election administration and voting survey, especially the overview, because that's the most easy for me to understand. While completing the survey itself is often challenging, getting data from our 351 municipalities isn't always the easiest. And entering it into the longest spreadsheet I've ever seen in my entire life is also a challenge. And I'm just going to urge the EAC bring back the tabs. But the end product is a valuable resource for election administrators and policymakers. The EAVS data, as well as other research data on elections, is extremely helpful when we're considering changes to our policies, processes, or laws. Sometimes the data is useful to support a new initiative. We've been trying to push for election day registration using our provisional ballot data from the EAVS as well as from other states. And sometimes the data is used to argue against a change in the law when we see something that's happened somewhere else. The other thing I want to point out is we are a bit competitive in the elections community. So we sometimes use the data, including the Election Performance Index, to compare ourselves to others, as well as to look for improvement over the years. And we're always really proud when our Election Performance Index numbers go up. And someone else goes down. And yes, we do. Just to be clear, we are comparing ourselves with other states, but mostly everyone else in New England. So you know who you are. So what's interesting is that we also look to the results from other states to reach out for assistance in improving our elections. I find that discussions such as these lead to new ideas and perspectives. I look forward to taking a deeper dive into some of the data today and learning how to better use it to support elections. So I want to say thank you to everyone for coming who provides data, and especially those who create the summaries, which make it much easier for me to digest. So again, welcome to Massachusetts, and thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Michelle. My only question to you is, are you comparing the data with other states or other commonwealths? Both. So now I'd like to introduce Dr. Charles Stewart, Kenan Sahin Distinguished Professor of Political Science at MIT.
Thanks, Commissioner Palmer. And good morning, everyone. It's wish we had better weather here, but alas, we don't. I'm going to actually start with a little bit of a personal privilege, just to let y'all know how appropriate it is that our dean addressed this group. Not only is he the dean and one of the muckaties that addresses groups like this, leads the rest of us into academic battle, but he is also known in the world as the person who defined the largest named number. So like Google, Googleplex, those sorts of things. Rio's number is the largest named number, at least by some accounts. And so go look it up. Especially there's a great YouTube video that shows the debate that he held with another philosopher about defining increasingly large numbers. Okay, so anyway, to continue the welcome. It's an honor and a pleasure to welcome you all here and to help to host this year's Data Summit. Hosting this event is something I've been wanting to do for quite a while. Before moving on, I do want to thank the hard work of the folks who are making this possible today. The teams at the Election Lab, and that includes Claire DeSoy, Jason Rode, and Sean Green, and from the EAC, especially Kristen Muthig and Raymond Williams. I know there's others that I'm leaving out here, but they're the ones I've seen on the Zoom calls. And we've been working for months to make this possible, and it's great for this day to arrive. So it's natural for MedSol, the MIT Election Data and Science Lab, to help host this meeting because, after all, data is literally in our middle name. Let me take a few moments to talk about the things we do at MedSol. I'll summarize 4 quick points. First, we're a clearinghouse for high-quality data. Sometimes we collect it ourselves, like our National Precinct Election Data Set. Sometimes we amplify the excellent work of others who've collected important data, such as the EAC's EAVS data, which, by the way, we're probably among the heaviest super users of that data. So it's great, again, to celebrate that. We also amplify work, for instance, the work of the University of Florida's Election Lab as they curate election turnout data. Secondly, we support election science. Election science is a multidisciplinary field that studies how elections are conducted and administered using tools not only from political science, but also from statistics, engineering, the other social sciences to analyze and improve electoral systems. At MedSol, we do this through our own research conducted by students and staff in the lab, and by amplifying the work of scholars across the country, some of whom you'll hear from today. One area where we focus heavily is documenting the voter experience. And just to note 2 examples, Michelle mentioned the Elections Performance Index, and to continue shilling for that, you can find it at elections.mit.edu, which we publish after every federal election, and we're working on getting that out now that the EAVS data have been published. And the Survey of the Performance of American Elections, which is an interview survey of 10,000 Americans about their experience when they went to the polls on election day. The third thing I would emphasize is that we support public officials, election officials. One way that we're doing that right now is by helping to organize research practitioner partnerships, bringing together academic researchers and election officials to tackle problems identified by those on the front lines of elections. For example, in the past 2 years, we've worked with the University of California at San Diego to support a half-dozen research teams across the country. Their focus has been on evaluating how local and state election offices can better communicate with voters, and in doing so to build trust in elections. And then finally, we do all of this in a nonpartisan way. Now, I'm not suggesting that election policy is or ever will be made in a purely nonpartisan fashion. And in fact, there's a strong argument to be made that it shouldn't be, but that's for another day. What we found, though, is that election officials, regardless of their political affiliations or those of their bosses, are consistently looking for better ways to make elections secure, convenient, transparent, and that those ways more often than not transcend partisanship. And even when policymakers disagree on the direction of policy, we've been surprised, pleasantly so, by how much interest there is across the aisle in what the best evidence has to say. So all this is to say together that we're proud to host this year's EAC Data Summit. It's a celebration of what can happen when data geeks, clear-headed analysts, and committed public servants come together, looking for ways to make elections work better for voters, for officials, and for the taxpayers who pay for it all. So welcome and thank you for being here.
So thank you, Dr. Stewart. At this point, we're going to go into our first panel. I'm going to turn the keys over to Sean Green for the first panel. If the first panelist could come up here to the podium.
All right. Well, thank you, Commissioner Palmer. And hi, everyone. My name is Sean Green. I'm the Associate Director at the MIT Election Data and Science Lab. First and foremost, again, love to thank the EAC for hosting this event and having it here at MIT. It's really exciting to do this. A little side note, some of you know, from 2016 to 2018, I was at the EAC, and for part of that time, I was the Director of Research, so the EAVS is near and dear to my heart. I got a chance to work with Forge Marsh back in those early days, and it's exciting to see them still doing this great work with the EAC. And it's fun to see how much over time we can see using the EAVS changes and policy changes and how states are doing. Of course, as Charles mentioned, it's something that we use a great deal in our elections performance index. So just to give you a quick overview of our session, what we're going to do is I'm going to provide quick introductions of our great panelists. And then Dr. Raymond Williams from the EAC is going to give a presentation about the 2024 EAVS. And then we're just going to jump into a discussion with everyone on the panel where I will lead a conversation with some of my questions, not just about the data, but about the process, about the challenges, and about the future of the EAVS. And then hopefully for the last 10 minutes or so, as you can see on your table, there's some yellow cards and pens. If you want to write any questions down, and then I think give those to EAC staff. Our EAC staff around who might be collecting those can wave and say hello. That'd be great. And they'll bring them up to me and we'll take some audience questions as well. So first, I'm going to introduce do a brief introduction of our panelists. I'm not going to give their full bios of all the amazing stuff that they've done. You can find that in the online program, which the QR code I think is around and out on the table. So I'll just give quick bios and we'll just jump right into the presentation from Raymond. So first, Dr. Raymond Williams is the Director of Research at the EAC, where he administers the election administration and voting survey. He manages research studies, conducts data analysis, and oversees updates and translations of the National Mail Voter Registration Form. And then Dr. Lindsay Nielsen is a senior researcher at the Forge Marsh Group, which is the EAC's implementing partner for the 2024 EAVS, where she's responsible for conducting research and data collection projects to better understand the state of American voting. And lastly, Dr. Kirsten Downs is an applied anthropologist and experienced methods researcher with over a decade of experience leading social behavioral research focused on program evaluation, health sciences, and equity in workplace and policy contexts. And she comes into play here because Dr. Downs currently leads the qualitative research component of the EAC's election administration and voting survey modernization effort, where she's been conducting working groups and interviews to explore stakeholder feedback and improve future survey iterations, which we're going to hear a little more about as we have our discussion. But with that, I'm going to pass it right over to Raymond to give us a presentation about the 2024 EAVS.
Good morning, everyone. Can y'all hear me? Let me tip it. Good morning. So we have our presentation up. Oh, the clicker. Oh. And I'm pressing the green button to move. All right, cool. I should have practiced this before. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Raymond Williams, Director of Research here at EAC. And so I'm going to give like a high-level overview of the EAVS this morning to kind of set the table for what we're going to talk about in the larger panel discussion. So that we're all on the same page, most of y'all who have worked on the EAVS or have filled it out know what it is. But just so that we're on the same page, the EAVS is our biannual survey that we do every 2 years after the federal election, given out to all 50 states, the 5 territories, and the District of Columbia. The most comprehensive report and data set as it relates to election administration and voting. And it includes the data that is on the national, state, and county and local level. So the EAVS is technically 2 surveys. The longer EAVS is the 6-section survey that collects more quantitative data as it relates to voter registration list maintenance, UOCAVA voting, and military and overseas voting, mail voting, provisional ballots or provisional voting, in-person polling operations, and poll workers, and last but not least, voter participation and voting equipment. And that's collected on the jurisdictional level. The policy survey is our more qualitative data that is specifically state policies dealing with election laws and policies, and that's collected on the state level. Our timeline here, before I get to the timeline, so and this was mentioned earlier, since this is our 20th anniversary of the EAVS, since Commissioner Palmer mentioned this earlier, about 20 years since we did the first one in 2004, the EAC decided to commemorate that by putting out a retrospective data set that covers the data from 2004 to 2022. And there's a report that accompanies that data as well. And I know many academics were very excited for that. Some of you all put together your own kind of retrospective data years ago, and so this is a little bit more manageable for you also. We look forward to hearing your thoughts and feedback on that. And that QR code will take you to the website for that. Timeline. So again, high level, the EAVS as if we broaden it out, is a 2-year process. We start this late 2023 with our public comment period where we have to, because of the Paperwork Reduction Act, we have to have OMB approve our actual survey instrument. And so we have to do public comments to get feedback from everyone, academics, think tanks, and so forth, about how the EAVS should change and modernize and so forth. And so we had about 2 public comment periods early in the process, late 2023 into early 2024. The policy survey was then deployed in the late summer into the fall. And then the EAVS itself was deployed the week after the federal election into March. And then we also have a period of time where we do our data reviews, data analysis, report writing. And then, as you all know, last Monday was when the final report and data were released to Congress and the public. So get into some top line results of the EAVS. Again, I want to echo Chairman Palmer to thank all the election officials who did complete the survey for this EAVS. I know it's a big effort to do, so we're very appreciative of all the time to complete the survey. So here are some top lines for that the EAC is really excited about, and I'm going to just highlight a few. So on the far left, you see about the voting methods. 37% of the voting public voted in person on election day, which is has gone back to the more prominent method after 2020, which was more of a vote by mail time. And then early in person, which was 35%, which is the highest it's been since we've been tracking that data. So that's something to keep in mind in the future to see where that goes and how consistent that stays in the future. over 770,000 poll workers were utilized in the 2024 election. That's a big number. We'll look into some more. The number to your right, over 98% of jurisdictions use equipment that used a paper ballot or had some type of paper auditing trail, is a good measure to keep in mind as we talk about the security of our elections. And then the last number I want to highlight on this slide is the 40% of jurisdictions that reported using e-poll books during this election. And that's another number that is an all-time high when you compare across the years. For turnout, there was a number on the last slide, but I just wanted to show this is one of the benefits of having the retrospective data, so that we can see over time that for 2024 we had close to 65% of the turnout, 65% of the public vote in 2024, which is the second highest since we've been collecting this piece of data. And our favorite numbers for in the EAC is dealing with poll workers. On the left, you see a figure showing the ease of recruitment over the last couple of cycles, and the difficulty percentage is still high, but less than the majority. But we do have a number of jurisdictions who are reporting that it's getting a little easier over time. And then the last thing on this one about poll worker age is that the common knowledge that we had previously was that, you know, poll workers tend to be older citizens, and that has gone back to the pre-pandemic levels. We had a short time in 2020 where there was a lot of younger people that did accept the call, but we have gone back to the norm for 2024. Lastly, what I'm going to cover is future EAVS improvements and resources that are coming out in the next few weeks. We are, and we'll talk more about this in the discussion again, but we are currently instituting some working groups that are looking at different sections of the EAVS to make adjustments, modernizations, and things of that nature. So we're looking forward to, and Kirsten's going to talk a lot more about that. And then we're also talking about ways we can improve the data quality of the EAVS, whether that's using public data that election offices are putting out, and what way can we use that to validate the data as the data is coming in the next time, and other ways where we could potentially pre-fill the data as the election officials are doing the survey, which can potentially help reduce the survey burden in the long haul. Lastly, be on the lookout for our state briefs that we do every EAVS cycle. We have a brief for every state covering some data. As you see, we have the Massachusetts one on the right, but we did one for every state, territory, DC, and we did one for the United States as a whole for the first time in 2022. We'll do that again as well. And then lastly, we'll have our data interactive that is coming out around the same time. So with that, I'm going to pass it back to Sean, and thank y'all for listening.
Thank you, Greg. That was great. That's a good way to kick off this conversation. And in fact, I think we'll start there. And maybe this is for both Raymond and Lindsay. Raymond, you highlighted some data points there. If either of you want to talk a bit about any specific data points you find sort of the most compelling, or that you didn't highlight that people should be thinking about, and also more importantly, like why they're important for election officials, policymakers, and the public. So talk a bit about some interesting data points and why you think they'd be useful for anyone in this room or elsewhere.
All right, testing. Okay, y'all can hear me? All right, so one of the questions that I was actually pretty happy to see is we added a new question this year in the policy survey about poll worker training. And the question had a number of topics that were offered in the training processes for the poll workers for the last cycle. And one over 3/4 of states reported that the top three topics that were in that curriculum, so to speak, was voter check-in experiences, assisting voters with disabilities, and procedures for opening and closing polling places. And so that might be, in terms of how it could be useful, states could obviously, check and see what other states are doing to see if there are gaps in their poll worker training that they might want to institute. But I think that's going to be something to continue to look to see, what that scope of the training looks, or the universe of that training looks like across the country.
All right, well, thank you I'm really excited to be here today and talk about the EAVS data. I just want to highlight some of the findings that I thought were really important in the EAVS. In his presentation, Raymond covered the data that we have on poll worker ages and poll worker recruitment. I think that's really important information because that's really only available through the EAVS. And again, it's only through the EAVS that we know how the 2020 election impacted both poll worker training and recruitment and how they've evolved in the election cycle since then. Other data points that I think are really important to keep in mind, looking at the registration rate, so the percentage of US citizens who are registered to vote as a percentage of the citizen voting age population. Looking back over the past 10 election cycles, that's gone up by about 10 percentage points. So that shows a really important long-term trend towards more of the American public becoming engaged in elections. Looking at election policy that we collect data on through the policy survey. For the 2024 election, 2/3 of states allow for vote centers. That is where individuals don't just have to go to their certain assigned polling place to cast a ballot. They can go to any polling place within their election jurisdiction. So it offers more flexibility for voters. That's a really important trend that more states are making these available to voters. And also more use of curbside voting, where voters who aren't able to physically go into their polling place, they can be offered a ballot, in the curbside at their car, for instance. So these represent ways that state election laws are evolving to better serve the needs of their voters. I also want to pick up more on what Raymond mentioned on paper ballots. So nearly every single of the 6,400 EAVS jurisdictions in the entire country use paper ballots or paper records in their voting. And more than that, states also told us about their audit policies. So their reviews both before and after the election of, whether their equipment is working correctly, whether their election processes are meeting state laws. So again, so every single state and territory conducts at least one election audit, with the average number of audits being conducted in a state being 3.6. So taking together this trend towards the use of paper ballots and paper records, this trend to increasing the number of election audits that are conducted, they point to just, for one thing, the hard work that election officials are doing to secure elections in this country, and also the fact that voters can be confident that when they go to a polling place, when they cast a ballot in an election, that their ballot is being counted as they intended it to be.
Great, thank you. And I'm just, using my former EAC hat and EAVS implementer, I would just say, emphasize what Raymond, some of the products that will be coming out soon, both the state data sheets and interactive, are very worth diving into, and I think will be coming over the next few weeks. And it's really great way to look at some of these data points over time that Lindsay was mentioning and see those changes. But Kirsten, we've heard a lot about these working groups, and the work you've been doing with them. If you could just give us an overview of what that is and sort of what you've heard from the stakeholders in the field about the EAVS and some of their ideas.
I'm definitely very happy to be here with all of you. This is my first event and summit with the EAC. And I want to express just a bit of gratitude to all of our election officials who participated in our working groups. Your willingness to flex your schedules to accommodate our working groups just shows your commitment to your craft. And I am I just have the utmost respect for all of you and the technical expertise in the work that you do. So we conducted 15 sessions with 38 election officials so far, and we had some EMS vendors in there as well. 2 to 3 60 to 90-minute sessions were included in each working group for sections B through F, and we also conducted a working group that was focused more broadly on data collection practices. Some of the cross-cutting themes that we found from the working groups, we really learned that terminology obviously matters. So across nearly all of the sections, participants stressed that inconsistent or unclear terminology can lead to some confusion, misreporting, and sometimes even delays for reporting. Some common issues that we heard were terms like poll worker, permanent mail voter, duplicate ballot, challenged versus rejected. And also in-person absentee voting were flagged as being sometimes confusing. Officials found that survey questions sometimes assume systems, terminology, or practices that don't match how elections are run in their jurisdictions. So for example, this was particularly prominent in, say, vote by mail states, as they don't use polling places. And their election management systems often can't track the level of detail that the EAVS is requesting. We learned that state-specific guidance is essential. Participants requested for EAVS guidance and examples to be tailored to their unique laws, systems, and data infrastructures when possible. There was a little bit of confusion and misunderstanding over data entry values and categories. So for instance, participants sometimes misunderstood how to use values like 0 or -88 or -99. And this can create risk for error or inconsistency across jurisdictions. One example comes to mind is a participant who told us that they rely on 23 clerks to help them with their reporting, and that sometimes there was some misunderstanding with these data points. Of course, pre-survey communication improves participation and accuracy for EAVS reporting. Participants requested earlier and more proactive communication about survey updates and definitions to really prepare their systems and staff well in advance. It was mentioned that in some instances, information might not be trickling down from the state level to their jurisdictions. And technology and reporting system gaps might limit what can be reported. So several participants shared with us that their systems cannot track or differentiate the data categories that EAVS requests, and this could lead to a lot of manual work and even in some instances, partial data being reported. And I just want to briefly share with you some specific points that we learned about in the data collections practices working group. We've only conducted one of those sessions so far. Our second session is actually tomorrow. Many jurisdictions operate with multiple disconnected systems. So for instance, they might have one for voter registration, one for ballots, another for poll workers. And again, this requires a lot of manual reconciliation, and this can increase a possible risk for error and also time burden. Election type impacts workflow complexity. So federal elections often have more structured data reporting requirements, while local elections may introduce more variation and also ad hoc tracking. And then Lindsay slightly mentioned this, some data is still collected on paper, especially for poll workers. So despite growing digitization, many of these jurisdictions are still relying on certain paper forms for data, especially those involving poll worker and scheduling recruitment. The last point I'd like to share with you today is for our final sessions, we held a ranking activity with each working group to better understand the perceived value and also the level of burden of EAVS items. And overwhelmingly, I want to end here on a positive note. All of the themes or the categories that are included in the EAVS are considered to be important. But as we tried to look deeper at the sub-themes or sub-items in the EAVS, we did find some variation with regards to perceived value. And I think that's where, we can really dig in a bit deeper to look towards refinement of EAVS items. And my conclusion here is that we've made great strides in improving a lot of the common feedback that's been collected over the past several years, such as cleaning up terminology and also trying to improve pre-survey communication. This feedback process for the EAVS is ongoing, and we look forward to continuing these conversations through additional working groups that we're going to be holding, and also through our needs assessment interviews that we'll be conducting ahead of the 2026 reporting.
Thank you, Kirsten. That's really, really interesting. And actually, I think it bit relates to my next question, which is for you, Lindsay, which is sort of you are the implementer of this very large, big survey, large spreadsheet. Can you just talk a bit about what it's like to actually the implementation time, some of the practicalities, and then some of the challenges you face as an implementer and some you might hear from the stage, the people responding?
Yeah, well, as Raymond mentioned during his presentation, work on the EAVS is happening basically all the time. You know, the report that we're here to discuss today, it's the culmination of nearly 2 years of work that began basically as soon as the 2022 data were published. So in the summer before an election, that's when really the EAVS work really begins to kick off. So, you know, a few months before an election, you know, that's when the survey questions have made it through the paperwork process through the Office of Management and Budget and have received all the necessary approvals. So that's when we can communicate those survey questions to election officials. We also begin reaching out to the points of contact for each state and territory who are responsible for managing the EAVS process on behalf of their state or territory. We hold interviews with some of them, especially those who are new, just make sure that they are aware of their responsibilities and what the processes are like. We also begin collecting the policy survey data. As Raymond mentioned, that happens usually in the August before an election. And then throughout the data collection period, just because the EAVS is such a complex survey, there's a lot of things to know in order to submit accurate EAVS data. We make a lot of resources available to those state and territory points of contact. We have a project website that gets populated with lots of resources like periodic newsletters about aspects of the EAVS process. There's a glossary of terms, a user guide for the data collection templates. There's videos on each section of the survey and on data collection processes. And in addition to all those website resources, we also have a help desk for any state or local election official who has a question throughout the process. So after we collect the policy survey data, we make the EAVS data collection templates available to states and territories, usually about a week or so after the election. We know that folks are really busy around the election time, but we also want to maximize the time that they have available to work on their EAVS submission. And once we receive a state's data, we conduct a really intensive review of it. We want to make sure that all the questions that are required are being answered. We want to make sure that items match up across the survey. We want to make sure that they align with what the state told us about their election policy. Basically, we want to make sure that the data are as accurate and as complete as possible. So we have analysts from both the EAC and Forest Marsh who review those data submissions. We conduct an iterative process with states where we, check all their subsequent submissions, make sure that a state is comfortable with the numbers and the data that they're submitting. And then, of course, we analyze the data and release the report that we're here to talk about today. So now that our 2024 report is released, we are going to be working on more analysis, of course, the data visualization and the one-page briefs that Raymond and Sean have mentioned. And we'll soon be reaching out to state and territory points of contact to debrief on their 2024 EAVS experiences and help us understand what we can do better for the 2026 EAVS and beyond. So it's quite a complex process that results in the data that we're here to discuss today. And of course, you can probably see some of the challenges that we have in collecting this data. The biggest challenge, of course, is that every state conducts their elections differently. There's varying degrees of control that a state election office has over the data that underlie the e-submission. Some states are able to generate their e-submission completely from data that's already available at the state election office. Others have to go to their counties or the municipalities for pretty much every EAVS data point. So every state's EAVS submission process is going to look a little different. And of course, we have to work with all 56 of those states and territories and the District of Columbia to result in these EAVS submissions. So it's really a challenge to craft data collection templates that suit the needs and the experiences of all these states. But we're really very grateful for all the election officials who work so hard to submit their EAVS data and that result in this really great resource that we're very proud to have public now.
Great. Thanks for that overview, Lindsay. That's really good to know, and it sort of gives me a lot of flashbacks to those years as well. And then this next question is for everyone on the panel, so anyone can sort of jump in. Folks like us at MIT, we love using this data. As Charles said, sort of like EAVS Day is a big holiday for us. Very exciting. That's probably a very small number of people like that, but academics are very excited about it. And as is the press, I've seen a number of news stories this past week, highlighting some of the data. And when the data comes out, it's a great data source. But as Michelle was sort of mentioning in her opening remarks this morning, election officials hopefully use it as well. It's their data that we're hopefully giving back to them that they can use. So again, Michelle sort of cited this briefly, but can you give other examples that you know of maybe where state or local election officials actually use this data to either at just very least just know what's going on in other states, or actually maybe help them think about how they're implementing a certain something?
Sure. So when we did our the EAVS retrospective report, part of that we interviewed we have a subcommittee in the standards board that are our EAVS members. It's like 9 or 10 of them, and so we interviewed them about what they were looking for as it relates to the time series data set. And part of the questions that we asked was, how do you use it, right? And so some of that information that they gave us was they look at the local data as it relates to like the provisional ballots to compare across jurisdictions to try to see if their numbers seem to be in line, or there's not any outliers here or there. Others use it to there are some data in the EAVS where they may not necessarily have thought that, oh, we could use this in our communications efforts to the public about, ballot rejection rates, or increasing their recruitment processes for poll workers. So that's, a way that they have used that as for future planning purposes. Others have looked at it, looking at the equipment data for comparing across jurisdictions. There was one example that because this is kind of sort of a black box, right? Because a lot of the data that election officials, they might just use it for internal purposes and not, making this public. But there was one example that I saw a few years ago from Louisiana, and their auditor was used the mail ballot rejection rate to show that Louisiana had made some improvements because they had instituted ballot curing, I think in 2020, and so their ballot rejection rate had went down because showing how effective that was, and so I thought that was a very cool way to. Although that wasn't actually technically an election official, but it was in the state showing that how the data can be used to for better best practice purposes and so forth. So those are kind of the big things from my end. But I'll pass it on to, I know Lindsay and Kirsten have some examples as well.
So we heard everything in the working groups that Raymond had just said. That was definitely, those themes were repeated to us. One of the most interesting conversations that I recall has to do with assessing the impact of legislative or procedural changes in order that result in improvements or identify challenges that folks are having, that election officials are having. The example I'm thinking of mentioned being able to see if there is a more steady sign up of poll workers after a recent legislative change that allowed in an increase of poll worker wages. So they were able to actually use the EAVS data for that specific purpose, which I thought was really, really great. And then of course, some states are monitoring county compliance with list maintenance, such as those having to do with, voter removal data, registration statistics, or absentee voting. I think those were the big ones that I found.
Another one that I've noticed a lot is public records requests, which I feel like a lot of election officials say it's practically a full-time job these days to keep up with public records requests. But a lot of election officials, when they get a request for some piece of election data, they're able to say, hey, we've already published that in the EAVS, so we can point you in that direction.
Great. I'm going to do one more question myself, but if folks have questions, start writing them down now, and then maybe after my question, we can head into some audience questions. So folks can start maybe collecting those in a little bit, and we'll go from there. I know we started a bit early, but if we have some questions, maybe we can just keep going for a little while. So I'm going to ask this another question for all of you. We've talked a bit about this, and Raymond, you've talked a bit about the future of these, but like over the next decade, how do you see the EAVS evolving, both in how it's implemented, the types of questions you might add, how technology could have an impact on that? So just any sort of discussion about how the EAVS might look in 5, 10 years from now, what your sort of thoughts, hopes, dreams, any of that would be great to hear.
Yeah, sure. Um, it's actually pretty great that we are having all of these working groups happening around the time that we're releasing this, because it's a good way to kind of put it all into focus. And as we're preparing for 26 and beyond, um, one of the things that we're looking at right now on the EAC side is, we know this is a very burdensome survey. It's very lengthy, and so forth. And so we're trying to figure out, and we're hearing a lot of this through the working groups, right? About what can we do either in the next 26 or either in 28, it depends on how long, you have to implement some of these endeavors. But what can we do currently to see if there are, one, questions that we can modify, questions that we can remove? One thing I just thought about in the working groups with Kirsten, we got some early intel about maybe some potential questions to remove in the equipment section, DREs without VVPAT, at some point will be phased out at some point. And so that's something to keep on the horizon, so to speak. But I think that's the big thing for us, to look at the current data, look at the past data, because there are questions that academics are using all the time. And so there's some foundational knowledge that we may need to keep certain questions over time for that versus other questions that could just be one-offs, right? And so trying to balance all of that is going to be the big thing to consider as we move forward, in my mind.
Yeah, and to add to that, I just want to emphasize that really any changes we consider making to EAVS, either the survey itself or the data collection processes, we want to make sure that we are reviewing those with election officials themselves before we implement them. Really, a lot of the best ideas we've had in the last several election cycles for making improvements to EAVS, they've come directly from election officials, the ones who are submitting this data to us. So I want to say, both to those of you in the room, and those watching online, if you're an election official, you have an idea for making it an EAVS improvement, we really want to hear about it. Get in touch with us. We want to talk with you about ways to make this survey easier to complete and more accurate. I guess two other things I want to emphasize when we're looking at kind of where EAVS might go in the future. Raymond might have some more to say on this in the rest of the questions, but the EAC is working on a new data collection effort as part of the EAVS. That's the U.S. Election Survey. It's available for public comment now. It's an additional survey that will collect data on election office staffing. So if you are interested in that, Raymond or I can point you to where to submit a public comment on that survey. Another thing that we're always looking at is refining the data collection tool. So Michelle, we still do use that big, massive Excel sheet. Maybe we'll bring back the tabs. Let's talk a little more about that. But we're always looking at ways to reduce the survey burden and make it easier for election officials to submit their data. So currently, a couple of ideas worth considering are incorporating other data sources into our post-submission data reviews, just making sure that EAVS submissions align with other public data sources that a state publishes about their own elections. We're also looking at pre-population of more EAVS and policy survey data based on previous year submissions. If For instance, if an election policy hasn't changed in the past 2 years, maybe we can just use your old answers and not make you go through doing them again for the next election. And again, if anyone in the room here today has more ideas, we'd love to hear them.
Great. I have some great questions here, but I'm going to take a little prerogative on follow-up to these great points. Just thinking when it comes to actually changing the survey and my memories of the Paperwork Reduction Act and all that, Raymond, can you talk a bit about when you make significant changes to survey or figuring out what is a significant change, how long does it take? Like, how long do you have to work back to say, you know, we want to make changes for the 2026 or 2028 survey? Sort of how far out do you have to plan that? How does that work?
Sure. So, we're always taking suggestions as they come in, but, the more formal way is, as Sean mentioned, is the public comment process. And so, and Lindsay mentioned this too, whenever we do get, suggested questions, we always try to test it with a handful of states to make sure, one, if the language is if we're using the correct terminology, if there are other ways we could be explaining this, finding out what parts of the question are tricky to the respondent, and then address that once we submit that survey instrument to OMB. For this cycle for 24, the biggest change this year was Section A. So the working groups that are happening now are for sections B through F. We did a Section A working group in late 21 to 2022 because that section of the E's had not had any major updates since 2008. And so we had a collection of election officials who met then to talk about what terminology changes do we need to make, what questions do we need to add, what are we missing in the landscape of voter registration list maintenance that we need to consider. And so one of the big pieces of it was that we moved away from asking about voter registration forms to voter registration transactions because of the move to being more digital. We added a subsection for the question on the number of voters registered and eligible voters. That there's usually a breakdown of active and inactive voters, and so we added another category for voters who don't fit in that category. So that's obviously it depends on the state, right? They could be pending, they could be pre-registered, whatever the designation that the state gives. There's a question in the policy survey that asks, do you have other types of designations other than active and inactive? And then the EAVS piece of it is where they can report the actual number for that. We also added a question in that section for Section A was on the number of confirmation notices and why they were sent out. Previously, it was how many confirmation notices were sent out, how many confirmation notices came back, but not why those were sent out. So that's a question data to look into further. And because of this, to get into your point about the time length, and why we did it in 21, because we knew it needed, states needed to take some time to implement this for 24. These changes weren't done in 22 because of the time that the states would need to have their voter registration systems, be updated to answer the questions properly. Additionally, other places that we get ideas to update questions is from the actual data itself. Last cycle for 22 in the provisional ballot section, so a lot of the questions we have a list of options, and then there's an other option, usually where the state can say, okay, this is the other option that doesn't fit in those pre-selected categories. And so we can use those options to see, okay, do we need to add another pre-selected option to a question. And we did that for one of the provisional balloting questions for this cycle. And then we used folks in in the agency. So the our E-STEP program was very influential this year for 24 in helping us update our e-poll book questions, where we're now asking about making models of e-poll books, how many e-poll books were deployed, and we added a new question about voter registration systems that were deployed to polling places. So, and hopefully that data will be influential for their work. So.
Great, thanks. So that was really a helpful overview, Raymond. And actually, I just want to emphasize that when I'm thinking about when you add, change, or remove questions, it is key to talk to the states and not just about, do they think this is a good question, but also can they respond to this, or what do they have to build into their systems, or what do they have to talk about with their localities to be able to actually answer that question at a practical level. So all that takes a little bit of time, but it can be worth it. So I got a couple of questions here, and this will just be the first one is a great question about, can you just discuss the findings of the new question about curing ballots, about ballot curing, which clearly has sort of been in the news the past couple election cycles, and now there's some data about that in the EAVS. So whoever wants to jump in and sort of just talk a bit about what the findings were, yeah, that'd be great to hear.
So the ballot curing question was actually new in 2022. And I'm going off of my memory, so I'm not remembering the exact percentage. But this cycle, I will say for 2024, we did learn from the 2022 cycle, because the question was how many ballots were successfully cured in 22. One of our commissioners pointed out that in order to have a proper percentage about how many were actually cured, we should have a question about how many were submitted for curing. So that was the new question we added this year for 24 to get at the proper percentage.
Yeah, and in terms of the actual numbers, I think it's a pretty small percentage of ballots that undergo the cure process. I think it was right about 1% or so for the 2024 election. And what we found was that nationwide, just over half of those ballots that entered the curing process were successfully cured, which means that just under half were not successfully cured. And of course, that rate varies pretty widely among states. But yeah, we've mentioned before in this panel that having data like this is a really good way to see kind of the downstream effects of some of these election policy changes. If a state is going to implement a cure process, they of course have to set in place procedures for, how they're going to identify a ballot that needs to be cured, how they're going to notify the voter, what kind of documentation is needed to cure the ballot. So using this EAVS data, states can kind of test the effect of some of these policy changes.
Great. Actually, Lindsay, just to quickly follow up on that, for this question, this past couple of iterations, how has the data collection been? I mean, clearly not every state does this, but for the states who do collect it, is it easy for them to report, or does it clearly depend on locality? Or just sort of curious, as I imagine there's like everything else, it probably varies by state. I'm sort of curious how easy and or hard that was for states to collect that data.
It's going to vary pretty widely. Again, every state is different in terms of how they collect their election-related data, how they're able to report it. I think certainly just since we started collecting some information on ballot curings in 2022, we saw some improvements in the data quality for 2024. So I would expect that the quality of this data on ballot curing is going to improve in subsequent elections.
And I would just add that one of the things we saw in the working groups currently is that, and I think they mentioned that, was that the curing question, some can answer how many are the total, but they can't break down the reason why they were cured. They may not be tracking that. So that's something we've noticed as well.
Well, we're getting close to the end of our session, but there was a great question that was submitted, which is sort of a fun thought experiment for everyone up here is, what do you wish was in the EAVS? Do you have anything you wish was in there? And then the follow-up to that is, what could be potentially challenging about collecting that data? So, think really big, but then sort of think about, would this be realistic to collect? Yeah, so just to throw it out there for anyone.
One question that I think we've gotten in the public comments a couple of times was about multilingual poll workers. And, you know, I think that's something we would be interested in collecting, but we did testing, I think in 22 and 24, and it's just, we wouldn't get reliable data on it from a good number of states. And so that was one of the reasons we couldn't add that. And I think we've heard from probably academics in certain circles that, you know, there could be some other ways that we beef up that piece of it in some way. But this is kind of a good segue to the Lindsay kind of gave a preview, but the election office staffing survey that we got, that we plan to do. And as Lindsay said, the public comment period is going on now until August 19th. And so this survey is very short. It's only 15 questions or so at the current draft. And we're collecting data on the number of FTEs in election offices, full-time, part-time workers, hopefully, if this is possible, to collect data on years of service, kind of salary data, to kind of do some comparisons across the country. And so we're hoping that this can sort of be sort of a census of election officials across the country. And we're excited about this endeavor. It's going to be a big project. So hopefully that will be released in terms of being deployed at the end of November. So.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, of course, the EAC is collecting public comments on the U.S. election survey. We also plan to do some working groups with election officials, some interviews with data users to help us identify some of these issues that we might encounter in collecting data about election staffing. Although I think that's one of the most heavily requested one of the most heavily requested questions that we have about EAVS. You know, how can we use the EAVS to know more about who is staffing U.S. elections, who are election officials, what are their election office operations like? So hopefully in a couple of years, we'll be able to give you some better answers.
Well, I think we're just about on time here. So first I want to thank our panelists so much for giving us this great information. So thank you very much. Great. Well, I'll pass it off to Commissioner Palmer for the next, I think, lightning talk.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. And since you thanked the panelists, let's give them another round of applause. Really appreciated that update on EAVS and sort of some of the top line numbers. So next we're going to have a research lightning talk on rural election administration. So it's my honor to introduce to you and welcome Dr. Cameron Wimpy from the Associate Professor of Political Science at Arkansas State University. Welcome. Come on up. We'll let you do the presentation. Thank you. Thanks.
All right, so thank you for having me, EAC, and thank you for Charles and the team here at Metzl for hosting. Some of you know I formerly worked at Metzl. I also formerly worked at Forest Marsh, and I'm aware of the effort that goes into collecting the data for the EAVS and the effort that goes into analyzing the EAVS. And so I just very much appreciate everyone who works on that and all they do to that end. So I'm here to talk about rural election administration. It's something I've been looking at closely for the past several years. It's been in the discussion for a while. In 2013, the EAC actually had a report examining how election administration differs across the urban-rural divide. I don't know if anyone's looked at it that closely since then, but a lot of what was in that report is still very much true today. First off, I think a lot of people ask, well, what is rural? What does that mean? How do you define it? For many of us, I believe we think we know it when we see it. But I've also been involved in a number of research efforts or conversations where people will describe a place as rural when it's really not, depending on the classifications. The government has several dozen definitions for rural across various agencies. Of course, those are important depending on what the agencies are up to. For my purposes here, just so you know, I'm using the definition from the USDA's Economic Research Service, the Rural Urban Continuum Codes, which are measured at the county level. It's a 1 to 9 scale, so it gets fairly granular. But of course, measuring at the county level, you run into some issues with election jurisdictions in states like this one or others. And so there's challenges there that I would love to talk to folks about in terms of exactly, what should we classify as a rural election locale? And for the USDA, anything with 20,000 or more people, even if it's adjacent to a metro area, is considered rural. For census, anything not urban, they say, is considered rural. Well, when you look at that, we end up with 2/3 of election jurisdictions or more being in rural areas. And so that's why this becomes somewhat important. If we just visualize what the USDA does, here, the purple counties are the most urban. They're the ones on that RUC scale. The yellow are the most rural. They're the 9s, and there's a range in between. So that's what it looks like. And again, why does this matter? I think it's easy to understand that, like I said, when 2/3 of elections are happening in rural areas, only 20% of voters are living in rural areas. And so you have a bit of a discongruity there in terms of how many people it affects, but certainly we would like to see the election experience be very similar for people across this spectrum. I would also, from my experience, local election officials in the most rural areas have very little awareness of meetings like this and efforts that can support what they do and connections with the research community. And so I would like to continue to build that. And there are other challenges that I think that are important. If you take something like online voter registration, leaving aside policy preferences, the 7 states, according to my friends at Ballotpedia, that don't have it, have very large rural areas, and so including the one where I'm from. And so that's just a policy outcome. Those folks are having to register differently, in many cases, driving a long way across large counties to do so. And so there's just differences there that are worth accounting for. And then I can just show you from work that I've done that was generously funded by Metzel a couple of years ago. We coded most every election jurisdiction in the country's website when they have one, and looked at the availability of the online tools that are used in the Elections Performance Index at the local level. And across, and this is just running from that most urban on the left to the most rural on the right, across that spectrum for all these online tools, you see less in the more rural areas. And so we see interesting variation across the spectrum. So I would argue that that alone makes this worth considering. The rest of what I'm going to do for next few minutes is look at this most recent iteration of the EAVS, since that's why we're here. Had a few days to get this together. Again, noting limitation that I'm looking at things at the county level. And so you're going to see some differences versus what you would if you were able to measure this at the local level in some of the states. So taking something like, obviously it's good that the use of e-poll books is up, but when you aggregate to the county across the spectrum, we see quite a bit less e-poll book adoption in the most rural areas. And this is a trend that's been, holding across several iterations of the EAVS. Going up, yes, but drops off significantly in the most rural places. And there's issues there related to connectivity, technology adoption. You go into an office and people are using computers that are, 25 years old, no IT staff, often rely on vendor support for everything they do. And so it just becomes more challenging in those places. Polling place density, so the number of voters per polling place. This, for the next several, by the way, I'm grouping the rural categories a bit more broad into metro, which would be the on that rural urban continuum 1 through 3s, which are something like places with 20,000 or more people in an urban area, all the way up to the largest cities. The next is 4 through 6, and then the last is the 7 through 9s, most rural places. But again, really anything, according to most definitions, not in the blue here would be considered rural. But there's a big difference when you're adjacent to a large metro area and you can drive right into a city or what have you than when you're way out in a large county with a few thousand people. So, quite a bit fewer voters per polling location, as you would expect. The number of polling locations, again, just looking at that at a distribution, also far fewer in rural areas. Recruitment challenges. So there's the question in the EAVS about challenges with recruitment. It's that Likert scale. And if we map that across these three categories, we see the rural areas, again, experience more challenges. And that certainly tracks with the qualitative work we've done. You know, that they just say we can't find anyone in some cases. Obviously they do, they make it work, and it's great that they're able to. But I think consistently with declining populations and other challenges, they're having a harder time getting poll workers. Looking at the age distribution, so we saw this earlier for the overall EAVS, and with this trend going back to older poll workers and what have you, we see, you know, looking again mainly at the oranges and red bars here in the older categories, a bit more in the more rural areas than the urban. So perhaps a bit of variation there. Number of poll workers by location, it's fewer. And again, I've done some qualitative work in the up and down the Mississippi Delta and talking to some folks there. In some cases, they can't get the statutorily required number of poll workers at a given location, and just struggle horribly with that, and don't know what to do. They say we have to have the election, but we can't get people to work the election, and so it's a real challenge in the most rural places, most remote places, to be sure. Looking at just the number of poll workers again by location, it's also lower, as you would expect. And this is the election day equipment question. So what equipment's being used on election day? And so we see a couple of interesting trends here. A lot less usage of the DREs with whether or not they have a voter verified paper audit trail. And a little bit more on the hand count. I don't want to suggest that's a part of a broader trend, but certainly it's happening more in rural areas for one reason or another. And we see that there with accessibility. This is a challenge in rural areas. There's often less accessible equipment, less accessible polling locations when you think about ADA requirements and so on. There's a real struggle there, and they don't have the funding to adjust that situation themselves. It's often part of a broader conversation about what's happening in the county or what have you. But this is just what's available in terms of accessibility on election day. There are other ways that this can be handled with mail and whatnot. But so here's one where I think we see something perhaps a little more surprising in that we see lower rejection rates across these variables that are often considered in the, well, they're definitely considered in the election performance index, but they're often discussed in the broader context of the EAVS. So mail ballots, Ucala ballots, provisional ballots, and then registrations. The rates are lower in the rural areas. That's probably, I mean, they're obviously processing less, in some cases almost none. But this is perhaps a product of being under less stress or less going on, but it's not to suggest, and I want to make clear, I'm not suggesting any of this is necessarily good or bad, but that there is variation, and it's something we need to think about. And so that is consistently there in the EAVS across years as well. But there are some problematic places. We just look at outliers. There are places where there are real challenges. Now, I don't think it's worth talking about those individually here so much as just understanding there are places that are really struggling with this. This is plotting the overall number of provisional ballots versus those that were rejected. And so again, just a quick look in the limited time that I've had to look at this most recent EAVS here. I think we're seeing interesting trends, and I want to continue to do that. I would love to talk to anyone about ideas for doing it at a more granular level and accounting for some of the states that we can't easily get county data for in the EAVS. It's always been a challenge, I know, going back to my days at Forest Marsh on how to handle that. I want to talk to you a bit about, though, some of what I've learned from talking to local election officials and what they say. The most consistent challenge that I've heard from local election officials in rural areas is communication with the voters. How can we feel like we're here, but our voters don't know what we're up to? And they're often, they're surprised of what's going on, when deadlines are, and so on. And they say, we have to advertise in newspapers because that's all we have. But in many cases, the town newspaper died a long time ago. So you're advertising in a newspaper that's several towns over, or on the radio, which is often based in a large, DMA market and may or may not be reaching many people in the rural areas. And so the most consistent, if you ask me what the most consistent challenge that you hear, no matter what, I heard it last night several times, is communication. How do we reach the voters? How do we handle that? And how can we change that in these areas? And how can we involve something, more modern technology? And I'm not suggesting I have a solution for that, but that's the number one thing I think that has to be addressed for rural election officials, in addition to things like technology more broadly and accessibility and so on. And then from our qualitative work, I'll just put these up here. We heard a number of interesting things from folks, but certainly recruitment challenges, communication consistently rise to the top. The fact that we're here in a small place, everybody knows everybody, but we still have to run this election and we do a good job of it. And they're no less proud to be doing a good job than folks in the most urban areas with the most resources. But again, some real sort of evidence of concern about communication and technology and accessibility and where we are there. What I would like to kind of wrap up with here is generating ideas for how can we, going back to what Charles said earlier, continue to build a relationship between the research community and election officials in the most rural places and the most remote places. Very easy to get in touch and to meet election officials from around the country when you come to something like this or the many other events that happen in the election science space, but very rarely do you meet one from a very rural place. They often don't have the budget to travel something like this. So how could we start having perhaps meetings where they are? And in many cases, the folks that I've run into have no idea these things are going on, whether it's what the EAC is up to more broadly, the fact that there are academic researchers that care about what they do. And so they're always surprised. Like, I had no idea people cared about this. And so how do we continue to do that in a way that supports these local election officials in rural areas? My colleague Thad Hall yesterday reminded me that rural counties typically have very little IT support. And I ran into this as well. They'll say, we don't have an IT person for the county. And so they're often relying on a vendor to travel to help them on election day. If they have something break down, somebody has to come in and from afar and might be delayed several hours. Things that probably don't happen as easily in places with more resources or more backup equipment or however you want to look at it. So they're very vendor dependent. They have very limited staff. And so they need vendors to program their machines, their poll books, all of that. And so they're just living in a different environment in many cases when it comes to managing, administering, and pulling off a successful election. So I would love to talk to anyone further about how we continue to do that. We have some things coming up in Arkansas later this year that I'm excited about to that front, but how can we do it more broadly? How can we continue to have this conversation and make sure that there's fair access to the democratic process across this spectrum? That's what I would like to accomplish. So I would love to talk to you further while I'm here and have a variety of ways to get in touch if you're interested. So, and I'm happy to take questions if we have time.
Are there any questions on ours or anything? I'm Jessica from Rhode Island University.
Yeah.
Have you looked at sort of breaking down stereotypes of communities between wealthy and those that are poor? Because I imagine there might be some rural communities that have a lot of people in second homes and sort of wealth disparities even within the things.
That's a great question. I have not done that, and honestly, in part because the areas where I am, you don't have that experience as much, where you would perhaps up here. But it's a great question. I would love to talk to you more about it. Like thinking, are are the people with second homes voting in those places? And, you know, how does that impact the area and money? Yeah. And so I would love to think more about that. Again, where we are, it's less common. There aren't many second homes. Yeah. 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 Thank you. Yeah.
A lot of thing I'm an election director for our city, Rhode Island, which isn't that big, but so a lot of the points that you brought up about the rural counties, a lot of the points you brought up about the rural counties are actually problems that we have in municipalities and throughout New England, a little bit in the Midwest. You know, there's a lot of municipal run elections that are not run at all at the county level and with no larger architecture to support them, aside from maybe the states. I'm just wondering if and maybe this is a point for future research, if there would be a correlation between jurisdictions that run elections at that small town or municipal level and those in the rural counties, because you know most of our communities, you know, in Rhode Island, I don't think any of them are classified as rural, even the ones that are kind of are rural, at least not as far as the census or other data is concerned. But at the same time, I just see so many similarities there in your presentation that I'm wondering if there's a correlation between those smaller New England style governments in the rural counties you'll see elsewhere in the country.
My guess is there would be, but it's not something I've looked at. And there are, for example, the Department of Education, to the extent they're putting out statistics these days, does have a measure of school district rurality. And could be something to better tie to places that are doing elections at the smaller jurisdictions. In terms of resources, though, I think you're absolutely right that there's going to be a correlation there, and it's related to the amount of resources in the jurisdiction. There are going to be important differences, though, when it comes to like these larger rural counties that are huge geographically, but have just a few thousand people where people are driving. You know, that report from 2013 mentioned people driving up to an hour, you know, to vote. And so that's happening where that would not be happening. It's a place where it's so dense. But I think resource wise, you're probably right on. And I would love to look at that. Yeah.
I just had a quick question as you brought up the communication and that being one of the, sorry. As you brought up communication and that being one of the major things that people in rural areas really feel is a challenge to them, I wanted to know if you had any insight or any received any insight from them. Is that's just communication out to their populace, or is that also communication from their Secretary of State's office, from a larger body that could give them direction in how to practice and how to implement within their space?
That's a great question. It's a little bit of both, but certain in terms of the concern they voice, it's more often about how do they get their message out to their voters. But occasionally here, like we don't have great, you know, lines of communication with the state, or you know, we just have one meeting a year and that's it, and everything's, you know, got this giant book and we're supposed to figure that out. And so that is going on, and there's very little networking within. You know, you find out people don't often know each other and very unable to learn from each other because of that. And so it's definitely a problem of both.
Thank you.
In your research, have you seen in the rural areas or rural offices, are there any areas where they can pool resources from a regional level, IT or other? Often they're very proud to be their own county, but some, you know, are there some areas of research and regionalization?
I have not seen that. I think it's a great idea and a great question, but I've not seen that. And you know, again, I'm often amazed at how you can visit one county, go to the next county over, and they have no idea what they're doing over there. No idea what kind of equipment they're using, how they might run things differently, what they've learned, how they manage this, you know, vendor issue of doing their IT. And so back to the communication, there's just very little of that happening. And so I've seen it may be happening somewhere, because I obviously haven't been to all rural areas and talked to everyone, but I haven't seen that. And I think it would be really interesting. And even across state lines in some cases. I mean, policy's differ and you can't get around that, but some best practices can be, you know, implemented at that local level within policies. And I think we see very little of that, at least in my experience so far.
ask a question? Cameron, have you talked to them about continuity of operations? Because in a lot of these small counties, somebody's been doing this for like 25 years, and if they retire, there can be a total loss, or if they get hit by a bus, a rural bus, it could be a problem.
Yeah.
So have you talked to them about that kind of issue?
A little bit, and going back to this idea of asking about how many people work in your office, how long have they worked there, and all of that. In many cases, it's that one person who's been there a long time, and then when you come to, in my experience, when you come to a place and someone's younger, slightly younger, it's because they were the main deputy for also a very, very long time, and there's nobody really behind them, and so it's definitely a challenge, and I don't think it's well thought out in most places. And in fact, there was one county in Arkansas where the person who had been doing it, she'd done it for 30 something years, had to quickly retire due to health reasons, and the only person around was her daughter, who had never done it, but she just had to take over, and ended up in a lot of mess because she had very little experience. And so it's one of the places that's got some sort of national scrutiny, and it's unfortunate, but they had no other choices. Again, it's one of those places that's just been decimated by population loss and people going elsewhere.
Thank you. I have two short questions. One, following up on the commissioner's question about pooling resources. I think we've heard a lot about associations being a way to distribute information. I'm curious if you've looked at rates of association membership among some of these rural jurisdictions, or if you've seen that be an effective model. And then second, you put up a chart looking at provisional ballot usage versus rejection rates. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on the relationship you found, whether higher rejection rates at registration, for example, led to lower provisional ballot usage or something like that. I couldn't quite track.
So on the first one, I've other than doing the qualitative work, I haven't done large surveys, and so I would like to be involved in that to some degree, but obviously these are the folks that are hardest to get a hold of, and so you got that problem. But so I don't know the rate of associations. Y'all might, I don't, yeah, and so but. Maybe we can answer that question before the day's over. On the other one, again, the thing I was most interested in was the rates are lower in rural areas overall, but that there's places that seem to have real challenges dealing with provisional ballots for one reason or another, and those seem to be the most rural areas. And so that was really just all I was trying. I haven't dug into who those are even or why, so much as just understanding that there's some places that are experiencing, hopefully accurate data and problems, but something going on there. Okay.
Well, fine. That's it. Okay. Well, we are going to take a little bit of a longer break, but just wanted to thank Cameron Wimpy before we conclude. And we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but we will start with the next panel at 11. You have just a little bit of a longer break. So thank you very much, everyone. We'll be right back.
Yeah, the association part's really important because that's what I do with the West, is I try to make sure that we have those meetings that are helpful. Like I try to do things that are specifically helpful to a smaller county.
I don't know.
That would be wonderful.
If you all could make your way to your seats, we're going to get started here in a second. That one might be louder. Ooh, there it is. Just noting again, we're about to restart. Welcome back from the break. I know that everyone loves a good break, and you got an extra one. So I'm glad that worked out. I'd been at the back of the room earlier, which was probably good. I would have been a little more nervous. I didn't realize how many watercraft I would be speaking in front of. I think this is a new personal record for boats and other things behind me during a panel. So good work, MIT, and thank you for hosting us here in this lovely facility. Excited about this panel. I am Ben Hovland, a commissioner with the EAC, and thinking about the conversation thus far today, a lot of it about data and how we can utilize that. I don't know if there's any area, in my opinion, where the rubber hits the road as much as funding. And that is what we are here to talk about in panel 2. And thinking about election funding research. We have a great group to talk about that from a number of perspectives. To my immediate left is Dr. John Fortier, who's a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. Next, Lori Mitchell is the clerk for Chaffee County, Colorado. Welcome. And Dr. Zach Moore is an associate professor in the School of Public Affairs and Administration at the University of Kansas. For the Kansas fans in the room, rock chalk. I'm not one, but no. It's contractually obligated for somebody to note that when Kansas is mentioned. So again, as I said at the beginning, election funding really is such a area that crosses everything when we talk about election administration and how things get done. We saw a piece of that, but it's also an area that when people dig into it, they figure out how hard it is to really dig into it. I'm excited to hear from Zach about that, but really to just kick things off, ask a question down the line, and we'll just go in the order of introduction. I think we all know, and everybody knows inherently, that running elections costs money. But what people understand less about is where that money comes from and how decisions are made about spending that. And so just as a baseline, if each of you could talk about the importance of having good data about election funding and how that matters, it'd be great. John, if you want to start.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Hovland, and thank you for all of you. And I know with the watercraft behind us that some of you may look like you are staring intently at us, but I know there's some other options here. So I do think election data is important in a number of ways, especially in the funding way, and not to get too far into this, but an obvious point that everyone in the room knows is, of course, we run these decentralized elections, and that means, of course, we have some funding and some laws at the federal level, some at the state level, and some at the local level. And even within that, we have great variation on the size of jurisdictions. We just heard about rural places versus urban places. The city or the county of Los Angeles with millions of people and small towns, and especially in New England and other parts of the country, which are still running elections. So with all that, with all the different policy, with all the different challenges, it's very hard to get your head around how much things cost. And so data is very important. And the EAVS survey, which has come out, is a very important way which the EAC provides a service to all sorts of stakeholders of not unifying the way we run elections, but trying to present a picture of the way we run elections in different ways. And then I won't say so much about it, maybe in another round of questions, but I do think it's important that we have processes in place, whether it's at the state level, something like Colorado, where there's an interaction between state and local election officials and the various types of election officials as to hashing out what they need and what elections actually cost and justifying to people who have the purse strings what things cost. And I think similarly at the federal level, where we have the HAVA grant system, which, you know, again, just to remind all of us that we didn't have any federal funding for elections until HAVA. And then we had a period of time where it looked like we wouldn't have any more. And then we've had a few sort of smaller rounds. That is facilitated by a process. Yes, a process that's in place, but also a process that's some dialogue between what states are doing, what Congress is going to look at, how they're able to look after the fact that how that money was spent. You know, all of that I think is very important. So that's in the realm of a kind of data, trying to have all these people who spend money on elections tell the purse string holders what they're doing, what's needed in this various way. And a lot of these processes are what's helpful in getting them to what they need to get.
Thank you for that. Lori.
Thank you. I think the key lesson for us as election officials is the data is what gives us credibility. It really takes it from the anecdotal to it's really evidence-based. And when we have this data, and if we're using EAVS data and things that we can see trends over time, it really gives us an evidence-based data that we can use to contact our legislature and contact the Secretary of State's office and really make our case for why we need this funding.
Thank you, Lori. Zach.
Yeah, thanks. You know, I think the reason this is really important is what I've been hearing after we recently published a book called The Republic If You Can Afford It. How much does it cost to administer elections? And you know, I was nervous how that would be received among election administrators because sometimes you don't want people to know how much you spend. But what I've overwhelmingly heard is thank you. Thank you for being able to, you know, we might think we're spending a lot, but when we looked at the data in your book, we're able to see that we're just like average. This is what the average is in our state. And so I think that, you know, what I'm hearing anecdotally is that that data has been really, really important. Now, I think there's a lot more data we need to be collecting on the cost of elections administration and the funding of elections administration. But I think overwhelmingly, I've heard just positive things about that. So I'm really happy.
Thank you for that. You know, I was, I read the book. I skimmed, admittedly, a lot of the methodology. If you've looked at the book, there's a lot of methodology, and that's because it's really hard to get this data. And really, you know, hats off to you and Martha for the work that went into that, to the effort in putting that product together. But and I guess I think about it sometimes, you know, from the national level, you know, even basic things. So often it's like, you know, we say, oh, for the best information, go to your local election official. Well, nobody's title is local election official. You know, it's municipal clerk. It's shout out to Massachusetts here with that first, but county clerk, auditor, recorder, supervisor of elections, your board of elections. You know, there's nobody that is just local election official as their title. And to me, that is certainly it exemplifies the challenge of the 50 state, but I think it leads into part of what you found, Zach, in the work. And so I was hoping you could share a little bit more about how the decentralized nature of our elections impacted like the reporting requirements and what you could find, and just really highlight in a briefer version of the book some of the challenges of getting to these numbers and to this data around election funding.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. And thanks for trying to read the methods section. It really was a really big puzzle to try to put together. And the big picture, I think we all kind of know, the number of jurisdictions, the variation in the type of jurisdictions that conduct elections at the local level. We're talking about cities, towns, villages, townships, counties, even 2 states run elections, right? And so if you think about those different levels of government and the amount of resources that each one has, it's very different, and the services that they're providing is just incredibly different. The difference between a town or village and township versus even most counties is quite significant. So those issues are especially reflected in our data, in that the smaller jurisdiction, shout out to Cameron wherever he is, for the rural jurisdictions, they're hard to get. Those are some of the hardest jurisdictions to get. Oddly, some of the states where they made data very available, there were also very large jurisdictions that were hard to get to. So it is a very complicated data process, but some specific issues that I want to just mention is, I think the way that we have thought about elections for a very long time has been the cost of an election versus the cost of elections administration, right? And as the election process has evolved, and I'm going to put a shout out to a new paper that I'm going to put out in Public Money and Management in a week, where I talk about how this all has evolved. It is just that cost of all of election administration throughout the year is so much more important now than just the cost of an election, which probably used to be the thing that was the most important to our states and our state law. So that was the first specific issue that we had to try and address. There's issues of direct and indirect costs, which are very different from state to state. And so, that technology, in some jurisdictions, you're going to have the IT support in-house. Other places, it's going to be, a separate department or maybe even contracted out. So those are issues. And finally, complications with accounting rules and forms of government, in that accounting rules in the United States aren't even consistent. So that alone makes this extremely challenging. But I think we put together what we felt was the best kind of comparable cost, the expenditures of elections. It's a very noisy data set in that sometimes we see very large costs and you think, oh, that must be an outlier, that must be a problem. No, that was just a jurisdiction building a building or purchasing new equipment, and so the data takes a lot of time to clean and go through and check. So those are just kind of some of the specific issues, but I'm happy to answer more questions about them if you all have them.
Thank you. Lori, I think a nice follow-up to that point is thinking about you and your office. Number one, at some point, if you want to mention what else you do besides elections, I think that's an important component, that has been noted and Zach noted in the book as well, where you have election offices with multiple responsibilities and sometimes staffers get shifted over at certain times a year. But I also think, Colorado is such a great example of I'm sure it was work to get it there, but the power of collecting this funding data and making a real world difference. And it'd be great if you could share a little bit about that story, how you and your colleagues sort of both how that came to be, how you made the case for more funding, and sort of what are some of the lessons that other election officials might take from the example.
Sure. So amongst our other duties as Colorado clerks, we do motor vehicle registrations and titling. We record public documents. All recorded land transactions are kept in our office, and we are the custodians of those and make them available to the public. We are clerk to the board of county commissioners. And one other obscure duty that I have is, or that we all have, is we keep track of stolen livestock, and we keep track of the brands for the cattle. It does make me sad when I see if there's a missing donkey or something. It just makes me so sad. I'm a little miniature donkey. I just always, when I'm posting those, it's always heartbreaking. But so for Colorado, the last time our reimbursement rate formula was updated was in 2012. And so for my county, I got 80 cents per registered voter. And as soon as it was signed into law, it was already outdated. So over the years, our legislative team consistently highlighted the growing cost of election administration, especially after 2016, when cybersecurity demands increased, and again in 2020, when greater transparency expectations and physical security concerns. On top of that, the counties faced a steady stream of unfunded policies that significantly raised the costs at the local level. So to build support, we made it a point to meet with every new legislator serving on key committees to explain not just the policy, but the operational and financial realities the counties were navigating. The EAVS data was essential to this effort. It gave us objective national benchmarks on things like mail ballot usage, in-person voting, poll worker recruitment, and technology infrastructure. We used the data to show how voter behavior was changing and how those changes translated directly into resource needs. For instance, as mail ballot voting grew, so did the need for secure ballot processing, signature verification staffing, and voter communication tools. The EAVS allowed us to say, this isn't theoretical, this is what's happening in our state and how it compares nationally. The key lesson for us is we do use this data, and it's important to keep track of it, and it's important to keep that consistent message of we need these resources and we need that evidence-based data to make this case.
Thank you for that. And thank you for sharing your other duties. When I see administrators like Paul Lux in the back that just have elections, I like to give a reminder to him that he could be rounding up cattle. You may.
One time I saw a friend on a list. I'm like, he stole a racehorse? What's he doing? Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't see this going that way, but I really appreciate, like, there's a through line there too, to me, between sort of the old model in Colorado of the amount per voter, and then thinking about, Zach, some of your research and how that doesn't work, and then Cameron's conversation earlier about rural jurisdictions. I think as we've seen election administration evolve and the costs evolve, there are costs that the math doesn't math when you're talking about per registered voter.
So we came up with a a percentage base instead of going chasing the cost of the per voter. So it doesn't matter. We all know any election we run, it's the same amount of costs if you have one contest on there or 30 contests. So we realized in the general elections, the number of contests typically split fairly evenly between the state and the county or municipal contests. So the level of effort required to administer the election really doesn't change based on the number of contests. Even if there's one contest countywide, the full election infrastructure needs to be deployed. So like you said, so instead of chasing the per voter or per contest costs, we proposed a simple and scalable percentage formula. We set it at 45%. We started with 50, but then we negotiated down to just make sure that the bill passed. This approach has two major benefits. It accounts for the shared responsibility in a fair and consistent way, and it allows reimbursements to automatically rise as election costs increase, eliminating the need for constant negotiation, keep going back to the legislature for more money or the secretary's office. And we know, like after 2020, how supply demands and paper costs, those just rose. And of course, we were still only getting the 80 cents per voter. So it's really made a big difference. So I'm not considered rural, even though I only have 16,000 voters in Colorado. That's medium size, but before I was getting around $12,000, $13,000 in a reimbursement, and this last general election, the 2024 election, was our new model and our first go at it, and I was getting close to 40. So it was a significant increase. Some of our really tiny counties, they might have got, hundreds of dollars, and now they got $20,000. Some of our largest jurisdictions received $500,000 more. So it was a really, really big deal for Colorado.
It's a great story. Thank you for sharing that. John, earlier you hit on, again, obviously, elections in the U.S. are decentralized. While some people wish that we gave out all the money, I wish we gave out all the money. It would make us a big deal. Just imagine, Don, if we got $5 billion a year to give out. Actually, that'd be a lot of work. But thinking about that, obviously, state and local and primarily local funding is responsible for paying for elections, but we do see this sort of sporadic federal support. We know and have certainly repeated the desire that we hear from election officials all the time, that if that was more regular, it would be helpful for budgeting and other reasons. But can you, John, talk a little bit about how we could improve a sort of a data-driven approach to think about how we fund elections? And that certainly can be any level, but feel free to chime in about the federal level.
Sure, and maybe I'll just use two examples. I mean, one, I have a recent paper where I praise Colorado for their process, but it could apply to any state. I think there is a necessary conversation that needs to go on in every state between state and local, and even among local. And you can just, again, I mean, how decentralized we are is really crazy. If you'd ever talk to any other country, there are other countries that have federalism, that have state and federal levels, but they still have kind of a lot of uniformity, right? You might have states, but you're basically have the same types of offices on the ballot. You have the same types of people running elections, and here, you don't, right? You have all sorts of ways. We haven't talked about some places where the election administration is split between clerks who do registration and people who run the elections on the day. And again, the very small and the very, very large places. So all of that's very difficult, but a conversation, which every state is going to be different, the relation between the state and the locals, but there is some relation. And some of those costs and in-kind costs are really going to have to be hashed out. And I mean, you think about our move to much more significant technology. Well, a large jurisdiction might have a very significant internal IT staff, or at least the county has a very significant IT staff, whereas the small places don't. How are those resources shared? How does that change the state and local jurisdiction? All those are difficult questions, but they're really necessary. And the process, if you do it well, has a benefit of showing local purse holders, state legislatures, what things really cost, what things really need, how things need to be shared. It's going to be a difficult process, but that's the kind of thing we need to do. I think at the federal level, we are really blessed to have had and still have the HAVA grant process in place. Ben, from his experience in Congress, and Commissioner Hicks also spent some time in Congress, knows how difficult it is. This is not the only area where we give out money to in a kind of federal way. And the arguments you have over formulas and how you get that money and who deserves what. I mean, these are difficult arguments. And so we did that, fortunately, after we passed the Help America Vote Act. A process is in place, and it has a lot of oversight and transparency from the fact that there's reporting back to the EAC, the IGs can have a significant look at what was spent and how it was spent, and then ultimately Congress. And I think we have all sorts of reasons, and people in this room who can think, well, we're great consumers of the data of the EAVS survey or this data that comes and information that comes from the HAVA grant process. But really, Congress they should be really happy. This is a better process for giving out money, a more transparent process than almost any of the other federal things that are out there. And so I hope that encourages Congress to think it's safe to be able to give money through this system, maybe hopefully regularly, but if not, regularly occasionally. But it is important to have those processes. And so I would just again, think to yourself, if you're researchers or local election officials, but particularly if you're in Congress, that this HAVA grant process has a lot of features that you'd want to see in figuring out a way of getting a pot of federal money to a lot of different places, but then having some flexibility how to use it, but also some oversight in how it comes back. And not that it's not perfect and we couldn't play with that process, but I think too infrequently it's not understood as a pretty well thought out and pretty well done process that has helped us and hopefully can help us in the future when we do more funding.
Thank you for that. I've got another question I'm going to run down the line, but I'll take this pause break to invite folks to be thinking about any questions they have for the panel. If you'd like to jot those down or just have me ask more questions, either one is fine, but just want to give a little teaser there that your opportunity for questions is coming up soon. And so while people think about that, I've got a question for everybody. Zach, I'm going to start with you since you wrote the book on it. I think that one of the things that I saw out of the book is that we have some understanding of election funding, but there's really a lot more room for additional research and exploration, and to tell the story of how elections are funded in the United States. What I want to ask everybody is, with that in mind, are there areas where future research efforts could be directed to sort of yield the most significant impact? And what are some of those areas that really are probably the lowest hanging fruit, or we should consider first?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I'm going to go back though to what I'm hearing from elections officials, and that is, while it's great now that we have some idea of total cost and how it varies across the country and by size of jurisdiction and over time, what they really want to know more about is line item cost. So by that, I mean, how much are you spending on your, part-time temporary staff as you're going through, how many, those sorts of things that are really buried in the details of the data. And, I can't at this time give them any sort of answer to that. But I think, there's potentially methods out there for getting into the line items of the budget and really starting to explore those costs. I think if you're talking about impact to elections administration, that's it for me.
Thank you. Lori.
Talking about the HAVA funds, I just, from a local perspective, just wanted to know some of the limitations. The HAVA grants are distributed to the states and not directly to the counties. So it means the state controls how those funds are allocated, and the priorities may not always align with where the counties are. And we're the ones that are actually running the elections, and we have the greatest needs. In some cases, counties may receive little or no funding for critical local needs like poll worker recruitment, physical security, or replacing aging equipment. Our HAVA funding is unpredictable, like we were talking about. It's not a consistent or guaranteed source of revenue, making it very difficult for counties to plan long-term or sustain improvements. Sometimes we can buy all of the video equipment, but then how do we maintain it, and the storage for 25 months as we're required to do? Those ongoing costs, we don't have the funding for. So smaller rural counties often operate on tight budgets, and then we rely heavily on local tax dollars or short-term grants. And federal funds that are routed through states don't always make it to jurisdictions that need it the most. This isn't the only funding. My whole county, we have 80% public lands in my county, so we don't get property taxes from those. So we get PILT funds, payment in lieu of taxes. And that's can be not guaranteed and episodic. So that's one of the biggest funds that we have. And if that goes away, plus if we can't depend on other funding through HAVA grants, it makes it really challenging for us. And even when we do get to apply for some HAVA grants through our HAVA money through our state, the application process wasn't difficult, but the timing of when the funds became available in the grant process, it wasn't made clear. We'd already done our budgets for that next year. And then there was a match that I needed to come up with to accept these grant funds because it was only supposed to be for federal elections. So it's hard to come up with a dollar amount for an improvement for, say, an automatic door, an accessibility door, when, oh, you can use it for even years, but you can't use it for odd years. It just doesn't seem applied as well as it could be. So those are some of my challenges.
Thank you for that. John.
First, I was here praising HAVA grants, and I hear criticisms in certain ways. I'm gonna my remarks were mostly dedicated to the difficulty of thinking of how federal policymakers, federal legislators have of trying to give money out in a diffuse way. And I think my biggest praise is for the fact that we do have a process that has a lot of transparency. And yes, there are always these trade-offs. Again, if you're looking at water resources or money for crime funds or highway funds, there are all sorts of battles in Congress that go on all the time. But a fair amount of that has at least been hashed out. And I think the transparency of sort of seeing after the fact what was spent is a real virtue. So I'm selling this, I think, to Congress to remind them what they have is pretty good. A fair enough point at the state level, thinking about how a state and its localities interact is difficult. And it is done in some programs, but thinking about federal ways in which they give money directly to localities gets to be extremely complicated. So I'm not absolving HAVA grants of that responsibility, but I do think there is an accountability in the process, which I'm hopeful of, that will help with future funding. I guess the other thing I would say is the obvious point that it would be great if we had funding that were somewhat for more regular or annual needs. And then, of course, we have big one-time purchases or very infrequent purchases, especially of voting equipment. And, HAVA grants allow money to be spent over time in different ways. So there's some flexibility, but we do have to be cognizant of that. Our first round of the most money coming after HAVA, so much money was thought to be needed for new technology. And we went out and, basically bought lots and lots of machines. And, the history of that is some of those machines, maybe people rethought later. And of course, those machines themselves get old and need to be bought again. So I do think it is important that we, to the extent we can really persuade people that regular funding is needed, to also think about the regular funding that's needed for on an annual basis or a 2-year basis, if you want to say that, or these long-term, more capital needs, which are obvious out there, need to be accounted for, and that we could do a better job of finding a way to explain that and to provide a process for that.
Thank you. And one thing I'll just plant a seed for folks. We hear, Lori, to your point, we hear a lot about, that not all states treat their HAVA money the same way. We've certainly seen Congress over the years at different times attempt to think about how you could get a portion of that down to the local level. One of the balances that is a real challenge. For those of you less familiar, most of HAVA grants have traditionally been a formula grant with a minimum and then based on population. But if that continues down, or if you do that to a local level, especially thinking about the rural conversation, where is that line that the burden for compliance outweighs the money that a jurisdiction would be getting? And so in some ways, the states are a useful vehicle to be able to pass through, but certainly we hear, and there are challenges that states definitely think about in different ways. And again, that varies from, a number of states, cover most of the statewide voter registration database cost, for example, and that benefits all the jurisdictions. But a few of the questions that we got from the audience hit on some of these things. So I'm going to do some mixing and matching with them. We do have a local somewhere out there who notes that most of the states don't really provide a lot of funding assistance. How do we get more states involved? So I'll throw that out. But I think to go with it, I'll mix and match a couple of these so people can choose. We talk a lot about elections being underfunded. What proof do we have, to show policymakers that they are underfunded? And then there was a specific one for Lori, but I'll open it up about what's been the most successful messaging when talking to legislatures about election funding. And so I guess for the collective, the way I'll combine those is, this is a local, state, and federal responsibility. And thinking about how we communicate that so people understand where those funding shortcomings are, if they are, and what that looks like. Welcome anybody. Lori, I'll let you go first since you also had the messaging one thrown on there and what was effective in talking to your legislators about election funding.
I think one of our big messages is the risks of underfunding. Usually we only find that out when something goes wrong. We want to try to avoid something going wrong, but just it's taken a while. It's not like this happened overnight. We have a real strong clerks association with we have teams on the clerks association that we study all legislation and propose legislation through cleanup bills, and we're constantly saying we are underfunded. And finally, we were able to make progress, but like I said, it just didn't happen overnight. It was over probably about 10 years. So, but I think just there are costs to underfunding elections, and bad things happen. And I didn't want to sound like I was underappreciative of my HAVA funds because I still was able to apply and get those funds. I also applied for some nonprofit grants to make up for my match, but I do have a generator now, which I didn't have as a rural community, so I can run my ballot processing room when the power goes out. But I don't know if that's sufficient for the.
Yeah, and always a good reminder of the old adage: if you think a good election costs a lot, you should see what a bad one costs. It is always a reminder of that. Zach, I don't know if you want to comment a little bit about sort of that evidence that is either out there or how we could do a better job showing, again, I think anecdotally and just, again, not, I will say, qualifier, I broad brush strokes think elections are underfunded. I make that statement a lot. I have had jurisdictions say to me, I have great county commissioners and they give me whatever I need. So there are jurisdictions certainly that have that are well resourced, but that is not what we find across the country.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I'm glad we're having this discussion about the funding streams, because when I was thinking about the most important things going forward, you know, I said line item costs, but funding is right up there, and we don't have good data on where the funding comes from. The Dole and Kennedy Institutes just put out a report on funding, and it varies a lot by state. It varies a lot within a state, right? But that's probably something else that we could use more data on. But the question of, are we underfunded? Yes, absolutely. There are these counties that they spend a lot, or election jurisdictions that spend a lot. And it's almost idiosyncratic within a state, random almost, how, you know, in a state like North Carolina, you can look at one county, and right next to it, an identical county with identical population, identical everything, they're spending 50% more. So the question of, you know, are elections underfunded? Well, yes, in some places. That's probably the answer. You know, I think some of the evidence that points to elections are underfunded a lot, or can be underfunded. You have to look at where the source of funding for election jurisdictions is at the local level. And so if you look at the 2008 to 2016 period, which is what we looked at in the book, you know, there was a global recession, and election spending went down. Did we have fewer voters? No, not really. So that suggests to me that the local jurisdictions are not capable, especially during recessionary periods like that one, to be able to you know, fund all the needs, the generators and the, you know, cybersecurity. We haven't even talked about cybersecurity and the increasing needs for that. So yeah, there's data out there about that, but I do think we need more data on where the funding is coming from and what constitutes a good stream of funding.
Thank you for that. And it also reminds me to give a shout out to Chris Walker of Jackson County, Oregon, who's been one of the more vocal advocates. The way that her jurisdiction is based and a lot of their funding comes from the recording duties and the fees associated with that. So when there is an economic downturn, while maybe nothing has changed about elections, her budget decreases and she loses election staff because less people are buying and selling houses or property. And so again, that's just an interesting reminder about how election funding looks across the country. With that, we're running close on time. So John, I will give you the final word, other than the final word I give after your final word, but nonetheless, the near final word on those questions.
Great. A couple things about the question of local election officials wondering how they might get more funding and get more attention to the funders at the state level. You know, again, I mentioned this earlier, but you can think about the history of elections where before Bush v. Gore, I think there were only 7 states that had statewide computer voter registration databases. HAVA moved us in that direction. We have a lot more just necessary connection between state and locals than we used to. Our elections are becoming more integrated in that way. So if you want to run early voting centers and you need a live connection to a database and you have to do it in every county, you know, that's something we wouldn't have thought about before all of this happened. So I do think the conversations around, especially the types of integrated state and local aspects of elections, especially in registration, are ways in which you can make the case for why your local jurisdiction, your county has needs, and some of those are in-kind needs. Maybe just make the state needs to do this for us, or actual money coming your way. And then the second thing I would say is state associations. Like, and Lori mentioned Colorado, and a number of states and commonwealths out there have good election networks of local election officials, and that can be helpful in a way of advocating to the legislature. But that sounds like a pretty adversarial process, and maybe it is sometimes. But I think a really good state association can be one that the localities really start to have a say as to what legislation gets passed, or at least are consulted, and how these things are shaped. And it also deals with this small, large problem. Every state has this small, usually rural and large urban jurisdictions, great differences of resources. And those state associations often help bridge that gap. Sometimes it's formal. They actually could share resources across county lines, or get the state to understand that the state needs to help out the smaller counties in ways maybe that large ones don't, but also in training and other ways. So, I think those two ways are ways that local jurisdictions can start to make the case that they're have some special needs, need some funding, and can go through these processes to get them.
Well, thank you for that. And a big thank you to the panel for a great conversation about election funding. And you may not have even noticed, but our next stop is lunch. So that is the final word. We will have about an hour, so we will be back at 12:45. I have no idea where lunch is, probably right out there. If you all want to patiently wait in your seats, I will go out and find it. We'll see you in an hour. Thank you.
All right, we're going to get going. Gretchen Mock, you're being disruptive. If you can end your conversation. Great. Well, thanks, everyone. Thanks to the panelists for, this morning for a lot of really interesting discussion, presentations, good questions. So let's keep it going this afternoon. As y'all saw, as y'all saw this morning, I'm Charles Stewart from MIT, and we're going to have a very interesting panel on using data for list maintenance. This is a really important issue that I don't really have to underscore for anybody in this room or on the live stream. One of the things whenever I'm talking about this issue, especially with the public, is I bring back the very first convening that we ever had of the Caltech MIT Voting Technology Project out at Pasadena in the spring of, this would have been 2001. We invited a whole bunch of people to this convening to kind of talk about issues of elections in America. And we invited a few people from across the pond to come and participate and to talk about election administration from outside the United States. And I remember one of the panelists was on the Electoral Commission from Belgium. And he started off his presentation by literally waving his finger and saying, the problem with you Americans is that you weren't conquered by Napoleon. And he went on to talk about how administrative practice in much of Central and Eastern Europe was generated by the Napoleonic desire to know what he had conquered, and then to build an administrative state that centralized a lot of decision making. To the point, in many parts, as many of y'all know, whenever you move in many countries in Europe, find democratic places that are our peers, you have to go to the police station and tell them that you've moved. And if you don't do that, you face a pretty good fine. And so, yes, we weren't conquered by Napoleon. Although one of the times I told this story, I was actually giving a talk in New Orleans, which in fact was conquered by Napoleon, or at least bought by Napoleon. We're at the other end of the extreme, and that gives rise to severe and serious issues with list maintenance, getting people onto the rolls and then making sure those rolls are clean, as we also have the most mobile population of any country in the world that's not at war internally. And so it's a real challenge. I'm delighted to have three colleagues here today. We have Austin James, who's the election director and chief legal counsel for the Montana Secretary of State's office, Quinn Raymond, who's the co-founder and policy strategist at Vote Shield, and Rachel Orey, who's the director of the Elections Project at the Bipartisan Policy Center. And the way we're going to do this is I have a couple of questions for the panelists. We'll go down the row, and they will raise issues around list maintenance that are particular to their perspectives. As with the other panels, if you can think about questions, please write them out and get them to the EAC staff, and we'll have time for questions. You'll be graded on the quality of your questions. Actually, you won't. I don't want to discourage questions. You won't be graded on the quality of your questions. So let's start, and we'll go down the line. And Rachel, we'll start with you. And accurate voter rolls help ensure eligible voters can cast their ballots, election officials can plan effectively. Why is voter list maintenance essential to the health of our elections, and what makes it challenging to do it well, whether it's legally, logistically, all the above?
Yeah, thanks so much, Charles. And hi, everyone. It's so good to be here with all of you. As you mentioned, voter lists have what I think of as both a voter-facing and an election office-facing function. So for voters, registration lists help assign a voter to their appropriate administrative precinct. So in the United States, a voter's vote is tied to their political jurisdiction to make sure that the people who represent them are representing their geographic boundaries. And so this helps ensure that voter is able to vote for everything from their correct water district to their correct member of Congress. I also think on this note that a kind of lesser known or lesser discussed benefit of making sure that someone is correctly registered to vote at their current address is that voter lists are a precursor to campaign and election office outreach. So voter lists help make sure that a voter is getting outreach and information from candidates running for office. It also helps make sure that they get relevant information from their election office about when and how to vote, or even whether they get the correct sample or mail ballot. On the election office side, registration lists have a number of important functions, establishing who is eligible to vote, and helping election officials plan for logistical needs during an election, being able to anticipate about how many voters are going to turn out, how and where. So these dual purposes, one election office facing and one voter facing, can sometimes create a conflicting narrative of what list maintenance is for. So removing a voter from the voter list is often characterized as voter purging, a term that has kind of lost its meaning in the public discussion. It's equating all list maintenance activity with disenfranchisement. And to be sure, this can happen. List maintenance can sometimes result in the wrongful removal of a voter from the rolls. But our understanding is that the majority of the time, cancellations reflect voters who have in fact moved and are no longer eligible at their prior jurisdictions. So when done properly, list maintenance can be a tool of both suppression and enfranchisement, or rather it cannot be a tool of suppression and instead is a form of making sure that a voter is correctly registered at their current place of residence. But like Charles said, we weren't conquered by Napoleon, so we have a very complicated and decentralized bureaucratic structure. So it's all well and good to say that list maintenance can be a tool of access, but that requires being able to make sure registrations are current and voters' registration follows them where they go. Most voters kind of think that's the case, so they don't notify their election office when they move. So election offices are often left trying to patch together information from a variety of government sources that doesn't always match up. So some of the big challenges I like to think about with list maintenance are, one, the NCOA, National Change of Address List, often lacks key identifiers that enable election officials to make high quality matches. The NCOA doesn't have a date of birth or an SSN4, so you kind of are left making lower quality matches that may or may not be a good indicator of whether that voter is the person that's showing up on the NCOA list. We also know that coordination between election offices and DMVs is inconsistent at best, even though, according to the latest release of EAVS, the vast majority, so 58.6% of registrations do happen through the DMV. And finally, each state has its own registration database with different formats and standards. So there's no national template or interoperable system through which registrations can be shared across states. Of course, we might discuss ERIC a little bit later. So all of this makes list maintenance very important, but logistically, legally, and politically very challenging.
Thanks, Rachel. That's a great overview of non-Napoleonic voter registration and list maintenance. Well, I said something about Napoleon. I thank Rachel for her summary of our non-Napoleonic election list maintenance system. I'm going to turn it over to Austin. And in Montana, your state recently participated in an EAC pilot, and speaking about kind of different, data sources using credit bureau data for list maintenance. Can you talk about this experience using Experian and how you decided to do the cross-checking and to track the data related to the address changes?
You bet. I think that was a good overview of the challenges with list maintenance. And sometimes we have a bit of limitations from what we can and can't do under the NVRA. And we've watched the NCOA matches continue to go down. So being innovative is a really important piece of election administration going forward. And we were looking for something when the EAC offered a pilot program. It's funny because we were felt hamstrung by federal legislation, but at the same time, then we're able to use a federal program for a federal agency to pilot a program outside of the federal legislation, which was the pilot program, and it was remarkably successful. So I'll go through a little bit of what we did different than other folks, and maybe you'll understand why. So first of all, what we did is we took our voter list and we tried to separate it out as much as possible. Most of the time when you're doing huge batch uploads, it's like fishing with a worm for every type of water, for every type of species. You've got to separate who your voters are out. And so we made sure that active lists were different than the inactive lists. We removed the provisional and pending voters. We tried to look for voters that had seasonal addresses so that we were parsing out who our uploads were, right? There's distinction one between Montana and other states for which data goes in so that we have good data that goes out. And the next thing that we did, which I really encourage for a national model, is we looked at how we could, rather than the election office update voter records, how we could encourage voters to update their own records and make voter initiated activity, which can also occur within proximity of the election. And we did that by looking at private sector marketing principles to create different pieces. Some of our outreach were postcards with graphics. Some of our outreach was letters. Some of it was designed to be more towards out of state. The credit bureau gives us a new address that is out of state. The narrative in that is sent to out of state that discusses that Montana needs you to cancel your voter registration and that you cannot be a Montana voter if you have changed your residence, but still has enough narrative that we're not encouraging folks outside of that. We looked at whether or not you personalize the letter to a name or just to a Montana voter, so that way, even if it goes to an address that is potentially different, but still that voter is able to utilize that activity to scan a QR code to see their voter registration address. They're still knowing when the absentee ballot is going to arrive. So it has both encouraging information and micro-targeted information based on the different data sets, but then also encourages as activity. And from a metric standpoint, Montana's undeliverable rating by doing the NVRA process and then by doing the pilot process, then having a primary election and doing 4 more rounds of the pilot project before we had our general election absentee send out, our undeliverable rates for our absentee ballots in the general election was cut in half from 2022. So we've had a remarkable success through being able to do that. And I think that that's a mix of different things. The last thing that I think we learned that's important for those of you that are interested in this process is that once we had good data going in to the credit bureau data, and by credit bureau data, the election office isn't looking at what you have purchased or how many loans you have, right? Well, if we're looking at how can we match the character of a person by their address, their name, their birthday. And so we have good data that goes in, we get good data that comes out, and then after that, we used a Melissa data to do an additional scrub, make sure that we had a good deliverability rating of the address that we received from TransUnion, and to make sure that we had another additional layer, and continue to refine our lists and our uploads to pull off people that had updated their the portion. So rather than just sending it out to all voters, we were looking at how can we micro-target, how can we micro-message, and how can we encourage voter-initiated activity to that specific voter, and if not, to the individual that receives the postcard, the message, the letter, the poster, or other type of material.
Great, thanks for that. Thanks for that. And one of the things that you mentioned, and maybe we can come back to it, later on in this panel, is you mentioned the number of times you're also mailing out ballots, because you're a state with quite a bit of mail balloting, and it's been remarked to me many times that states with a lot of mail balloting also has many more opportunities to actually scrub the lists, and so accuracy is important in keeping the wasted mail costs down, but it also provides more opportunities to make sure you know who your electorate is. So moving on to Quinn. So Vote Shield takes a data-driven approach to monitoring changes to voter registration systems. First, could you kind of tell the audience about Vote Shield? I've followed it for years. It's a really interesting project, but not everybody knows about it. And then from your perspective, how can election officials leverage data for effective list maintenance?
I will say, I think you were one of our first external meetings, so it's
I was
funny to see it come full circle 8 years later. So we founded Vote Shield in 2017 to help election officials monitor changes to their voter registration data. Our main concerns, both then and now, are potential cyber attacks from nation-state adversaries, as well as good faith administrative errors that might undermine public faith in elections. And I will say, we often find good faith administrative errors. We have not yet found a successful cyber attack. But in terms of how this works, we every week upload the publicly available voter file for a state, track changes not just at the record level, but down to each granular field in each individual record. We visualize and analyze these changes in search of anomalies. And maybe someone in this very smart room of people can come up with a better term than anomalies, because it makes regular people very uncomfortable when they hear about anomalies. They're not necessarily a sign that something is wrong, just interesting, mathematically interesting. And so, for example, regular list maintenance, address normalization, or a host of other completely normal changes could be spotted by our system and labeled an anomaly. So then our data analysts, as well as election officials at both the state and local level, can examine these anomalies and determine if any of them require follow-up and remediation. So we work in a strictly nonpartisan fashion in dozens of states with election officials across the political spectrum, and we're really happy to be here today. Thanks, Charles.
And one of the things I'd be kind of curious as you were talking, again, maybe we come back to it. Maybe one of you will have the question, is to talk about the relationships you have with the states and how in this era where there are restrictions in states from working with outside groups and taking outside support, you kind of navigate those things. That would be interesting to hear. You can answer now, or we can kind of come back.
Yeah, I mean, always working in good faith. And, you know, because we've been open and transparent about our values from the start when we work with election officials, all qualified voters are entitled to participate in free and fair elections, hopefully not a controversial belief. Voter registration databases should be both complete and accurate, something that NIST taught us over the years. Election officials are working in good faith towards these goals, and I think that that is a really important distinction, and the formula to our successful partnering with election officials across the entire political spectrum is understanding that they're working in good faith. And we reach that understanding not as an article of faith, but based on a data-driven conclusion that we reached over the last 8 years. We've been watching hundreds of millions of voter records change regularly all across the country, and we see the rigor and the fastidiousness of election officials, again, across the entire political spectrum, and that gives us our faith and confidence in U.S. elections. So I would say good faith gets you about 90% of the way there, and good math gets you the last 10%.
Okay. As a former seminarian, I'll take 90% on faith. So, so to come back to Rachel. You're collaborating with Professor Michael Morse from UPenn on this very interesting report. I've seen drafts exploring list maintenance, and you find that the NVRA, National Voter Registration Act, includes procedural protections that were designed in part to compensate for poor quality data and voter mobility. Can you walk us through the benefits and challenges that come from these protections?
Absolutely. And Michael Morse just had his baby over the weekend, so sadly he cannot be here himself, but congratulations to him. So yeah, as we've discussed, I think every conversation about list maintenance starts with the difficulty and sort of decentralized nature of the data that exists to inform it. So the problem is that even when credible evidence, even when high quality data exists, federal law limits election officials' ability to act on it swiftly. So NVRA fails to determine what we call a minimum substantive standard for list maintenance activity for initiating a voter removal. Quite infamously, the Houston case before SCOTUS, they state that the NVRA requires no particular quantum of evidence of a change in residence to begin the cancellation process. So in this world, there's no significant distinction between weak indicators like undeliverable mail or non-voting to begin the cancellation process, as opposed to what we might think of as high quality indicators. So that might be something like a motor vehicle transaction updating an address, or a notification of an address match through ERIC. Instead, the NVRA defers to these procedural protections. So unless a voter confirms their move in writing, An election official cannot remove a voter from the rolls after a suspected move unless they send that cancellation notice and then the voter fails to vote in the next two general elections, which is a process that can take 2 to 4 years. And this is despite the fact that according to the most recent EAVS, the vast majority of confirmation notices, about 70%, are not returned by a voter. So you're really initiating the cancellation process and then using an unreliable method, this thing we're sending in the mail, to then determine whether that voter is going to be removed, regardless of how good of a piece of data you had to begin that process was. So this slow and uncertain process leads to what we kind of call in popular discourse bloated voter rolls, where you even at times have more voters on the voter rolls than there are voting eligible members of the population. I think we've seen this be a consistent data point that folks point to who are skeptical of elections, who say, why are there so many more people registered than there are eligible? And then you kind of fight that losing battle of trying to explain NVRA's procedural protections to them. So these consequences are, twofold. One, we have advocates who say that the NVRA doesn't sufficiently protect against wrongful removals. And then two, you have these sort of bloated rolls that can fuel skepticism and lawsuits about voter registration. So one idea that we explore with Michael in the report is whether we can flip that framework, essentially, establish a set of minimum standards for reliable evidence to initiate a voter removal, and then still have the procedural protections as a backup when evidence is less reliable. I think the key point here, and we are in a room of very smart people, would love to discuss this later, is what a strong set of minimum standards would look like. I think reasonable people will disagree about what that is. Current available evidence suggests that some pretty reliable indicators for a match would be something like a matching name, date of birth, address, and SSN4, a driver's license, or some combination of those 4 indicators that could give you pretty high confidence that that two individuals showing up on different records are in fact the same person. So yeah, there's a real need for research and experimentation in this space, but that is how procedural protections can sometimes serve a really good purpose, but have unintended negative consequences for kind of trust and perception in voter rolls.
Thanks. Austin, I want to turn it back to the EAVS report just a bit. And since this is a week after EAVS Day, and in the 24 in EAVS, y'all reported that most counties send out voter confirmation cards to every registered voter after the state had completed legislative redistricting. How has that effort improved list maintenance in the state?
Great question. Montana had 1 congressional delegate in beginning in 1992, went from 2 to 1. We got our second one back in the last census. As a result, we had to do quite a bit of redistricting. Not all counties sent out those cards, but every county which was redistricted did. There are some areas that remain the same. Once they were redistricted, it's part of our state policy, state statute, that we send out a confirmation card if you're put into a different district. Then that allows the election official to be able to utilize the framework that's built in for a confirmation card to be sent out. And if it's returned undeliverable, to begin separate processes for list maintenance, which is really, really helpful to be able to do specific reach outs in non-critical election times, when you can spend more time on the phone engaging with voters and doing other things like that, and you're not in the process of an election because it's the January after, right? Which is really helpful. The one thing that was hurtful and maybe breeds really well into Rachel's points is there was one specific county which sent out those confirmation cards to both active and inactive voters. And as a result, you had a stream of individuals who called the election office and said, I just received a voter confirmation card. I've lived at this house for 5 years. And there's these variety of different people with different names that appear to be registered to vote at this household. And now we have questions about the election system, and that's very rightfully so, right? And that also includes some UOCAVA voters who maybe haven't been at that residence in 40 years. if somebody has bought that house in the 1980s and they've lived there ever since, they'd be a little confused as to why there is a voter confirmation card coming from somebody else. So back to my earlier point of being really smart with how you target your lists and how you streamline that data down. But that said, making a state policy or making it to be a general best practice that you send out a voter confirmation card when somebody is put into a different district, particularly when you have municipal areas that change a little bit, can help trigger an awareness by the election office that someone has moved. And in Montana, remember that in most places, we all know each other. So it's pretty easy to be like, Kathy, you haven't updated your voter registration address. Can you get this form in? And in a rural state like Montana, that works really effectively in non-election times. And having those different procedures that allow us to do that list maintenance in non-election times is really, really helpful.
Right. So by the way, I will note, and I'm sure the political scientists in the room noted when you said, if you're redistricted, do you have to send out these confirmations? And some counties did, and some counties didn't. And there's a bunch of political scientists writing down natural experiment we must study. So you might be getting some phone calls.
I accept.
Excellent. Another partnership done right on the stage. Okay, Quinn. So monitoring changes in voter registration lists over time can provide valuable insights. Why is it necessary to track voter list maintenance data over time? And how can this longitudinal data assist with election officials?
Well, we're here at MIT, so let me indulge.
Therefore, we use the term longitudinal.
Yeah, exactly.
In asking the question.
I would say that time-based granular voter registration data is basically an incredibly powerful read-only time machine. And this matters because the laws that govern voter list maintenance are filled with time requirements. For instance, records need to be inactive for 2 federal general elections before they can be removed, and you can't do most list maintenance during the 90 days before an election. So there are good reasons for these laws. They provide reasonable grace to both voters and election administrators who are trying to get their work done. But as a result, you need granular longitudinal data to assess that maintenance is being done correctly. In other words, when was this particular record inactivated? And when was it then removed? And I'll say the most common issue that we do run into, again, good faith mistakes here, is that sometimes canceled records haven't been inactive long enough to be legally removed under current law. And this is a comparatively easy thing to prove when you have time sequenced voter registration data that is not aggregated but granular. And it's not just about ensuring that a state is treating voter records with consistency. It's making sure that each county or each jurisdiction, can see what's going on with their own records. But you can verify that local jurisdictions are doing their legally required list maintenance in the first place. And I will say this with love, especially since we're on a hallowed EAVS day. It's far greater immediacy than the 2-year EAVS cycle, right? So we look at this voter registration data and the changes to it every week. And that is obviously a very different cadence than every 2 years.
I want to see at the moment, I have a bunch of more questions, but I want to see if we either have from online or the cards, or I see the cards moving forward. Bring your pledges, your money down to the front. Excellent. So we'll start with Montana. So let's see. So how were you able to account for voters who might not show up in the credit bureau list or database? For instance, young voters, voters without established lines of credit, low income voters, et cetera. So folks who wouldn't be in the Experian data set.
That's a great question. And I think that it goes to a larger principle, which is that if you are looking for one method of list maintenance, we are constantly going to have problems with good lists in America. You need to have a lot of arrows in your quiver, and the credit bureau data provides us with another arrow in our quiver to be able to reduce it down. Like I said, we started out with the national change of address at the beginning of the year. We then moved on to the confirmation cards after redistricting. We then moved on to the credit bureau data. And so we had a lot of different ways to be able to go towards a lot of different individuals. And in some cases, I think that you'd be quite surprised as to which demographics you may hit through the credit bureau data. Lots of people have cell phones. There's a lot of different ways that you may be able to potentially hit into that system, and they're much different than those who report to the government that the government's post office service that they would like their mail forwarded, because most young people like myself bank online and they see no need to update their forwarding of their address. You're going to be able to hit those voters that are necessary that the current system is not hitting. So I would actually flip the question to the other direction and say that it's a tool to hit those voters.
Thanks. So the next question we have, I think, has been touched on a little bit, but maybe we can drill down a bit further, and it has to do with the challenges of accurately matching people across lists. And all of our panelists have perspectives on this. And so the question goes on, are there particular ways or methods of matching that have been shown to be better or worse in doing this matching across lists? And what are the hallmarks of a responsible matching strategy? Does anyone want to start, or I will cold call?
I mean, I'll jump in and say that VoteShield does most of its work without matching to external data sets. We really try to get the data directly from the horse's mouth, in this case, the state, and look at the intrinsic data in the voter registration file, and look at that over time. And there are reasons why at least outside groups like ours need to be extremely careful when joining data. And I think the first is that you can have a lot of false negatives and a lot of false positives depending on the particular approach you take towards matching. And then I think the second is one of data provenance, another MIT word. So
that's a Harvard word, I think.
Said as an art history major, the provenance of data is incredibly important. And frankly, a lot of data falls off of a truck when it is being used in the private sector, right? So if you look at a direct mail marketing data company, their whole job is to sell data, leads, et cetera, to do direct mail advertising to consumers. And, you know, in that case, if they don't get 100% match rate on someone being who they think someone is, it's not the end of the world. You just don't get a postcard for a mattress. But if you get that wrong when it comes to someone's basic rights, that becomes a little more problematic. And I think it's especially problematic when we see outside activist groups who were leveraging mass challenges, because again, there is this problem of what is the matching criterion you're using? And then the second question, and that is very rarely transparent. And then the second problem is, how is this redundant to the work that the election officials are already doing? And then I think the final problem is obviously, where did you get this data that claims that someone may have moved, relocated, died, whatever? I think the thing is that when you're working with the government, there is going to hopefully be a lot more accountability around the accuracy, transparency, and privacy ramifications of using external data sets.
Rachel?
Yeah, can I just thank you? So there are, I think, a couple things that get in the way of really high quality matching. I think one thing that's interesting is that federal law requires election officials to maintain that statewide computerized database where voters have to have a unique identifier, but that unique identifier is doesn't have to be kind of interoperable with other states. Election officials first ask for a driver's license or ID number, and then if unavailable, are able to ask for that SSN or partial SSN unless they're in one of these 5 exempt states that may use a full social security number. But this means that for voters moving across states, you may not have that unique identifier that can confidently join a voter and confirm that someone has in fact moved. You end up having to rely on something like a name match, which different name formatting standards can mean that names don't match. You also have individuals with the same name. You're often sort of having to patch together information from different sources that may not be in the same format, may not have the same data points, and try to kind of suss out what a confident outcome of that data is. I think some other things that come to mind are the issuance date. So like how recent an interaction, say, with the DMV was. If you recently updated or got a new license, and then also submitted a kind of NCOA change of address, which one takes preference? I think most election offices I've talked to would say that the most recent transaction would be the one that's deferred to as that voter's current address. But if you have something like the NCOA that doesn't tell a voter that that information might be used for a registration transaction, then that voter might not intend for the NCOA to result in an update to their registration. So it's really just this sort of like complex, convoluted, I think, what was the word you used? The sort of many arrows being used to confirm a transaction. And so I think just like the kind of long-term investments we can make in better data sharing within states, better data sharing across states, developing some of those common data standards that could lead to higher quality matches will all over time improve the quality of list maintenance.
Austin, I know that you've lived this. What do you have to offer?
What I was reflecting on as both of you were talking is I think that bodes into why Montana focused on initiating the voter to make the activity rather than just utilizing the information to unilaterally, as an election office, update those lists. And simultaneously, why we tried to focus and learn from the process as our communication went on. You can still provide information to voters even if it's the wrong recipient, while simultaneously getting good information to the right recipient. And so I don't have to worry about it not being a confirmed match because the person contacted the election office and said, that used to be my address and here's my new one. And I'm real confident in that person telling the election official that they know what their personal story is. So it's not just a reliance on the data, it's how can we be innovative with what we use it for.
Great, thanks. And the final question for the audience can seem to be kind of weedy, but in the weeds, but it's one that kind of comes up a lot, especially in issues of mass challenges. It has to do with NCOA. And so, and all of y'all have touched on this, but I think it'd be good to just kind of hit this one directly. One of you, I think it was Rachel, mentioned the NCOA is less helpful than it used to be. Is that because fewer people are notifying the Postal Service of a move due to their new requirement of requiring ID to initiate a change of address, or are there other problems with the NCOA?
I think that was Austin. Do you want to go first?
Sure. I did say it, so I'm happy to have that. We can see in the numbers that the percentage of matches continues to go down, and I think that reflects sort of a larger trend. You provide your driver's license and other types of things when you're going through the process to update a forwarding address with your USPS. It adds a little bit of an additional technicality for the voters. People are, again, banking online and not worried about what mail they're potentially missing. In Montana, we have a lot of rural voters. For instance, my folks, they live 22 miles from the post office. There's no delivery to their house. And they go to a post office box. The same is true on a lot of our tribal lands, where there's no need to update to the USPS your mailing address because there's no mail to your address. So I think that's probably not why the trend is going down, but it bodes into why you need another arrow in your quiver.
I guess I would also just add, big picture context, thinking about time again. The NVRA was passed in 1993 in a pre-internet era country. And without opening up the Pandora's box of what an optimal version of the NVRA would look like, I will say that there are intrinsic challenges as that legislation ages compared to where we are now as a society vis-a-vis technology.
This is MIT, and if we were here a decade ago, I would have asked y'all, how can blockchain help with this? Thankfully, I'm not going to ask that question, but I'm going to substitute the word artificial intelligence and machine learning. What opinion? I mean, do y'all have opinions about the value of large language models, artificial intelligence, et cetera? I mean, well, I'll leave it there. Go.
No, I feel exactly the same way as Commissioner Palmer with the big groan at the name of artificial intelligence. But my professional answer is that I'm not sure we're there yet. I think there's been a lot of vigilante list maintenance efforts to use publicly available voter lists to try and match and identify instances of fraud. I worry that feeding any kind of voter list into some kind of generative AI or large language model would have a similar effect. I also think that there are so much more lower hanging fruit that would improve list maintenance before we start trying to layer a large language model on top of it. Many election offices and departments of motor vehicles have outdated infrastructure that makes real-time updates and data sharing within a state hard. We could start there, I think would be a good place. But I do also think that artificial intelligence is broad, and there are machine learning techniques that can and already do improve list maintenance. I'm thinking of things like fuzzy data matching for names to make sure you're identifying kind of the same name with small variations, like missing a junior or a nickname or a missing middle name. Those are things that folks are already doing. ERIC, the Electronic Registration Information Center, is already using a lot of these techniques. So I think expanding the tools that already exist, getting more states involved in something like ERIC, establishing common data standards, all of these would be, I think, a lot more helpful before we start reaching for large language models to try and get in the way.
That was a perfect answer from my point of view. No notes. I guess the things I'll add, there's a great book, The Alignment Problem, which goes through the history of machine learning and artificial intelligence. I found it really informative when we think about how do we align these incredible technologies with human values. But I'll say that with regards to this particular problem, I think there's a lot of things that you can use AI for and LLMs for. If you're an election official, I'm not sure list maintenance is one of them now or ever. The real challenge with AI and elections is, besides the massive deep fake problem, is that AI at its fundamental heart is a technology about guessing. And elections at its fundamental heart is about knowing it's right. And so it's not an intrinsically compatible technology with a lot of the requirements of election administration. But that being said, there's plenty of cool, interesting things you can do with it that can make your life easier. So I'll leave it there. I'll also say machine learning may be different if you're looking for anomalies. So we do use machine learning and statistics to spot anomalies, and that has been incredibly labor saving.
That's a really good segue. When I thought about this, I was hoping that you guys would carry the water on the answer to the question, and you did. But you can score touchdowns on 5-yard plays, and so we'll go with that approach. The biggest thing that I think would be really helpful from an election administration standpoint is just the reduction of manual errors. And I'll give a great example. We had a watchdog integrity group that came to our office and said, we've found a couple hundred people who were over the age of 120 years old on your voter rolls. And of course, the automatic assumption was, well, okay, well, they probably registered before 2003, and here's their default date. And what we found is that the majority of them is just a manual entry error. which if somebody is putting something into the system that says that they're 150, it would be something to be able to look, that you'd think that the system would be like, are you sure? But we have that background information from a form to where you'd think it would be relatively easy to be able to confirm things that the machine is able to learn off of mistakes or manual entry mistakes that are being made by the clerk. And what we've also noticed is that in some of those jurisdictions where you have the birthday error, you of course also have some address errors. And so being able to capture where manual mistakes are being made and be able to facilitate the correctness or notification to where it's not 15 years down the road that we're updating birthdays. And then we also have to explain why the state is updating birthdays would be really helpful. And it's a 5-yard play that could score touchdowns.
Great. Well, as we've heard at the end, it looks like the main thing for AI maybe is to help guard against the problem of fat thumbs, which may be one of the biggest problems in election administration. 2 things. First of all, I want to thank the panelists for a really great panel. And I think they're here for the rest of the day to chat up. There is an audible, speaking of football, to continue the sports metaphors, an audible being called. On the agenda, we are flipping a couple of panels. So the next panel is going to be Commissioner McCormick is going to be presiding, perspectives on workforce development.
Yes.
So good afternoon. I'm Christy McCormick, Commissioner with the EAC, and we have switched up this panel so you have not missed another panel, a break, and a lightning talk. We are up here legitimately. I have with me a panel to talk about perspectives on workforce development. And with me, I have Dr. Mitchell Brown, the Curtis O. Lyles III Endowed Professor of Political Science at Auburn University. And I have Paul Lux, who is the Supervisor of Elections for Okaloosa County, Florida, and Alison McLaughlin, Senior Fellow, Center for Democracy and Civic Engagement's Election Workforce Initiative at the University of Maryland. So thank you all to the panelists for being here. So I want to get started by asking a question of all of you. Election offices today rely on a complex mix of full and part-time staff, temporary workers, and contracted support. What do we know about today's election workforce, and what critical information are we still missing? And Mitchell, you can start if you want.
Okay, thank you. Well, I don't know how to use technology. I'm a Luddite. I'm sorry. Press the button. What we know right now is a lot more than we knew even 5 years ago. There's been a lot of efforts out there by groups like BPC and the Elections Group and funded by ETI to invest in studies so we could learn more. And I would also really call out the EAVS study, and we know a lot more about the profession about that. So we have a better sense that has reinforced what we thought we knew about who's in the workforce and what they're doing. One of the big pieces that we still don't really have a handle on, though, is about the real scope of what happens inside the offices. And it sounds like the EAC is going to be involved in trying to find more about that, and as well as salaries that we're learning more and more. I think one of the other really interesting things about that we don't yet know how to do that's really complicated is how to compare well. And, people say comparison is the thief of joy, and it is. We did a study some years ago of a small group of election officials about their salaries and how they compared with other people in the state doing the same job. And it was similar and they felt okay about that. But we also asked about how they compared with people within their counties that had similar levels of authority. And they were making, or they believed they were making, far less than other people with similar levels of authority. And there was a lot of frustration about that. And one of the other pieces that we know is that when there's frustration about that, it impacts commitment to the workforce.
Great, Paul.
Now, if that didn't sound like a college professor answer, I don't know what, no, I'm just kidding. But for me, from the local level, what we know about today's election workforce is that it is, in point of fact, underfunded, overworked. They're tired, they're frustrated, and it really can depend. What we know about the workforce really depends on the level. So you identified in the question full-time, part-time, temporary, contract support, and all of those things have different issues when it comes to what we know about that workforce. You have part-time people who, in certain jurisdictions, part-time people are coming in and they're very poorly trained because you're just literally calling up a temp agency sometimes and saying, come on in. If you refer to the part-time workers as your poll workers, you certainly go through very regimented training. Certainly in the state of Florida, we have it mandated in our law how much training they receive. But again, can be unfunded. And I remember that pay study that you talked about because we were part of that. And in Florida, it's all, the elected officials are all done on a nice magic formula and you get what you get at the end of the day. But then, you look at the reason the election people were saying we were underpaid is because we were, when the salary levels were originally set in that magic little formula, it was set for, elections was considered not even 3/4 time job. And so we were paid accordingly. And then they added, well, now let's do, universal vote by mail. Now let's start doing early voting. So now I'm running 3 different elections essentially for each and every election. And you're paying me the same. And the tax collector across the street from me, who is just doing driver's license morning, noon, and night, and that's really all he does, gets paid way more than me for why? So there's been a lot of leveling with that. But it really does come down to, mostly underfunded, when it comes to that. And that's, we're all working toward that. And I know there's probably a question for me later about some of the stuff I talked about at the standards board meeting at the last time, about how we had to adjust some pay internally for us.
Allison.
Yeah, I would say from my perspective, among the key things that we know, number one, I think it's important for all of us as we're working through this kind of data and thinking about how we use it, that elections is really a function. It's not a dedicated workforce necessarily. It may be a dedicated workforce, but that workforce, just like there's election offices where they do things other than elections, there are election offices that rely a lot on either outsourcing or other agencies within their government to perform functions. And so I think that's a key thing to focus on. I think the second key one is that the way voters cast their ballots is, of course, changing, which is really increasing the complexity of the work that's facing election officials. And then the third thing I think, it's important for all of us to kind of ground on, and Paul referenced it a minute ago, is that the election workforce has really been through it in the last couple of years. There's been a lot going on. And I think, to sort of flip some of that, some of the things that we don't know as much as at least I'd like to know about is how election officials' workloads and challenges really compare to the rest of the local government workforce generally. How much of what we're really facing is an elections problem and how much is really just a public service problem. A second thing that I don't feel we know as much about as we'd like to. We know a lot about the chief election officials and we know a lot about the poll workers, but all the rest of the staff, especially in the larger jurisdictions, we don't have as much information on. And I think that's really important when we're looking at especially recruitment and retention in the pipeline in election jobs. And then the last thing I think we really don't have enough of a real handle on is the data that election officials really want in order to benchmark, in order to do workforce planning, in order to do fiscal notes, in order to be able to really do analysis and planning and procurement. And the same goes as for, the kind of data that policymakers want in order to be able to legislate, to regulate, to establish policy that affects the election workforce.
Okay, so I've heard that we're missing kind of what's happening internally, the cost and the salary information, how challenges compare to other government functions, the rest of the staff other than the poll workers and the chief election officials and the retention issues. And, what do election officials want in terms of data? And how might we find those answers? What are some of the ideas that we can get to that data? I mean, yes, the EAC is going to be doing like what we call an off-year EAVS on this particular question, which I think Commissioner Hovland calls odds. We have EAVS and odds. So hopefully that will get to some of the data. But what are some ways that we can get this data? How can we find these answers? Anybody can go.
I was just gonna say, of course, Florida's a big old government in the Sunshine State, so anyone's welcome to any of the data we have laying around. You want to know how much all of my staff are paid, you want to know what their salary ranges are, all public record, yours for an email to me or to the county HR. But there are certainly, and we do that a lot in Florida. We actually spend a lot of time sharing job descriptions and sharing salary ranges with the other counties because they all want to make sure that they're, for retention purposes, like Allison said, right? Because I don't want one of my good employees lured away by another county because they're going to make $2 more an hour. Maybe I need to be evaluating, am I paying them what they're worth or what the job is worth, and make sure that we do that. But we do share a lot of that data. And after I spoke at the EAC Standards Board at our last meeting about the process we went through, I did have a lot of people who emailed me for that rubric that we were using that I think I'm going to talk about here in a little bit. So that certainly is one of the things that you can do is just get that information from places that you can and do that comparison.
Yeah, I want to follow up on that and encourage for the places that don't share so broadly and so publicly to share a little bit more friendly. I work with some labor economists who were looking for some of this data and they wanted it from a particular state. And so they reached out to that state office and the state office said no. And so they filed a FOIA and the state office said, no, actually, in our state, you have to be a state resident to get this data through FOIA. And so then they went to one of their former students who lives in the state now, and they filed a FOIA. And like, none of that was necessary. Why have to file a FOIA? Share, work with researchers.
Yeah, good point.
I think not to, to pick up a theme from the earlier panel, I think you need a lot of arrows in your quiver. I think that survey research is great. I think the accumulated knowledge and sort of iterative kind of learning from each other and how we do these surveys and some of this research is great. I think, and not to put him on the spot since he's in there and they're here in the room, but he did give me permission. I had the chance to be out in Thad Hall's jurisdiction out in Mercer County, Pennsylvania last year. And we had talked, I had talked through with him his whole org chart, who his positions were, what he had in the offices, his temps. And then I said, who's that guy over there? He said, oh, he's from the fiscal office. He comes over and helps out sometimes. But without actually having that conversation and being there observing and kind of digging further into the conversation, we wouldn't have gotten to that level of detail. So you just kind of learn more as you surface some of this information.
So as we've been talking about, we have seen a greater emphasis on workforce development research in recent years. How can election officials utilize the data from this research to inform this work? What ways can this research impact recruitment, training, retention, and other considerations of election administrators?
I'll jump in on this. I'll say this is, from my perspective, a really hard thing for a lot of offices to do. It's, if you're already understaffed and under resources, carving out the time to read all of the data and figure out how it applies from the research to your office and how you can make it actionable is really challenging. And not fun, and you don't have time for it. That, I think this is less true for larger offices with that have dedicated HR staff who work with their leadership to do these things. And so one of the tools that I think that would be wonderful to see that has already been mentioned some today, but in this specific area, is using state associations and developing, of course, where there aren't state associations, you can't do that. And so we ought to have those, but developing working groups within the state associations to support the areas that don't have the time and the space to do that translation is a good way to do that.
Mhm.
I'll just
Allison?
add it. I mean, election officials, they do call up who they know, they do, those networks are critical. The EAVS is actually a fabulous starting point when election officials are trying to figure out, what's actionable for them, the richness of the data in there to be able to go in there and say, okay, oh, here's states that do what we do. There is a lot of information there that can be a jumping off point for people to figure out who to call, where to go. But I would say by and large, the time limitation, the challenges, the overwhelm, the overwork that election officials are facing, they are reliant on the people in this room. The elections group does this fabulous, webinars that election officials are following, and increasingly being able to get that data sort of, presented to them, being able to get those pointers to where the really actionable research is. And I think that's really a positive direction we're going in.
So it sounds like you're actually advocating for comparison.
I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and to that point, I would say that, as Dr. Brown said, the state associations can be so very important. And in Florida, we're blessed to have a really robust association. I know Mark Early's out there somewhere in the crowd, also from Florida. And I know his office gets a lot of phone calls from a lot of offices across Florida. My office gets a lot of phone calls because we tell all of our counterparts all the time, don't reinvent the wheel. Don't kill yourself trying to redo some training aids when the law changes, when you can call us and we'll be happy to send you what we've already developed. And so that kind of sharing of best practices can go so far to improving your training, making those, like I said, using the comparison data for pay studies, share that kind of data all the time. And both of those things, to Allison's point, can go very far into retaining those valuable employees and poll workers and part-time staff. I'm very blessed in my office to have the same part-time staff that come back each and every election. So they're already trained. They already know what they're doing. We just update them a little bit on what's going on, give them their little mandatory training from the state, and we can just wind them up and turn them loose again, which is fabulous. So all of those things can be vitally important.
So I want to get into some of the individual projects that you all are working on, and I'll start with Allison. Your team at the University of Maryland has done extensive field work on election workforce dynamics across various jurisdictions, as you were mentioning. Can you discuss your field methodology, including the challenges and advantages that you've seen?
Yeah, and Kirsty's referring to a project that we did. Oh, there we go. Now my mic's on. It's referring to a project that we did this last election, and where we went out and we observed election officials, in the field, in the midst of the peak of the election season, where election officials were willing and able to let us in. What I think was an advantage of that work was that we were able to recruit, to leverage the existence of many former election officials in order to do the observation and to be able to really see things in the peak of an election where you've got you're at max staffing, where you've got all the temps, you've got the borrowed people from the fiscal office that you wouldn't have thought to include on a survey. You know, for you to really be able to kind of see during the peak season, the height of what's going on in election office in a way that's difficult to document. I would say the biggest challenge of that work was that you're just absorbing so much information that distilling, you know, everything that you learn in an observation is a challenge in its own right. And, you know, and I think that is, you're able to suck up a lot of information that way, but then ultimately, if you're really going to be able to do a lot to compare, you know, you need a survey instrument, or you need to, you know, to kind of refine your methods a bit to drill down on the key things.
Okay. I want to turn to Paul. You mentioned a couple of times about your formula for wage adjustments that you've been working on. What data informed this process, and what was the most compelling in leading to the compensation challenges in your experience?
So I have to give you just a little bit of backstory first. So in Florida, the election offices are funded 100% by ad valorem taxes. So the county's property tax is where all of our money comes from. And unlike our sheriff, who is the only other person whose office is funded completely by ad valorem taxes, he can appeal his budget if he doesn't get the money he wants. Elections offices don't have an appeal. So if your county commissioners don't fund you, you're out of luck. So we have worked very hard, both my predecessor and I, to work very closely with our Board of County Commissioners so that we do not have an adversarial relationship with them, which unfortunately for a lot of my counterparts in other counties, they do. And sometimes it's a partisan divide, sometimes it's a personal divide, but we work very closely. And so we have adopted, with their enthusiastic support, doing whatever the county does. So we use the county HR so that I don't have to have an HR person. And so when we have an HR issue, we call them and they take care of it. But that also means that when the county is not giving their employees a raise, and when the county is not giving their employees a cost of living increase, then my employees do not get either of those things either. And so shortly after I took office in 2009, you saw it on one of the earlier slides from one of the earlier things, when the economic downturn came, guess what that does to ad valorem taxes? That's right, it goes right down too. And so it froze all of the cost of living, it froze all of the wages. And so for almost 10 years, my employees were not getting raises. They were getting very minimal cost of living allowances. And what I discovered on the back end was the county was being very sneaky, and they were reclassifying jobs, and they were moving job descriptions around and reclassifying people and giving them pay raises in their new pay scale for their new job that they just moved them to. And I didn't have that kind of mobility laterally with my employees to just shuffle job descriptions around and then say, magically, now we've reclassified the job and now it's worth more money. And so we woke up one day and went, holy cow, we are really far behind everybody. And so we said, okay, what are we going to do to fix this? Because our employees are severely lacking in where everybody is. And so we went through another pay study. We went through a reclassification. But one of the key features of that was we created this rubric to say, let's actually give you credit for how long you've been working in elections. And that way, the long-term employees who stuck it out through the bad times were amply rewarded. And I had a number of employees who got 5-figure raises. And I say 5 figures, I'm talking $20,000, $30,000 a year raises, all at one time. It was a huge, huge hit for our salary in our budget with the county. And I looked them square in the eye and said, you guys have been playing fast and loose with this for too long. And you left us behind in the dust. And so this is the cost this is what it's going to cost you to make it right. And we did. And so using that rubric, the county looked at that rubric and they said, this is a really great idea. We could use this for everything else we do. And so the county HR actually borrowed that from us, and they still use it today when they're making offers of employment across all the various county departments. And when we're making offers of employment, if you come to us with directly relatable experience, we want to give you credit for that experience and start you out at a better wage, and hopefully retain you longer.
Well, and retention is a big problem in this area, actually, as we've seen over the last few years. Get your questions together if you have questions for this panel. I do have more questions, so we'll collect those in a little bit if you have questions. So Dr. Brown, Mitchell, your research at Auburn University has provided valuable insights into the lived experiences of election workers, including the impacts of workforce culture, stressors, and organizational support on their performance and retention. Could you elaborate on the key factors that influence worker effectiveness and well-being, and how your findings can support future election staffing?
Yeah, I love this question because I could answer in 80 different ways. And so I'll just pick like 3 real fast while we have other stuff. The first thing I'll say is I've been involved in a study for the last 2 years looking at technology and the impacts of technology on the workforce. And we've done it in a variety of different ways. One of the things that's clear is that if you track technology in the election space over like the last 200 years, there's literally been exponential growth in the last 20 years that we've been a part of, and it impacts the workforce in some really interesting ways. I think it's clear from some of the research that it reduces the amount of frontline workers you need with certain pieces of technology. On the back end, though, and I can't say this for sure, it also looks like it increases the amount of specialization you need, and it probably increases the amount of management that you need in order to do these things. And so it's got this this interesting push-pull that happens at the same time that the profession itself is changing, and it's changing in part because of the technology. It's also changing because of politics. And so we've seen, for those of you who don't know, I've had the privilege for the last 15 years to work with election officials around the country through the Election Center CERA program. Auburn has worked with the Election Center for over 35 years on this. And even in the 15 years I've taught in the program, the people going through the classes and the background they bring and the experiences they bring are changing rapidly. And one of the other things that we see is that you end up, when you bring in younger people into the space, they train faster, particularly on the technology, but they're also much more willing to leave and jump ship and not want to do 25 years. Like people my age who are just, would do anything to get their retirement. And that adds another stressor then on the workforce. And then the last thing that I'll say is I think you can really see a difference in the culture in election offices and the impact that has on retention. And where there's strong leadership and positive culture, it is hard to quantify, but from a qualitative perspective seems to make a real difference in those experiences.
Yeah, I would say, I think we've all seen the need to professionalize more this business. And the need has been because of the changes in elections over the last 20 years. We have the CERA program, the Election Center and Auburn have the CERA program. And I know the EAC has started the Learning Lab, and we have some programs at universities, but not a lot. Like, what kind of data or what kind of leverage can we do to start professionalizing, better professionalizing the election business? I'm happy to hear any of you jump in on that. Go, Paul.
Well, and as I again talked about at the last standards board, Florida was looking for, not that I don't think the CERA program is fabulous. I've been through it. I've sent all of my key staff through it. And I have several that are still in the pipeline. But that just having that professional development is so important, because it really lets the employee know that they're important to you. They're so important to you that you're willing to send them to take these classes and to learn outside and further your professional development. But in Florida, we were looking for a cheaper alternative to the CERA classes. And so Florida, working with a local university, developed its own professional program called FCEP, the Florida Certified Election Professional coursework. And we used to open it up to pretty much anyone who wanted. We had some people coming in from like the Virgin Islands to take some of our classes, and the vendors started wanting to take our classes, kind of like the CERV, right? With Election Center. And it's just become so popular now with all of the counties because it's a much more affordable option. They can most of the time drive to where the classes are. So all they're really out is hotels or the actual course fees. But having that level of professional development, having that strong state association to help back that is vitally important.
Yeah, I'll jump in and add that we know from looking at other professions that an important aspect and the elections field, I don't think we should characterize it in any way as being unprofessional when we talk about it professionalizing, right? It's a very professional group of people. And this professionalization process that we see happening in elections over the last 20 years has happened in other fields at other times. And one of the big important aspects of this, in addition to training and education and opportunities for development and moving up, is networking. And again, reinforces the importance of those both state and national association work.
I want to pick up on a point Mitchell was making earlier about workplace culture. I think, and I've had a couple of conversations even here today where some of the election officials I was talking with were, talking about how, it's so difficult to get funding out of our county, or it was so difficult to get funding out of our county because they knew that no matter what, I would do the job anyway. Or, it's so hard for me to take a day off during the election season because I feel like when there's voting going on, I need to be in my office. And, there's definitely a culture within elections of that very mission-driven focus, meaning self-sacrifice and meaning things that lead to the burnout, meaning things that lead to retention issues, that lead to the inability to attract and keep staff for whom work-life balance is important. And so I think it is important where election officials are, really grappling with these things to give yourselves permission for election officials to prioritize the needs of their staff, to prioritize. I believe that overtime and leave utilization are sort of under-considered measures of election performance. That we do better and we have fewer errors when we attend to the needs of the staff, when we prioritize those things. And I think that also flows down to that time spent working with the HR office, that time spent working with the budget office to figure out how to reclassify positions, to try to figure out what you need to do in order to advocate for your budget, for the needs of your office. And it's very hard work to do when you've been working 80 hours a week. But it's important.
It is important. And I want to raise something else about, Cameron Wimpy brought this up this morning, sort of the disparity with the rural counties. And we have what we kind of identify as an election poverty line. How do we overcome that? How do we reach out to those jurisdictions that aren't able to go to Sarah, that aren't able to connect, to make these changes or to even know how to utilize the data that they could use? Are there ways we can reach them? The larger jurisdictions obviously have a lot of resources. We have Pledge that supports the partnership for large election jurisdictions. We don't have a partnership for small election jurisdictions. How do we get to that last mile? Is there something we can leverage to do that?
Yeah, we've started doing online training to get to the cost issue that you've talked about, though I don't like it as much. And, again, part of what's important is networking, and we've tried to integrate networking into that. And then there are other, ways to do that. I think one of the things that you see in some places is smaller jurisdictions sharing resources. I think there are conversations happening in some places about consolidation. and using consolidation to do that. There are other more radical ideas out there about how we should do that, and I don't know that this is the place for some of that would require major restructuring. But it is where the real challenges are. You're absolutely right, are in those small jurisdictions with much fewer resources and very small staff and people who do literally everything.
And long distances as
Yes,
well.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I would add to that service streamlining, looking at where some of the nice to haves, are, how you can do those things more efficiently. Or I was striking to me, looking and talking with election officials in a lot of smaller jurisdictions, the extent to which, number one, I do think this is where we start to run into these are public service problems. These are challenges facing smaller and more rural jurisdictions generally. Not just in elections, but in providing services broadly. But I also think that the whole of government approach really shines through in a lot of smaller jurisdictions where you have not just where the chief election official is not just an election official, and other people who work for that municipality or that county, really jump into gear and help out for a couple of weeks leading up to an election and a couple of weeks after, in order to really share that burden and get the job done.
Well, and not to continue to beat that poor horse called the state association, but subsets of that are actually very important too, and much more affordable for people who can't go to conferences or for staff, because what we do is, I say we collectively, there has been for a long time a group called ulcers in Florida. It's the ultra large counties, the ones who probably do actually have ulcers. And so the ulcers group meets outside of our normal meetings of our state association, and particularly when there are law changes or when there are things that are going to very negatively impact the larger counties. The small counties, who actually outnumber all of the medium and large counties combined, we have way more small counties in Florida than we have large counties and medium-sized counties. They have their own conference. They actually have their own little caucus. They get together in one of the small county, they get together like a little fairgrounds or a little town hall or whatever. They bring in vendors. I mean, it's like they have their own conference.
Do they call it lesions?
Yeah, see, they don't have a clever name for it. And so finally, one day, one of our fellow supervisors woke up and said, how come we don't have a medium county? We should do that too. And so we do our medium county by Zoom. We do it at least during election season. We'll try to do it once a month, just to make sure everybody's up to speed on everything. If we can't do it once a month, we try to do it at least once a quarter. And that's just a super cheap alternative. Nobody's got to drive anywhere. You just got to dial in from your computer and you're in. And so we at all those different levels, and then even smaller units than that, our Florida State Association of Supervisors of Elections is divided into districts, and most of us have a district chat on our phones. So, hey, what's going on this? Or, hey, have you done this form yet? Or, hey, did you get this public records request? What are you going to do? And that's just, a habitually ongoing thing, no matter what's going on. Blizzards in Florida, for example, we spent a lot of time talking about that. And what we were going to do, since it's the first time we ever had to cancel an election event in Florida due to snow. Thank you. Was that special election primary we had in January, where we had to shut down early voting 2 days early. But all of those things together really can make or break the smaller jurisdictions who need the help so that they know where to get it.
So go ahead.
No,
Allison, you wanna-
I feel like I'm remiss if I don't bring up here the funding plea. In my conversation, certainly with election officials in the last couple of years, I'm hearing much louder and in a much more frustrated tone of voice from the rural officials that if, whether it's the federal government or the state government or whoever, that service expansion, you got to pay for it. If you want this stuff provided, if you want these additional tools and bells and whistles and products and services and equipment, it's got to be paid for from the rural jurisdictions, even more so than from the larger jurisdictions.
And this is where the data can help actually make that case. One of the questions from the audience, with the changes in election administration, can you talk about how reclassification of many election roles is appropriate? For example, knowledge, skills, and abilities.
I will say that I end up doing this when I have a vacancy to fill, more so than that pay study thing that we do so infrequently. So when someone leaves my organization, the most recent high level person that left was my he did my candidate outreach, and he did all the petition stuff, and he did all of the financial disclosure filings and all of that stuff. And when he left, we actually took his job and broke it into other pieces, because the person we hired, hey, you're really good at this part, but we're going to give this part to this person over here. We're going to take this off of this person's desk and give it to you because you're really good at it. And so we have just played sort of like, I mean, if we were to map it out on a board with, you know, it looked like one of those crime scene things with all the string going everywhere, trying to match strengths with people. And that's really probably the most important thing about it is, you know, whether you actually reclassify the job, making sure that the right people are doing the right jobs, based on their knowledge, skills, and abilities.
So if they remake A Beautiful Mind, we'll put you in for that role. Did you have an addition there?
Yeah, the challenge of classifying jobs appropriately is one that it's been interesting talking this through with election officials in many cases who have struggled to navigate processes for that, and to the extent that election officials are all underpaid, then a classification study or a compensation study that compares the salaries and, of one to the neighboring jurisdiction is just going to reinforce itself. It's just going to say, well, in your neighboring jurisdictions, you're actually paid pretty well compared to them. Never mind the fact that you're paid poorly compared to somebody else in your jurisdiction doing different duties. And so what's been interesting to see is where jurisdictions have kind of gotten wise to what others are doing and been able to work that aggressively. And so I talked to, and I got permission, so I'll share it here, but in Loudoun County and in Prince William County, Virginia, there were two jurisdictions where they both had identified a position that they were able to successfully get reclassified. And then the other county neighboring was able to go to their county board and say, well, in this neighboring county, they just reclassified this job, and that helped them present the case to be able to kind of feed off of each other, and to be able to look less necessarily at other election jobs and compare. In some cases, the winning argument has been, oh, we need an election series that goes, election clerk 1, 2, 3. But in other jurisdictions, it's been, well, the job description for this job in our office really looks a lot like this other job in the tax assessor's office. And so let's compare those, and really looking fundamentally at what those key duties are and what those skills that are needed in order to perform that job. Maybe not necessarily only in an elections context.
So this is for all of you. Election requirements are constantly changing due to longer voting periods, new technologies, and evolving expectations. How can we use data-driven forecasting to predict future staffing needs and ensure the workforce pipeline meets emerging demands?
I don't think you can forecast last-minute legislative and judicial rulings, and it's a problem. Right? So the last-minute nature of some of the pressures that are put on our election system make doing things like that really fascinating and challenging.
And I think that was recognized through the Purcell rule. It's like, we can't make changes at this point,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Paul, you want to add something?
Well, so I know certainly at the local level, we spend a lot of time looking at turnout data to drive, for example, where do I need a new early voting site? I have all these people. There's like this whole corner of my county that none of these people vote early. Why is that? Oh, it's because they got to drive almost to the other end of the county to get to the closest early voting site. So what are we going to do about that? So we use that to drive where we may need to add another early voting site. Certainly after redistricting and reprecincting, we always have to look at moving polling places or combining as things get bigger or smaller. Do we need fewer poll workers in this place? Do we need more poll workers in that place? And all of this can impact your training. So in my jurisdiction, a lot of election jurisdictions, we use what I used to affectionately call in the Army, or what the Army used to affectionately call small group learning. You don't just train everybody in a stadium, and don't get me wrong, there are probably plenty of large jurisdictions who, because of the sheer volume, have to do that. But in our jurisdiction, we have small groups, and we have a cadre of trainers who are well compensated poll workers who have been working as poll workers for decades. And they train all of the other poll workers in small groups on individual tasks that they're going to need to perform in a polling place. But when you use small group learning, it takes time. And so the more training you have to build in, the more personnel you have to train, you have to move that training schedule gets pushed further out and further out and further out, because small group learning, you can only fit so many people as well in small groups. So there's some trade-offs that go with that. But using that kind of thing, training is certainly impacted very, very much so because of the way we have to do it.
Well, we're about the end of this panel. I do want to, there is one more audience question, a follow-up for Paul on your wage adjustment program. And the question is, if property taxes are reduced or eliminated, what impact will that have?
Well, and so that was part of the problem. And really, to Allison's point about the small rural jurisdictions who are always short of money. And I tell a lot of people, you know, if I'm handed a $3,000, $5,000 unfunded mandate from the state or the federal government, chances are I can sharpen my pencil and go into my budget and I can find $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. But these small jurisdictions who are mostly agrarian, who do not have high property values or property values that go up like beachfront property does, then those folks, that pool of money doesn't change from year to year. If by, you know, maybe just thousands of dollars. And of course, everybody wants a raise. Everybody wants the newest and greatest whatever. And so that's what makes those small counties so financially strapped. Florida does not have a state income tax, so I don't foresee us ever losing the property tax because I don't know that there's really an appetite in Florida to bring sales tax in. But if it were to change to that, then they would have to change the law for where our funding came from as well, because I don't think if they're going to eliminate or lower property taxes by so much, they're going to have to find a way to offset that money, because all of our county departments run on that same ad valorem tax as well. As well as our schools, at least to a partial degree, they have a whole separate tax that goes through based on property values to partially fund what the state does not fund in the school systems as well. So a reduction in that property tax would drastically impact, and someone would have to come up with a way where that extra money was going to come from, be it a state income tax or, sales tax just doesn't cut it. Although y'all keep coming to Florida and keep buying stuff. We love all the sales tax money.
Well, we know two things are certain: death and taxes, right? So
Absolutely.
This is the end of our panel. Let's give our panel a big hand. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your comments. Okay, there's a break now for, I guess, until 2:30. So we'll see you all back here at 2:30 for the next panel. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Welcome back, everybody. If you could take your seats. We have a special guest today for a lightning talk. We have James Alcorn from the College of William and Mary Law School, who they've created a new tool, and James is going to talk to you about it. I actually have been able to use this tool. It's amazing, and we're looking for ways to utilize this. It's I think, going to be really helpful to election administrators. And thank you, James, for coming out to Boston to talk with us. Come on up. James has been in the election field for a long time. He was an election commissioner, deputy.
I was deputy
secretary
and chairman of the board.
And chairman of the board in Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia. So thank you, James, for being here. And he's now with the William and Mary Law School. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner
Thank you.
McCormick. So I overlapped Dawn. So I was there right before Dawn was in Virginia. Then as soon as Dawn left, they let me come back. So as chairman of the board, they made sure that we didn't overlap too much, except for lunchtime meetings. So thank you again to the EAC and to MIT for the invitation. And as Director or Commissioner McCormick mentioned, my name is James Alcorn. I work at the William and Mary School of Law, specifically at their election law program, which is a joint partnership between the School of Law and the National Center for State Courts. Our main focus is on helping the judiciary resolve election disputes. And so we have put together a project that we're really proud about called the Election Law Navigator that focuses just on that. I'm going to duck real quick before I start talking about AI because I heard the reactions to that earlier today. But I'm going to talk to you about, how do you use it responsibly? Because while I'm very bullish on AI, part of my background is also in responsible AI, and we made sure to really implement a lot of those important principles into this project, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that. And so, as I mentioned earlier, and as Commissioner McCormick mentioned, I'm a lawyer by trade and an elections junkie, but I'm really a data nerd. So you put all three together, and this is my place. I just love this field, and it's a lot of fun. But to get you started here, I think this is going to work right here. So as I mentioned, we work at the election law program. I want you to imagine just a pure hypothetical. Let's imagine that you're a judge. You've been sitting on the bench for many years. You're well respected in your state, and you've heard lots of cases, but you've never heard an election case. And this happens more often than you would think because election law cases don't come up that often. And so let's just come up with a hypothetical, right? Let's say there's a recount in your state. It's the first time you've heard a recount, and hypothetically, one candidate happens to be from Texas, and so they think they should use the Texas recount standards, and another candidate happens to have lawyers from Virginia, so they think they should use the Virginia standards. Again, just hypothetically. Well, if you're the judge in that case, what you really want to know is what is the law in my state? Hypothetically, let's say Florida. And so what is the law in my state and how has that been implemented and interpreted in my state? Or even better, what if there was another state that had an identical statute, not Texas or Virginia, which have completely different statutes, right? But if there's another state that had an identical statute, how have they implemented that and how have they interpreted that? Well, that's something that's really difficult to do, even with the best expensive legal research tools that are out there, because a lot of law deals with other areas and it's not focused on election law, which, as we all know, is a really niche area, but it has a lot of rules within it. And so what we have done is we've built a purpose-built election law resource center aimed at helping judges and lawyers resolve election disputes. Well, what it's also going to be helpful for are all of the other folks in the elections community, including election administrators, including academics, including researchers, including, folks that are writing new legislation, including lawyers themselves that are working on these, because at the big campaigns, presidential campaigns, they have big law firms from DC. They're very well versed in election law, but a lot of local candidates, they don't. They have their friend that's a local lawyer who also may be a great lawyer, very well respected in the legal field, but maybe doesn't have a lot of experience with election law. So what we have been doing for the last several years is collecting election laws from across the country. And I really have to give credit to my boss, Rebecca Green, who many of you already know, who came up with this idea several years ago. And so, yeah, let's give her a round of applause. And because Rebecca received this question many years ago from a judge and many others across the country. And so they started collecting election laws from across the country. And they realized it's really hard to get all of these laws. They tried scraping them off of websites. They tried asking states for their election laws back when they would mail you a CD-ROM. I think most folks remember those. Maybe not my daughter who's in the audience. But, you know, most folks remember getting those in the mail when they said AOL on them. And so then you could download them, and we tried lots of different things. Well, now we've been able to find vendors out there and different distributors of legal data. And now there's even open source places where you can go to get all of this data, but there's still a lot of it. And so as you can see up here, what we have is we already have identified over 30,000 different statutes, over 9,000 different state regulations, not to mention municipal regulations, over 20,000 court opinions. And that's just for the last 5 years of court opinions. That doesn't go back we plan to go back further than that. There's advisory opinions that come out from attorney general's offices and other places. There's also court rules as well that all tell the story of how elections are actually legally run in states. And what we did on top of that is, that's one thing, great. Here's this huge corpus of information. Is that an MIT term, Charles? So there's this huge corpus. No, not quite. Okay. I tried. That's all right. So you have this huge body of legal information, which is really qualitative data, right? So a lot of the work we talk about today is quantitative data, but this is qualitative data. And so how do you then organize that so individuals can find it? For many years, we had students reviewing each of these statutes, each of these cases, and categorizing them. And our program, the election law program, came up with a list of over 100 different election topics, working with election administrators, working with NCSL, looking at the EAC glossary for guidance as well. What are those topics when you're organizing material, so that we can look across all of this legal material and say, what if I want to find out about voter ID, and specifically, or if I want to look at voter registration and deadlines, or if I want to look at curing of ballots? What are all those topics? We went through and we were tagging all these topics. And as you can imagine, that's a very laborious process. So I came to the election law program about a year ago, and I said, that's great. And I love all the work that, you know, trained law students and lawyers have been doing on this, but there's just no practical way to keep up with this, because this tool is only going to be relevant if we can keep it live. Because as we all know, somebody mentioned it earlier, legislatures love to pass election laws, and there's new lawsuits all the time. And by the way, I do think we can predict the litigation to some extent, but that's enough of the presentation. So what we have here is, as a little graphic, is we take the information, all this information, and we do feed it into, you could call it an AI model. So it's a relatively simple AI model. But what that does is it gives you a prediction as to say, we think that this has to do with voter ID, or we think this has to do with voter registration. Although the first thing it does is we read this text and we think, does this even have to do with election administration? Because of the, you know, people are used to kind of a Boolean search when you go to Google or something like that. Only about 10 to 20% of the cases that we get back are actually election related, because the word vote or campaign or board or, you know, all those terms that you associate with elections also come up in a lot of other subject areas. So you have to weed through all that material to actually find the material that's election related. So the first thing we do is just a binary. Do we think this is election related or not? If it is, then let's give it the right topic. And on both of these, what we do is we have a computer that I can go through, and it says, yes, we do think it's election related or not, and here's the confidence value that we have on it. And most importantly, then, we have a human check it, right? And so from a responsible AI, you would call that a human in the loop. And we think that's critically important to this, because especially in the legal field, there is a lot of people that are nervous about the use of AI. I'm very bullish on AI, but I am not so bullish as to think that you could feed all this into ChatGPT or Gemini or anything like that and get accurate results at this point. So
We absolutely believe that you have to have a human in the loop here. And we train William and Mary law students who are focused on election law on how to do this topic tagging. We have another human that checks that. And then we go a step further and we can use some algorithms to make sure that we're consistent with our topic tagging beyond that. And I was just telling Rebecca this incident that came up Friday. I was talking with our program manager because when you want to say, you have these two statutes, they have the exact same words in them. You would think they should have the same topics. You would think, right? And so after the MOVE Act, most states implemented uniform laws related to the MOVE Act. And there's one section in there that deals with electronic signatures. And so it's worded identically across, numerous states. And so you would think that all those should be tagged the same. The problem is that exact same language also shows up in other sections dealing with voter registration with electronic signatures, or filing a campaign finance report in electronic signatures, because legislators like to reuse language so it has the same meaning. So it's not just as simple as saying that the words on the page are identical, but you have to look at the context in which it's used. So in what chapter or what article is it used? You have to go beyond the actual words of the statute to make sure that you're getting the right topic associated with that. And again, that's why we'll maintain a human in the loop to make sure we have that accuracy in the process. I wanted to let you know, so this is just showing you just a little sample. I wasn't sure if I'd have live internet here, so I took some screen recordings. Sorry for the really big file sizes to the EAC that I sent them. But you can see this is the product that we have out there right now. It allows you to search for topics. You can put in keywords. You can select the type of document you're looking for, whether it's a statute, regulation, a court case. Use a drop down for the 100+ different topics that we have in there. And you can decide, and you can then go through the list of documents that you're looking for to try to find the documents that you want. But we thought the next step beyond that is not just, can you find a document, but can you compare documents against each other? Because that's what a lot of lawyers already do. And so here you can see 3 states side by side with a similar topic. And what you can do there is you then click on one of those and you can click on another one and say, let's see what these two documents look like and read them side by side. Now, Commissioner McCormick mentioned that she was one of our beta users that we had a couple weeks ago. And one of our beta users said, James, that's really fascinating, but two things. One, you're not really comparing them. Can you actually compare them and tell me what's the same or different between these? And 2, I have to scroll through a lot because you might have a dozen things tagged with this topic in that state, or 20 things tagged with this topic in that state. And which is the real meat of it? What's the right statute that I should be comparing between the states? And so this is not live yet, so it looks a little bit rough. I just did this on my computer at home, but let me show you what we did. So let's go back to Florida and say, I've got the Florida recount statute in front of me, and I want to find what are the recount statutes across the country that are the most similar to Florida. And so you enter in the Florida statute and boom, these are the 10 that are the most identical of statutes across the country that are identical or similar, I should say, to the Florida recount statute. You can then click on any one of those. We call them nodes, the dots on the end, and the thickness. Oh, I went too far, sorry. And you can click on any 2 and it will tell you what are the 2 documents, how similar are they? And if you want to, then we go to the next step, which will actually pull up the 2 of them and compare and contrast the actual documents with each other. What's interesting here is you can see the red and green. Those are obviously, different ones between them, but the yellow, it says, this is similar, pay attention here because it's similar, but it's not identical. So the algorithm that we're using is context aware, and I'm happy to go into the details with anybody that wants the technical side of it. And some people might say, well, yeah, statutes have differences. Of course they do. But I should tell you, for a lawyer, this is really, really helpful information. As a lawyer, this is what judges and lawyers do to make sure you're making objective, reasoned decisions on election disputes. We want them basing their decisions in the law. We want them basing their decisions on the actual statutes that have been passed by the legislature. And we want to make this tool available to all the judges across the country, all the lawyers that might be involved in a dispute, and make it transparent to anybody else who wants to understand what the differences are between all of these different election laws that we have across the country right now. And so earlier somebody said comparison is the what was it? The opposite of joy. For a lawyer, comparison is our bread and butter. Is comparing these different statutes here. And so just to give you a sense as to what it took to get here, here's just a little simulation I did on my computer of taking the 70,000 plus different documents that we have in our database. And what we did is we then asked it to say, can you find the different clusters of topics that are out there? So earlier I said we had students going through 100 different topics, and manually tagging them. And so we asked the computer to do the same thing. Can you go through and find those 100 different topics? And so this is just a visual representation of how that works on my computer. And you can already see it's slowing down a little bit, but as it keeps going, you'll see different pockets are kind of moving off to the side of different dots. And each one of those clusters is a different topic. You could click on each one of those and you'll see the green ones are the recount, the blue ones are voter registration, and so on and so forth. Now, we're not using this, again, as our final decision maker. Again, that's really important to emphasize. We're using these tools to help students as they're going through and making their decisions. So it's a decision aid, if you will. It's not a decision in and of itself. Or the second one is, I don't like the term, was it abnormalities that I think somebody said earlier. To me, it's, what was it? Anomalies. Sorry, that's what it was. Anomalies. They're flags, is what I used to call these in my old job, right? Data and metrics don't give you data and metrics don't give you the answer. They tell you where to go ask questions, right? And so that's how I think about things like this, is it tells you where to go ask questions, right? Why do these statutes not have the same flags or the same topics on them? Let's go take a deeper look, and we'll have a human take a look at that information and make the final decision. Now, I was also talking with the EAC staff. So last part about this before I wrap up, because I know I don't have very long here, is we also think that this has the ability to work with a lot of other systems that are out there. So I took the EAC policy survey. It just came out the last week. I'm a longtime fan of the EAVS and the policy survey. I remember filling it out in 2006. So wow, almost 20 years ago when I was working in elections. I remember the great big spreadsheets, but I still love it. But let's imagine we take that policy survey. And what I love about that is states self-identify. I took the voter identification questions that were in the survey, right? You guys already lots of people can make maps on that. But what we can do is we can take those maps and then say, what's the actual statute that tells you that this is why that state is identifying for that policy survey? We can then compare those and contrast those to see how do, let's say, all of the blues, on this map for those voter IDs, how do those voter ID statutes compare across the country? So if you're a state that wants to rewrite their voter ID statute, you can go find, here are the relevant ones across the country. Maybe you want to just adjust yours a little bit, you can look at those as well. We've talked with NCSL about connecting with their databases and a couple others. And so I know I'm short on time here. I'd love to take any questions from the group. But first, I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you very much to all of our very generous funders who have helped this dream come to fruition. And we hope to, it's in beta form right now, but we hope to have the final form up later this summer. So thank you very much. I don't have cards, but are there any questions?
How often do you update on the laws?
Yeah, it's a great question. We're still working on that to make sure. So in case for those that didn't hear the question, how often do we update the laws? Since it's in beta format, we're updating them quarterly right now. We haven't decided upon what the cadence of that is going to be moving forward. My expectation is we'll do that probably more frequently before an election, especially on the court case side. We have put a lot of effort into the back end of this to make sure that we can update it as quickly as possible, but also maintaining that accuracy. Yes, Allison?
Are you doing regulations as well or statutes?
Yes, we have state regulations in there as well. I think we have about 9,000 regulations. We have not entered municipal regulations there yet. Anybody else? Yes, John?
So how far does it go back? Go back historically, or are you kind of just?
Yeah, great question. So in terms of statutes, regulations, advisory opinions, we have whatever is the current state of the law with those. For case law, we started by going back 5 years just to make sure we have a proof of concept that works, and then we can add to it once we have the architecture built out. But we understand that case law, a lot of those, you want to have more than that. Yes, Quinn?
Showed that brilliant side-by-side comparison.
Mhm.
It's so stunning. Have you played around with LLMs at all to see if you can synthesize a summary of a comparison of those laws? So how are voter ID laws different in Florida versus Michigan?
I did. I didn't show that here. And I think that speaks again to where I'm not comfortable yet letting an LLM do that. I can tell you it's pretty easy to implement. In fact, I did it on my desktop, right? Just feed all these documents I used a couple different of the LLMs that are out there and asked them to synthesize them and give me the similarities and differences. And it was okay, right? But I don't want it to be okay. I want it to be better than okay, especially when you're talking about laws and especially when you're talking about elections. So I don't think it's quite ready for showtime with that, but we certainly have the architecture built so that when the community and when the technology is ready for that, we can have that conversation. Yes.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
The question is, what effort does it require to maintain it, and where does your sustain it? Where does your support?
Yeah, so it's a great question. So for those of you that didn't hear that, one, it was just great compliments on my shirt today. And then my daughter told me I should have worn a tie though. Always a critic in every crowd. But the second one was, how do you maintain this? And I would tell you that has been one of my concerns since I joined, right? And so when I joined, as I mentioned, we really had students doing all of this legwork. And I said, it's just not sustainable. And so that's number one, was how do we make the workload sustainable? So how do we make each document easier to review? And so we've put a lot of work into the back end of this, into how do we have students do this work? How do we have that being reviewed by a person as well? So we've tried to streamline that as well. Again, we are maintaining it has to be accurate. So we will not publish something we're not confident in. The second part of it is also data acquisition. And so, as I mentioned, about the CD-ROMs, I was joking about that. Currently, we're paying vendors for that, and we're looking at open source sources for open source sources of the legal data. And we've already had some conversations with several different folks out there and foundations that are happy to support us. And none of this would be happening if it wasn't for our generous funders who are helping with the software and everything else. Yes.
The slide you showed the nodes and the states that are similar in terms of examples. What is it exactly pinpointing? Is it pinpointing wording in terms of the law itself, in terms of similarities? Or you might say, for instance, you might have a state that has a certain percentage margin that's similar to another state. However, the wording in the law is very different.
Yep.
So how is that comparison?
Yeah, so it's not, so it's, I'll try not to give the technical response here, right? It's not looking for just word for word comparison. So it's not looking at it says this word recount equals that word recount. One way we did that is we took actually the EAC glossary, which it's really a thesaurus, right? And we fed it into our system to say, in many places you call them, poll workers. We don't use that term in Virginia. We use officer of election, which isn't in your thesaurus, by the way. And so it's, come on, Don. But so that was one thing, right? So the other, but it's not looking for just word for word similarities. It's what you would call context aware. So what that means is that it is looking at the words that precede it and the words that are after it to understand the meaning of the body of text that you're feeding into it. Now, you could have one word in there that can be really, really important, such as the word no, can give the complete opposite meaning to a sentence. And so it produces what you call a similarity score with those. And so that's how it's able to tell you, is this whole body of text that's looking at how similar is it? And what, we've talked about, should we put in a hard threshold into the system? Should we let people play with that threshold depending upon what they're looking at? And we haven't made a decision upon that right now. I can't remember which threshold I showed you on there. Any other questions? Yes.
So thinking back on that, it's based on similarity. Would you be interested in looking at dissimilarities?
Oh yeah, yeah.
When we look at it, the context aware algorithms, they perform different.
They'll do just the opposite as well. Yeah. So you can take it and say, well, who has a similar topic but different outcome? Right. I think is what you're asking about. And so you have to do kind of two different analyses on that, right? So we know that we're in recounts, but let's just make this up, right? One, the winner, one the state pays for it, and one, somebody else has to pay for it or something like that. Or they have different timelines. And so, yeah, we haven't implemented that yet. Right now, we're still just looking for the topics, making sure we can get that accurate before we go to something like that. But there's no reason that you couldn't do that sort of analysis. All right. Oh, I'm getting the hook. I should have known that one. All right. Well, thank you all very much. Thank you again for the invitation.
So I want to thank James Alcorn for that presentation. It really is, it's great that, I've obviously first met James when I went to the Commonwealth of Virginia and Commonwealth. So we had the gracious turnover. And then who would have thought that, over a decade later, we'll still be working together in the community on issues. And so thank you, James, for this, particularly, the work that you're doing at William and Mary, because, obviously, it's just down the road from Richmond, and there's a long history of collaboration between the Virginia State Board of Elections and the Division of Elections now, and William and Mary. And so thank you for that presentation. So our next panel is going to be Beyond EAVS, More Data on Election Administration. And so our panelists today will include Dr. Paul Manson, who's the Research Assistant Professor at Portland State University, Dr. Charles Stewart, Professor of Political Science, Distinguished Professor of Political Science at MIT, and Daniel Anderson, Managing Editor of Ballotpedia. Welcome to the panel. So this, throughout the earlier panels today, we've heard how critical data is to understanding elections, from EAVS to funding to list maintenance even, with other large comprehensive data sets that are out there, that can exist and help us study. What other data sets are out there? And each of you can start. We'll start with Charles. What are the other data sets that are out there that we as a community can rely on, that is out there, and what are the sort of differences that we have with those?
Well, there's a lot of data sets out there. I think that, so what we've talked about with the EAVS is really what's kind of a census of election administration. The way I like to think about the use of data in election science, election administration, is that we're trying to triangulate into the experience of voters and administrators using a different senses, different perspectives, and the different data sets tell us different things. So the EAVS data, obviously, we've talked a lot about that. One source of data that we haven't talked so much about has to do with the surveys that are conducted. And I know Paul will probably say some more about one particular survey, but I mentioned in my opening remarks about the survey, The Performance of American Elections, where we've been asking voters about their experience on election day when they vote by mail and they do those sorts of things. We've done that over, so 10,000 voters over about every federal elections since 2008. And so we have a lot of experience with the ups and downs, mostly the ups of experiences with voters. And the Census Bureau has the granddaddy of all surveys, which is the Current Population Surveys Voting and Registration Supplement, which actually goes back to the 1960s. Turns out to be a labor of love within the Census Bureau. And every 2 years, I hold my breath and hope they'll do it again, and they have. And since 1998, it's been the same set of questions in the same way that EAVS now has had the same set of questions over time. And the thing about the CPS that's so valuable is that they've been asking a limited number of questions within their CPS survey, which is the survey the Census Bureau uses for basically labor force information on a monthly basis. And so they are interviewing on a monthly basis about 50,000 people. And in November's, they tack on about a half dozen questions, very simple questions. Did you vote? If you voted, what's the mode that you voted in? If you didn't vote, why didn't you vote? If you're not registered, why aren't you registered? How did you register? And that's it. Right? They don't ask who you voted for or any of those sorts of things. They shouldn't, they don't. And I would say that, and I'll end here, I'll mention two other things just to note. But the thing about the CPS, although it is the granddaddy of all data sets, that in 2000, when we were beginning to try to quantify the problems that were exemplified in Florida, it was the voting and registration supplement that already provided a lot of information from the perspective of voters about the problems that they encountered when they voted. And it continues to be. A couple of things I would just add, and they aren't really data sets, but they're data sources. One is just simply the flood of data that comes out of elections in the conduct of elections. Right? And that's increasingly growing. 25 years ago, when I got involved in election administration, it was largely just how many votes did candidates get at a county level. Now we can get that broken down by mode. What was the number of votes for this candidate on election day versus by mail, and we can get it at the precinct level quite easily. In fact, I mentioned this earlier on today. My lab is in the middle of producing a huge data dump of all of that data from around the country. But now, increasingly, we can get cast vote records. So we can get down to the individual voter, which I know is controversial, probably in this room and outside of this room, but is an enormous source of data. So just the election results are huge. The machines themselves, and I guess I'll stop here, I could go on, but the machines themselves are a treasure trove of information about the experience of voters. And there have been efforts from time to time to take advantage of that data. But think about this, all of these scanners, all of these electronic poll books, they record when the transaction started, when the transaction ended, the distance between the transactions. So we have the information that banks have been using for 20 years to measure lines at their ATMs without anybody standing there and actually measuring the length of the lines. And there have been efforts to kind of take advantage of this data from time to time. And I was talking earlier today about one effort by ES&S a decade ago that disappeared. But so I'll stop there. There's a lot of data out there, and it's not just in EAVS, but it's a lot of data, and it can tell us a lot of things about the voter experience.
So before we move on to specifics, so there's a lot of data. So Daniel and Paul, how are the data informing the decision makers and the public? You know, what is the public receiving? What is it doing the job it's intended to do, the data, and where can we do better on that?
Well, let me just jump only because Charles opened the door. So, one of the other pieces is really important here is think about how these data sets sort of nest and support each other. And so for my sake, so I'm coming from the Elections and Voting Information Center, EVIC, and our local election official survey annually is dependent on EAVS for our sampling approach. We wouldn't be able to do that without that information. And likewise, I know a number of academic teams have really relied upon those data in order to inform other sort of next step data analyses. So that ecosystem is really important. So to move over on the question in terms of thinking about that impact, this morning we heard some conversations already about how we would do evidence-based decision-making or evidence-based policy decision-making. Anecdotally, I've heard from officials in a number of states who say it's either EAVS or the LEO survey. I was able to take some of these numbers, compare them, and I go to my county commission and I can make the case more effectively that we are at or below some threshold and we should act on that. And I think that's critical. For the public, that's I think a challenging one. As you already hinted at, right? The public may not be aware that some of these data are out there. CVRs would be one I would think of. And so I think as good data stewards, there's a question here about being careful about how we categorize, classify, and then disseminate those, but they are absolutely powerful and very amazing data tools.
In terms of election administrators as stakeholders, I don't think there's much more that I can add to what Charles and Paul have covered. But when I think about our election process, the largest set of stakeholders by far are voters. Yeah. And so I'd like to talk a little bit about their perspective because although I think they have some interest and they ought to have some interest in EAVS and what we've talked about today, if you ask the average voter, their interest is going to be how they participate in the election process. And so it's interesting to think about all the different researchers and election officials and all the different folks here today and the Venn diagram, the way that it overlaps for each of these groups. I think that I'm here to represent Ballotpedia. Our Venn diagram probably overlaps a little bit less with some items that have been discussed today. But in this area, I'll speak to the experience of voters, how we can try to help them understand the election process, elections, and voting. I'll start by just introducing Ballotpedia a little bit in case there are folks who aren't familiar with it. We're the Encyclopedia of American Politics. We have more than 600,000 neutral encyclopedic articles online, freely available to the public. Our coverage spans elections, candidates, office holders, ballot measures, and referenda. I'm sorry, ballot measures and public policy. And in terms of the election coverage, we provide encyclopedic articles about federal elections, state elections, territorial elections comprehensively. We're also comprehensive at the local level in 26 states. That figure grows each year. And in terms of when I talk about election information, election coverage, I don't just mean election dates and outcomes. I'm also talking about candidate biographical information, contact information, policy positions especially when they respond to our survey. This is information necessary to help a prospective voter cast their ballot in an informed way. That's the gap that we're trying to close. I want to mention in terms of the availability of this information, these articles are all free online for anybody to reference. For the researchers in the audience, if you're interested in getting it in a structured data format, we have an API. You can contact us. We have great documentation for how to use that. If you'd rather not interact with an API, we can also download information into a CSV file, send you that instead. But when we talk about these stakeholders, again, this is by far the broadest group. And talking about the Ballotpedia experience with that, we had 22 million unique users in the immediate lead up to last November's election, more than 3 million of whom used our sample ballot tool to research their ballot. This large groups of people. We also partner with other major platforms like Google and Meta to distribute election information much more broadly. Coming back to that Venn diagram idea, the way that I see this connection between us and election administrators is I like to think of us as a signal booster for the election offices. We are not a primary source. We're not a government election office, but we, I think, can be a complementary and supplementary resource and help signal boost good election information in the space to help that very broad set of stakeholders better engage with the election process.
Well, that's great. I mean, it's been an issue in the election community about trusted sources, but do we really have the bandwidth to make a difference in the noise? And so that's great. It's a great website. I've used it a lot. I know a lot of journalists and stakeholders use it a lot as well. So Paul, you and your colleagues contributed to some of the most detailed local level election administration data sets. So from your perspective, how can the more localized data enhance our national understanding of election administration and resource needs?
Great, thanks. So for those who haven't engaged at the local election officials survey, we have the annual results and crosstabs at evic.read.edu, and that's something we try to share out in the community. And we've been running that survey since 2018. What I think really is the challenge here for all of us when we're researching election administration is what story and how do we tell the story about election administration in the US? And the diversity, as we've heard today, of office sizes, office types, issues, policy systems is so confounding that when we try to come up with a mean, a national average, that won't work. So at the local level, the work for my team is trying to understand what are those emerging pain points that maybe are a future broader national question. So what are the emerging challenges? And I think for us, what really highlighted that is our focus in the past couple of years on turnover and retirement intentions, threats and harassments, and desire to leave the profession, and trying to explore some of those more sort of qualitative components to see what are the pressures and headwinds going ahead into election administration. And so hopefully too, this is again, back to that sort of ecosystem idea, we can partner with other survey efforts to say, let's test out some of these local components and see if they've got legs in other states. Is this something we need to assess nationally and sort of make it a little bit like an early detection tool as well?
So thank you, Paul. Charles, you've contributed to the field of, election surveys and election science over the years. And looking across your body of work, what progress have we made on the quality and availability and the use of election data now that we've been doing this for 20 years? What have we learned and where do we go from here?
Well, I touched on some of this in my initial remarks. If we think about, so on the one hand, again, for me, history began in 2000 and Bush v. Gore. And I think for a lot of folks, certainly of my generation, a little younger, that's what got a bunch of us shifting over into this area and that we could just never get out. But even then, it was interesting to us, and maybe because we were at Caltech and MIT, it was obvious to us that go to the data to tell the story. All right, there were claims made in 2000 about the election, but it was all anecdotal. And we immediately went to the election returns, to the surveys, to the administrative data to try to tell the story of elections. And one of the gaps at that point we noticed was that there were gaps about the voter experience, which led to us doing the survey of the performance of American elections, and which then added on this piece of information that voters had great experiences when they voted. Some of them were in long lines, but on the whole, this was not a banana republic, and we could continue telling the story of success and in elections on the whole, and to quantize the kind of the pain points where they did exist. I think what's occurred since then has been part of the larger societal movement to just more data being available, and the tools becoming more sophisticated. And such that, as we're seeing today, and in some ways, right, this is almost like a summary of what we've seen today. We have the workaday work of the election administration. We have the surveys. We now are able to systematically study language in new ways, to layer on just the pure old-fashioned number crunching. And so we're getting to the point of having a lot of data, but as the old saying goes, data is not information. And I think that as we get into thinking about kind of what the gaps are, I think that the important thing, again, to take the theme from Paul, what's the story and how do we tell the story and what are the important stories? I would say we're now in a position where, to a first approximation, we have more data than we can tell stories about. And that to become more, and in some ways, this will be kind of a bit on my hobby horse. One of the best books in the area of data analysis is Ed Tufte's book on visual display of quantitative information. And one of the points he makes in that book from 40 years ago is that there's a difference between description and explanation. And as we are accreting data, one of the things I'm noting is that we are describing that data increasingly. We have dashboards, oh, look at the neat map and all that sort of stuff. But that's not explanation. It's a first point in an explanation, but it's not comparison. We were talking about comparison with laws, which state or county is doing better or different and why, and those sorts of things. And that's the part I would say where that's to me is more the cutting edge of thinking about data in elections. Yes, I always want more data. I want it to be more accurate. I want it to be great. And we need to tell stories with that data and make sense of the election process with that data. If we don't, I think the efforts to accrete all this data will be wasted, and we will increasingly get blowback from people who are producing the data, who are asking, why are we doing this? If it's just for a matter of making another pretty map. So, off the soapbox.
So Daniel, Paul, following up on that, what are those gaps that are remaining that we need to provide data or analysis to the public? What areas are we not covering? I might have my opinions, but what do you see as sort of, where do we need to go? What are some of those areas that we're not doing enough analysis? And I think on the data points, I think you might have mentioned to me, it's like the EAVS survey had like 40,000 data points. Something like
40 million.
40 million data points. So,
pieces of data.
Don't insult us.
no. It's great. 40 million data points.
It's one of those alien words.
I'm just trying to be humble here. No, but so there's a lot of analysis to do. So what are the gaps? Where do we need to go on the analysis?
Well, I appreciate the Tufte book reference because there's a Napoleonic chart in there. So we're back to how to send an army to Russia and not succeed. Well, and one of the pieces that I think it is this connection to the user community. It's really important to think about that analysis. I'm mindful there's this great phrase some researchers use about the loading dock model of science, where folks like us labor and put stuff out there and expect that it's just so good. It'll be taken. And the findings really are, and we have to build relationships. And so I think part of this analysis question is thinking about also how we are building partnerships with either associations, Secretary of State's offices, election directors, because I'll have a pile of data. I think there are some exciting findings, but they may not mean much to anyone else. And so that analysis question, I'd like to sort of turn it to, what's the forum? What's the way that we can create something more than just a loading dock model, but actually have it be integrated?
Okay. Daniel.
So Paul, you're saying that if we build it, they will come model. That's a little optimistic. Unfortunate. It would be great if it worked that way. So a few years ago, we actually published an article with our 20 quality benchmarks for election transparency. This started as for this audience, I'll phrase it as a wish list of things we would love to see in the field of civic information, things that we would love to see become standards. Don't worry, I'm not going to say all 20. That would take a while. If anybody's curious, I can find me after the panel. I'm happy to send you the link. But I will mention 3 specific gaps that I think are meaningful. The first one, and I think this is probably the largest by far, is the availability of local election information in the ecosystem, especially in any type of structured way. Now, for folks who have been following along with our previous panels, you can probably connect the dots on why there might be some gaps in local election information availability in terms of funding and resources. So I'm not mentioning it to say that this would be an easy problem to solve, but I do think it's true on just a baseline level that it's a problem when you have people who are going, again, I'm talking from a perspective of a voter, people are going out to vote, and there's ample information out there about the congressional race and the gubernatorial race. And okay, I'm moving down the ballot and on the state legislators, okay, I think I know what those are. At least there's still a party label there. And oh, now I'm on school board and I'm on city council and I'm on my library district. And I don't know anything about these people. And so it doesn't take a lot of experiences for voters who have a kind of a curious mindset to think, well, gosh, that felt bad that I tried to vote and I had all these information gaps. I'm going to try to resolve that next time. I'm going to try to prepare to vote in advance. And right now, I think our civic information ecosystem does not do especially well by these well-meaning voters in terms of the availability of information about those elections, those candidates. In some cases, that's true at a very fundamental level, just the availability of election dates and candidate lists. That is a problem that we are trying to help those voters overcome. Similarly, getting enough information about each of those candidates in order to cast an informed vote aligned with that person's interests. That is another issue we are trying to help them overcome. But in terms of resolving that, I think that is, especially based on what I've heard today, I think that that's something that has to really start at the state level. It has to start with a greater aggregation of election data and distribution of that election data. And now that said, for local election officials, even if your state is not helping you to do that, there aren't resources for that, there is a world of difference between not having published any of your local election information online and relying entirely on the statutorily required, newspaper publications and publishing some of it online. Even if it's, you're just your town's website or your county's website and you think, well, how many people are going to find this? It's true that that's suboptimal. It's a lot better than nothing. And it's not just Ballotpedia, there are a lot of groups out there who will try to use that building block in order to get voters the rest of the way there in terms of getting prepared. But we have to give them a fighting chance first. That requires having some level of information about the election online. The next 2 will be shorter, I promise.
Okay, all right.
The second item I'll mention is the availability of geographic data. This is a technical issue that I think will come up a fair amount for researchers. A term you may have heard in this space is called shape files. So think about a think about a city council that's divided up between 5 seats, and each of those seats is tied to a specific geographic sub-district. If you're trying to create a tool for people to find information for their specific area, you need that the mapping for those 5 sub-districts in order to provide them with specific information rather than broad information. So I think that that may have more to do with GIS departments and election administrators. So don't worry, you can send that note over to them. But if there are more shape files available at the local level, that would be very helpful. That's a big gap in the civic information space. And then the last item I'll mention is candidate identification. It is currently the case that a fair number of election offices will have an ID number for a candidate for a specific election. It's pretty rare that they'll have consistent identification for someone throughout their political career. And obviously that becomes much more complicated if you have somebody who's moving from a local office to state office to federal office. That is not a small lift. That's that in terms of the wish list, that's maybe the farthest thing on the wish list. But I do think that if we had a consistent identifier for a person throughout their political career as a candidate, I think that would open up a lot of opportunities for analysis and for the sharing and collaboration of information across the civic information ecosystem.
So now's the time to start preparing a question or two. I already got one from the public. While I ask my next question. So what is the solution to this? Is that we give a HAVA ID number to every candidate? Just wondering. It's a joke.
I'll take you.
No, I know you would. And I do have a good follow-up, but let's do this last question because there is one question here for you, Daniel, and there may be more coming. And you touched on this a little bit, Dr. Stewart. We have a lot of federal surveys, we have state reports, academic research that's going on, and like the work of data collection of Ballotpedia. And it's not easily linked. We really appreciate the relationships and you're able to, we're able to talk about the different reports and the data that we get. What would it take to build a more connected, interoperable ecosystem for election data? And I know Metzel is bringing a lot of this together. But what would it take to make that vision a reality? I'll let anybody who wants to go start.
Well, actually, my first reaction to the question is to think about both sides of this of interoperability. I think that going back to the kind of one of the visions of what all this data is helping us to do is to triangulate, is to give different perspectives on elections. At some level, I would say that interoperability is really not as important as really publicizing the degree to which there are different data sources and different perspectives that can give you, that allow you to triangulate into what happened in an election, where you have information about candidates around the country and you have some election data and you have some survey data, and all this together paints a story. And there have been efforts over the last several years to kind of point out. I wrote a report, you can Google it, Election by the Numbers, where I talked about all of these data sources, and maybe it's time for volume 2 of that. The second thing I would just reiterate Daniel's idea about identification numbers. Okay, so if we think about, then get into the weeds about interoperability, the ability to link the data that should be linked really relies on identifiers that can be linked at those different levels. And I think we've actually done a good job of geographic interoperability in that sense. We have FIPS codes. We have FIPS codes for everything. So we probably have FIPS codes for the plants in my garden. I mean, just everything has a FIPS code at some level. You can geographically, if you have the data, you can link it. We don't have always good links to people who are the candidates, although Adam Bonica at Stanford has done some work on that. And so he probably has some ideas if you were in the room. And so to be able to kind of link the candidates, which is not election administration, that's as much electoral studies as anything. So it's a slightly different topic. But I would just encourage people just to learn all the data sources and to take advantage of all of it and not to just rely entirely on surveys or on administrative data or on, or anything in particular to take it all in.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned before, Paul, if you have a comment, but on the civic space, when I served, I don't know how, it was one of the major complaints I heard from the public is the expectation was that the state office would provide candidate profiles and, discussion on, let's say, constitutional amendments. And that was really not our lane, but there was an expectation. And where can I get that? I said, well, I don't know anywhere you can get it. Now in Virginia, they eventually created VPAP, which is a state organization, mostly campaign finance, but you can get a lot of data there. But my point is that voters didn't really have a place to go. It is a major complaint. It could help for us to be able to point to a data source. Paul, did you have a comment on that?
Well, just to build too, I think, I do think there's some opportunity here, especially thinking from the election administration side of things. And the FIPS codes is a great example. That's a system that's hierarchical from, the atmosphere to your plants. Election offices have donuts. There's different duties for different parts of the election cycle. There are carve outs for municipalities and counties. And so you can assign a FIPS code, but it's not organized in the same logic always. And so one of the challenges I've seen is sort of that when new research projects start out, what is the universe they're trying to engage? And it's entirely dependent on the research question. And I think there might be some work there to help standardize. If you have a question in this direction, go this way, because if you don't, you're going to hear from the wrong part of the election ecosystem, or you might hear from too much of XYZ. Just a general universe sample on local election officials will come back with a Midwestern New England accent. And so we have to balance that out and warn some of our colleagues that are new to this space that dynamic's going on. So I think there's some opportunities there, and it might be something that comes out of conversations around EAVS. Sort of, is there some data federalism here to help at least have those practices in place so others can grab it and run with it?
So we do have a question for Daniel from the audience, and it's a really good one. How do you get your information, and what do you do to keep it up to date? It seems like a huge data collection effort.
Very astute. So we have researchers gathering election data and other types of politics related data, but especially election data every day of the year. It is a round the clock effort, and we rely on primary sources. We rely on a lot of the folks in this room. We rely on the FEC, secretaries of state, county clerks, city clerks, election boards, supervisors of election, and campaign finance agencies. That's sometimes easier said than done. We had a recent experience that I'll share. I don't know if we have any delegates from Maine here. If so, I apologize in advance. But there was a local election in Maine that we were trying to research that was coming up. And there's a piece of information, just basic information. I believe it was the candidate list for that election. And we kept calling City Hall, where the relevant local election administrator worked, and no answer. And we weren't getting any follow-up calls either. And that's not an uncommon occurrence for us. The researcher in this case had a clever solution, which was he looked online, saw that there was a gas station near City Hall, I don't know what the zoning situation is in Maine, but it's maybe a little dubious based on that. But he called the gas station, and the attendant there said, "Oh yeah, there's an election coming up." Said, "Okay, great. Could you?" It's a big favor to ask. Could you walk next door and ask them to return our call? And he said, "Sure," because people in Maine, if they aren't in City Hall, are unfailingly polite, as it turns out, based on the sample size of one, which I think is statistically significant. And so he went over, and it turns out did not even need to make that request because on the bulletin board was all the information we needed. So he just took a picture, sent it to the researcher. So we've had all sorts of experiences. I've mailed a check to a probate court judge in Alabama in order to pay for the printing fee to get certified results for an election that had 2 candidates in it. This was the solution after about a 45-minute phone call where I was getting routed around the office, all the different people, did not realize I needed to talk with the probate judge to begin with. So that was part of the problem. And I asked at one point, well, all I'm asking for is the certified vote total in this public election. It might be faster to just say that the 2 numbers over the phone. I said, well, we can't do that. But you'll have to send us in a check. I said, okay, I'll send you the check. I think it's 65 cents. A month later,
Rules are rules.
I got the check back in the mail. They had rejected it. I had a long typed letter saying, well, we can't use a banker's check. That's not permitted. But they had scribbled at the bottom the vote totals. So it takes all kinds, but that's an extreme. Usually our experience is a little smoother than that.
So I'm tempted to end on this note, but because we are laughing, but how much time do we have? Just no more time. Oh, I've been cut off. So there will not be a final question. We are good. Thank you. Let's give them.
Thank you, Charles.
Okay, my name is Ken. That's Ken Dot. Carlinos, CARLLIDO. Good job. My good life. I got notified. It's like canceled. So we're just saying that.
So. What's that? Don't maybe call it emergency, gentlemen.
So we're going to get started on the last panel of the day. No claps, no hello, no thank you. Yay. So as we've already heard, I should identify myself, Tom Hicks. I want to see what picture they used. Whatever. As we've heard today, there's a wealth of research on election administration. And for this panel, we'll discuss how that research can be used by election officials and how to improve the elections that they run, or how they are run. First, we'll talk with, I guess we'll go in a different order than what was put up. So Mark Early, who is the Supervisor of Elections for Leon County, Florida. Thad Hall, who is the Director of Voter Registration and Elections for Mercer County, Pennsylvania. Gretchen Mock, who is the Executive Director and Associate Professor of Mechanical Industry and Systems Engineering at the University of Rhode Island, also known as URI. And Natalie, I'm going to pronounce it wrong, Scala. And someone told me how to do it earlier and I totally forgot, sorry. Professor of College of Business and Economics and co-director of the Empowering Secure Election Research Lab at Towson University. So we're going to jump right into the questions. Mark and Thad, election officials handle numerous responsibilities, including managing legal requirements, public scrutiny, limited staff, timely, tight deadlines, often with little time for analysis. Considering these factors, what research questions would be most beneficial for election officials to address, and what data would best support practical day-to-day decision-making?
Maybe frame the question slightly differently. I feel there's basic things we have to do. And I feel like my office, frankly, is pretty capable of doing that. We're funded, I think, reasonably well. It's a strange thing to be able to say as an election administrator, but as I've built really good partnerships with my county commission. The 2000 elections, our county shined in Florida. And I think we leveraged that to really improve our relationship with the county. But I do support, as Paul Luck said, we get a lot of questions from local counties, smaller counties, not just in Florida, but really all over the country, because I was in the vineyard field for a while, that a lot of people are just under-resourced. So what I would like, and there were some good presentations on some of this earlier, an analysis of, or ways to improve our staffing, analysis of election offices, what their duties are, because it varies all across the country. What kind of staffing levels and budgets they have, and potentially to be used by election administrators to further their case when they are trying to talk to their county commissioner or whoever their funding people are. And a lot of election administrators, they're just not equipped to do that. That's not their cup of tea, going and presenting and arguing when there's a small county right next to us that was told they have to cut 25% of their budget. I mean, it's a very small county. They can barely buy pencils, and there's new statutes coming along. So if there was a body of knowledge that election administrators could tap into, I think, to help support their cause, I think that would be a big benefit.
So when I think about this, when I think about it from the question side, I think that, the questions that I'm most interested in are questions that focus on processes and procedures. So how do I know that the processes and procedures that I'm doing and my fellow counties in Pennsylvania, for instance, are doing, that they're correct and that we're doing things how we should do in ways that are a best practice for how we should be doing things. And any data that we can get that feeds into that lets me know that we're operating really well is helpful. And I was recently at a conference with people from Michigan, and they have a really good post-election audit process where they actually audit all the steps that they're so they have the weirdest election structure in the world because they have counties, and then the counties, it's actually implemented at the township level. But they audit them to make sure that they're doing everything correctly. And if you have those kind of really good audit data, you can then push them back into the procedures you have, the trainings you're doing to make sure everything works a lot better. And on the data side, I think to go to the point that Mark was making, the thing we need most, like from the EAVS, are comparative data. So how do I find counties that are of my size, that have a similar vendor that I have, and then I may want to find out, like, so maybe Mark and I are the same size and we use similar voting machine vendors. Well, he has electronic poll books and I don't. And so I can now figure out, well, who are the people who have those poll books? How do I contact them? And then learn from their experience. And I think that that's a key thing that we could get out of the EAVS if there was a better search tool for it.
Gretchen. Collaboration between researchers and election officials involves trust, clear communication, shared goals, and data access. But these partnerships can be challenging to establish and maintain. Based on your experience, what strategies have been most effective in fostering productive collaborations between parties?
So I'll start off by saying that I am an engineer. So communication is not necessarily my strongest point. So to foster those collaborations, I would like to just start on how I got started on this. I got a phone call from my dean who said, I need you to talk to the Secretary of State. And I said, of what? And they said, of Rhode Island. I was like, that's a thing? So that's how this all started. And I thought that I would help Rhode Island in their 2018 midterms based on some of the things that happened in 2016, and then I'd be done. But that's not what happened. So I think my first answer is to help home first. I wouldn't be here without the wonderful people in Rhode Island. So Rob and Kathy and Jessica, I wouldn't be here without the Rhode Island Board of Elections or and Nick, yeah. Sorry, Nick, you're out of my purview. So I wouldn't be here without them. And so when I found out that some of the things that we were working on to help them with the 2018 midterms was, we solved that current problem. And they were like, okay, well, that was awesome. And now we have this other thing. I was like, wait, there's more? And they're like, yeah. And then they're like, oh, and I know that this other state has the similar problem, or I have this county that has the similar problem. I was like, wait, what? So the relationship started by helping home first, and then having advocates at home, and then having the help to connect with the community. And so all of these relationships that I've worked with in 17 different states and in 34 different counties, and because we're talking about data, and has influenced the voting of 25.1 million registered voters since 2017 has been because of fostering these relationships within the community. So obviously, first and foremost, we start the relationship. And I say I'm nonpartisan. I am an engineer. This is, what we do. This is who we are. If you're good with that, we can go to the next. And then the next thing is to do no harm. Right? The point is not to go in there and to change the world and to make it and say, you have to do it this way or else, because that's not really how it's gonna work, right? But to do that in a way that, honest to God, the first thing is to do is to listen. Just to listen. I mean, the elections are local. So it's just like real estate, right? Location, location, location. You are experts. And it's my job to listen to what you're saying and to meet you where you're at and what does that look like and how does that look? And so for me, that's being flexible, that's being adaptable, that's being genuine. It's also being honest of like, that's not my problem. You got to talk to Leah over here. I can't help you with that. So like, what does that mean? And then when you give me feedback, that I have to listen to what that feedback looks like and what does that mean and how we can move that forward together. Because otherwise, like, then it just stops right there and it doesn't go any further. So for me, and then it's also trying to figure out the different calendars, right? Like there's the elections calendar, there's the academic calendar, there's the fiscal academic calendar, and then there's like then the federal calendar, and it's just like that's a hot mess. So if anybody wants to do that, that would be great. But also then find things that build trust. Right. So one of my favorite stories is I am originally from Philadelphia. So when I got the privilege to work with Philadelphia County through the elections group, they were like, so how Philly are you? And I was like, wow, look at my last slide. And it had like an image of me with all my Philadelphia Eagles gear on. And see, I knew. I did warn just a little bit. And they were like, okay, so at the time, this is when we had this big quarterback thing. And I had to give this answer. And if you know Nick in the Philadelphia County, he's like, okay, so I'm going to ask you this question. And the answer to this question will tell me whether or not I can work with you. And I was like, all right, let's go. So it was about our quarterback. So we figured it out and we worked together and we did some awesome work. So I think it's just having those relationships and continuing those relationships and being honest and listening. In my very professorial, long-winded answer.
Totally fine. I didn't know Philly had a football team. Kidding, jokes.
Love hurts.
Also, so I was also educated last night that that Pittsburgh is the city of champions from Natalie.
It sure is.
Which,
Yeah.
again, I was also fascinated that they have a football team. So, but we're interested in learning about your experiences with research collaborations. Could you provide some examples of successful collaborations and who initiated them? And if you want to start, and then Mark, if you want to jump in on that question as well, that would be great.
Sure. So we started in around 2017, and it was, my lab is inherently nonpartisan. So I am also an industrial engineer like Gretchen, and the tagline for industrial engineers a lot is, we don't make things, we make things better. So we like to take a look at processes, we like to take a look at how things are working and optimize them. And a lot of times we say we exploit them, but not in a bad way. We just try and get as much good out of them as possible. So we had some connections in Harford County, Maryland, and which has a Wawa. I don't know if your sheets are Wawa. It was just, we had this like Pennsylvania thing going on. And when we started working with them, they just really started to explain that their only training they had for threats, because, we're thinking post 2016, we're thinking about how Senate Intelligence Committee said all 50 states were targeted in 2016, foreign interference. They didn't have any threat training in their poll worker training portfolio, but they did have active shooter training. And they said, how do we, start to look at some of these things that are starting to bubble up and starting to be revealed by DHS. So we worked with them. That evolved into a relationship with Anne Arundel County, which is pretty strong to this day as well. So our big first product we made was poll worker training, and how do poll workers potentially identify threats if they would arise at a polling place, and what should they do about them? Because there's 1 million poll workers in a general presidential election across the country. They're probably all altruistic, but they also might make honest, simple mistakes, and those mistakes might introduce risk into the process. And since I am an industrial engineer and a supply chain person, I care about, from the moment that vote is cast to the moment it's counted, I want nothing to happen to the integrity of that vote. So part of this is the poll worker, who has very limited training, highly seasonal, right? Brought in for a few days. Probably brings in whatever cybersecurity behaviors they have at home into the polling place, for better or for worse. So we made these online modules, and we used them in 2020, which was a limited poll worker experience, but we still use them. And what it does is it allows the poll worker to be introduced to what threats could happen and what to do, which could be as simple as don't leave the card with the password for the poll book on the table, right? But that could be very busy. Like your polling place could get very busy. There's a million people, there's a long line. I mean, some of those basic things very much could happen. And, or things that are a little bit more complex, get your chief election judge or call, your local board of elections, things like that. So we've been using those and we are looking to sort of add to that for the next election cycle as well. But we highly believe in our lab too, that poll workers, we talk about how they are the key to the election, but they also bring a lot of risk into the process, but that risk can be managed and mitigated as well. So we started with that, and then it's kind of led into some of the things even like Gretchen sort of alluded to. We can build simulations to find where is your process? Where does your process break down? Why are you not certifying on time? Oh, well, because you don't have enough resources here. Or if you need to advocate as a local board of elections for more than just 80 cents, I think, per voter, right? Where do I actually need that resource? Do I need a blanket resource? Well, I would love a blanket resource, but really I need this first and then maybe that. Industrial engineers love to do that kind of stuff. So for us, it's this idea about doing it better, getting clearer information to the public, reducing wait times, reducing lines at polling places, improving the voter experience.
Yes, and coincidentally, I'm an engineer in training also here. So I've had some interactions, some really positive ones with researchers and academicians. I would say that my experiences there and my willingness to do so, I think, is more than most of my colleagues. And as I've kind of stepped into that each time, many of my colleagues have said, you are insane for doing this. So what Gretchen was saying is right. If you're approaching elections officials, I mean, we're very much matter of fact, get it done. We don't have much time to necessarily think outside the box because we just don't have the time or the resources to devote to that. I think maybe that's one of the reasons I've been able to do some more of this because I do have better funding. But my most recent and certainly most successful is with collaborating with FSU, Lana Atkinson, Professor Atkinson. I know many of y'all know her. It's been a very, very positive experience. It was certainly a learning experience for both of us. We tend to speak different languages. I consider myself to be an engineer, and I think she considers herself to be more of a scientist. And so I'm practical. She would get into a lot of nice, interesting theoretical stuff that didn't really bring the rubber to the road in building trust. And so my goal was to, and her goal was, the question was who approached who first. She approached me. She just come from University of New Mexico to FSU. I'm Tallahassee, Florida. That's Leon County. That's where FSU is. I'm a graduate of FSU, so are my kids. Go Noles. I'm not sure there's no more Noles in here. Hopefully we'll get a football team again soon. But so she wanted to do something that I'm always getting requests to do, which is provide ballot images. She wanted to put our ballot images on the web. Coincidentally, in 2015, I tried to do that very thing with a Knight Foundation grant. I used a product, and we're allowed to use names of vendors here. Clear Ballot Group, Clear Audit. And essentially, since 2009, we've been trying to develop a 100% post-election audit process that you can audit and validate the results before certification. It's taken a long time to get any traction on that, even amongst my colleagues of just doing it in-house. Now it's expanded to where the Secretary of State really wants to make that mandatory, and I think that's a great thing. And so Lana wanted to put the ballot images online. I get requests for ballot images all the time. I used to give them out. I stopped doing that because we didn't have a way to redact any identifying information about voters. So that was one of our big pain points. We talked about this a lot. They developed a great tool there that allows us to very quickly go through and look for any extraneous marks on ballot image PDFs and redact those. So that was really a bit of a groundbreaker to make this process much more palatable to the election community at large within Florida and all of my colleagues who used to shake their head at me. It's been, I think, very positive. It's, the main reason here, frankly, for me is why do you do audits? in elections nowadays, it's not necessarily to prove to the academic world that you can trust what we're doing. It's to prove to the voters out there, many of whom are fed a lot of information, and many of whom are very angry. And so I have very specific purpose in why I want to get this out there. I need it to build trust in elections, probably more than anything. It may not be as sexy as some other ways of doing things, but it really gets the job done. And some of our biggest detractors in the election enthusiast world are really turned on by this process. So again, what you were saying, I think sounded great. And I don't believe you're an engineer because you communicate really well. Listen, find out what the real pain points are. They were talking about the loading dock of studies and data and all of that. You know, that's great. You can pick and choose. We don't have time to even look. Okay. So go and talk to people and find out really what their pain points are. And that's, I think, the biggest key there. And listen. And one point, remember that what is somewhat interesting to you and you really want to throw it out there to the world, it might be terrifying to an election official because it's a kind of an open-ended question that leads to a lot of potential for doubt. And we don't need any more doubters out there about what we do. So kind of be very careful about how you use the data and how you present it.
Great, thank you. I want to follow up on that with Gretchen and Natalie on to be effectively inform election administrators, academics' findings must be clear, timely, and actionable. How can researchers make their work useful for election officials, and what methods and mediums are most effective?
Okay. Yeah, so I like pictures a lot. And I think that helps to just convey the overall situation too. And one of the things with engineering, I could throw a bunch of analytics at one of the problems. So you mentioned like, I don't have time to look at the data. Well, we do, right? And we love to look at data so we could dig. But if I build a model that helps to optimize something or find some sort of solution, but it doesn't really solve the problem, or really more importantly, if my board of elections or whoever I'm working with doesn't understand how it works, no one's going to use it. Right. So if I can speed up the count by, the certification by 3 days, for example, and, make this great model, but nobody understands it, then it's just going to sit in a box too. So I think it's really important to have those lines of communication open to figure out where we can put analytics to help solve real election problems and to help make sure everyone is on the same page. Like I said, I like pictures. I like to just sit and talk with my the counties that I work with as well. And when we built a lot of the poll worker training, we actually met with poll workers as well, people who had previous experience as poll worker and people who were interested in becoming a poll worker, but maybe have never done that before. And we were trying to get an understanding of what they knew before and what they did not know as well. So we don't want to provide a training product that everyone already knows all the answers to, So we did some studies. We had mostly senior citizens and college students. We had them take a quiz, do our training, take the quiz again, see if they actually learned something. Did their scores go up? So there are different ways to sort of assess and figure out, are our potential solutions working? And how do we manage that between translating models into practice, basically?
And to build on that, like videos and presentations, but also asking what kind of style they want back. Sometimes it's just a spreadsheet, which I love because the others are like, oh, I'd like a 10-page report. I was like, oh, no. But then I think it's also getting feedback from all of the work that it touches, right? Like if we do all this work and, we show these fancy models and it just lives in a box, nothing, right? But at the same time, feedback from the people that you're working with and everybody at the table. I was working with one county and we were trying to figure out how to fit 8 people in one space. And they're like, but we can only fit 4 people in this space. I'm like, that's great, but everything is saying you need more. And then we had this conversation and I asked a particular question and the person who we had the most contact with said, oh yeah, we already do that, that's fine. And then somebody else at the table was like, no, we don't do it that way. Maybe we can actually cut our time in half if we do it that way. And we were like, ooh, so they went and they ran a whole mock election. They came back and they're like, actually, we got our time down to 1.5 minutes. We're like, yes. Well, do you have an average? Do you have a minute max for me? Where are we at with the 1.5? And then we put that through the model and they're like, you're down to 4. And they're like, yes. And we're like, all right, and we're done. You need anything else? They're like, no, this is great. Now we know exactly what we need to do. And it's that kind of feedback from everyone and having everybody at the table, but also have others evaluating the work is really helpful. There's a lot of different situations, either legally or data-wise, where it's like, I need to phone a friend to make sure that I understand that I'm interpreting this correctly, that I'm reading this correctly, and what does that mean? So translating, I guess, that work and then having it translating back and what that language looks like and how to meet the rubber with the road.
So who should present that? Should that be the researchers or should that be a partnership with the election administrators?
Either or both. I think it totally depends on the project. I think it also depends on the political situation for that election official on whether or not they can. I've had certain situations where they're like, I need you to do this and I need you to present this because I'm not allowed. Or they're like, hey, can I go and present this at my local state association? I'm like, go for it. Let me know how it goes. So I think it's just really very, fluid in that way.
So this is a question for everyone, but Thad, I want you to start on this. So based on a conversation that Chairman Palmer and I had last week at AEI, Dr. Stewart mentioned that there are 40 million data points that can go towards the biannual EAVS survey. Are there any questions or data points that you feel can be modified as we look towards the next iteration of EAVS as a practitioner or researcher?
So I think the key thing about thinking about the EAVS data file. So if I as a local election official download it, which I've done, obviously, it's a lot of data. And so what we need is the simplified version. So for instance, take section A, which is the voter reg part. Like I need to know how many people are active by county, how many people are inactive by county, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 other data points about voter registration, like how many UACAVAs there were or something like that. And then I need you to skip to part B and skip to C, because I only need, I need to know what kind of voting equipment do you have? Do you have electronic poll books? Those kind of things, but I don't need all the errata data points and I don't need all the breakdown of everything. I need a very simplified version. Because that way I can, for the UACAVA section, I just need to know how many were uniform, how many were civilians, what was the return rate, what was your rejection rate, those kind of things, something very simple. Then I need to be able to search it, like I was saying earlier, so I can go in and I can say, okay, well, who are the people around the country who have these certain characteristics? I want to talk with them about what they do and how they do things. Because, as Mark was saying, I've called him before because I just trust him. And there are people I trust who I know are election officials. And so I will cold call people and find out how they do things. The other thing too is I think that, I know that there are the state interactive reports. We need a county interactive report that kind of shows the basics for how counties within a state compare, again, across a very narrow set of metrics. So not the whole file, but how do they compare on certain key things that people might want to compare? So to me, it's less about changing any of the 4 million data points. It's about it's about giving me not 4 million data points, but 20 by county, and then I can do something with it, and then giving me a state specific data set. So he can go in and he can look with his, his colleagues, and they can go, okay, well, here are things that we see from Florida across counties. These are percentages where people are, high or low. And then, do you run your association or are you just active?
I used to.
Yeah,
we rotate,
see, I help run part of the Pennsylvania Association. We want to be able to have information because then it helps us to know what kind of trainings we need to be doing at the next conference. What are some issues we need to be, addressing? What are some materials people would benefit from? And so it's less about changing any data, but it's just shrinking it down so that it's usable for us for comparative purposes and analytics in that regard.
Yeah, I could jump in a little bit. I would say, first of all, let me say, I don't myself fill out much of the EAVS form at all. I have some staff that does that, and we work with our local, with our state vendor, or one of our vendors, to bring a lot of that automatically in and have it digested. But what I do hear from a lot of people is, just like Thad said, it's extremely daunting for a lot of counties. It's somewhat redundant in some of the areas. You'll be asked for a sum total of something and then a lot of different breakdowns, but maybe our breakdown is not grander enough to capture every single voter that's part of the sum. Maybe there's a party left out, or who knows what that might be, some little data point that doesn't add up, and then you get problems. We get a lot of concerns about that. And just having to jump around and redo all your calculations, it's a very, very difficult form for people to fill out. So if that could, I would suggest, and maybe this is probably already done, but bringing users in to really focus on what these things are in a very detailed manner to just improve it. I know it grew very organically from lots of different surveys, and it was really nice to have it all aggregated into one. I mean, that was a big help. It did become more daunting that way, but I think some of that organic growth of it left some problems in how you still address the whole entirety of it. So maybe that could be made more efficient, as our industrial engineers are, looking to do, I would hope.
I might say something that might not get me ever invited back ever again. I have never used the EAVS data.
There's always a first time.
Neither have I.
So for what it's worth, as industrial engineers, the amount of information about the process that I require is not included. Like if it says, yes, this particular location uses ballot curing, that's great, but it doesn't tell me how it's using it. It doesn't tell me the timing associated with it. It doesn't tell me a lot of the nitty gritty and where it sits in the process. What level does that happen? So for me, I mean, our team has been out there in 9 different states, over 71,000 different individual observations on in-person elections, vote by mail, et cetera, hand count we were talking about earlier. So I think for me, it is daunting as it is, but it would be nice is when Charles was saying, yeah, and you have all this technology in the system and you can output some of this data and you can put it in, and for like the processes, for me, that would be amazing. But if you talk about daunting, that would be huge.
Yeah.
And so like, it's that kind of balance, so that for me, like, I would love that, but I don't know that would be, and it would be very much like a per process, per location basis, because all the systems are fundamentally different. So yeah, that's.
Yeah, and the EAVS is all descriptive data. So descriptive data is data about the past and present, nothing about the future. So I can't draw any conclusions. I can't make any predictions about the future when I'm only looking at this snapshot in time. So like snapshot analytics, descriptive analytics. And go on this huge thing about the evolution of analytics maturity, but now that we have access to data and we are able to store more than just the little floppy disks that I would take to class with me, in undergrad, we can start to build these larger data sets. But for me, and like Gretchen as well, I like to look at what comes next, right? Like I want to be able to predict a potential poll worker issue. I want to be able to look at where risk could be in the process. I want to be able to understand time studies if I do want to help but if I had the opportunity to help a local board of elections speed up their process, I need that type of data. So I would just challenge the EAC and those who develop the EAVS to think about what kind of data could I collect that could help me look into the future, right? Because I use descriptive data to build predictive models, but not all descriptive data translates into a predictive model. So what is something that I might be interested in looking at into the future? And could I collect some of the current data that could help me then build a model that looks outwards?
So one of the things that I've noticed in the 20+ years of EASE is that it has gotten better. And I think that that's because of input. And so hopefully this will help it to continue to grow. And as interest grows in election research, so does the need to bring in new voices and diverse perspectives. What can we do to cultivate the next generation of researchers beyond rating William and Mary and election officials, and ensure that that they are equipped to work together and succeed right from the beginning? Any thoughts on that?
I can jump in a little bit. I'm not sure if it addresses it exactly, but one of the, I think, nice things that I experience in Florida is we do have close associations with FSU, not just in my county, but our association. We have a very strong association, probably the best, or maybe tied with Colorado potentially, is like the best in the nation. There, you're welcome. I saw you sitting there. But that pays massive dividends. Having a strong association. A lot of that's been talked about here. But I think having a strong association, the reason we have such a strong association is our partnership with FSU. The CIRA certification at the national level is great. And it's great for election officials that need to have a broad-based concept of the history of elections. And, there's just a lot of topics there that are very, very helpful. But our state certification, frankly, I think is much more applicable to our daily activities. And as Paul Lux was saying, before he flew out of here, was that we try and get everybody trained up through that because it really, really helps. And FSU is the one that administers that, and they do it at a very high level. And that partnership really, I think, helps build the trust between the universities and the academicians and us, doing the day-to-day work of the elections. So I think one of those unexpected benefits is the ability to communicate better between the two groups, which I think is certainly one of the harder parts.
Anyone else?
We've started to recently think about in the lab, what about the next generation of voters, which isn't quite the question you asked, but the next generation of voters will also be the next generation of election officials. And, by 2050, only 4 or 5% of Americans are going to be boomers. Very few boomers are going to be voting at that point, right? So who's voting? Gen Z, Gen Alpha even behind them. They interact with their lives completely differently, right? Is it still going to be vogue to go stand in line for a paper ballot? I have my students complaining that they stood in line for same-day registration in Maryland and all this other stuff. And they're like, and we stood for 4 hours, we had class and things like that. So we are starting to think a little bit more strategically in what's that going to look like in 2050, and how will people be voting, and how are they going to want to interact with this democratic process? Because it might not look the same, or it might look the same, but people might not want to engage, right? And we want to engage them at 18 or whatever, 17, 16, so they're ready to vote when they get their first opportunity, especially in a presidential election. So we've been thinking about that a little bit too, which is a big open question, but I think it is a very important one to have, because I feel like we are changing as a country, as a culture, and how that voting participation is going to work.
We love maybe Gen X with boomers.
No.
Don't do that.
No, so it's about 40% Alpha and Z will be voting or eligible to vote then, 4 to 5. So there's still X. X and millennials are still more than 50%, but still, yeah.
So something that we've been working on for the last year is the STEM for Elections Network. It's trying to get individuals who are in a professional stage of life, or students or other faculty who are in science, technology, engineering, and math, interested in elections. And we've had some workshops, and what we're trying to look at is how to provide opportunities to contribute. What does that look like, and how does that feel? And I think that looking at those perspectives and bringing more of those unique perspectives will help with the prediction into the future. And what does that look like? And if we do go, more digital by 2050, what does that look like? Who else needs to be at the table in order to do that? And what level of computer science and technology is required? So those types of things. So I think the unique perspectives.
I think you all answered that correct. Well, I would say to close out, since we only have a couple of minutes left and I'm not going to those cards, what is the one thing you hope someone in this room or watching online today can take away and act on after today's conversation? It's one thing. Besides Boston is the city of champions.
Now I just lost my train of thought. No, I mean, my lab is nonpartisan. We have a history of taking some very politically charged statements and putting data around them, like mail voting is fraudulent. We looked at that. Spoiler alert, it's not. I think, this idea, we're seeing this polarization in America too. And those of us who are academics and working in academia aren't necessarily always stuck in that ivory tower and going to come in and tell you how to do, prescribe how to work, like Gretchen mentioned. Like, we're not going to do that. And we are your friend. And sometimes we can do things very simply or for you that can help you guys out a lot. And, it's a time issue, it's a resource issue, and that's where we can come in and help. And I think that is something that I would try and take away too, that reach out and ask for help because we're here. We want to make a difference as well. And we probably have the time and resources and students who need a experience to talk about on a resume, and they could help you solve a problem, in a way that benefits everybody. And of course, the American electorate.
I would say, the one thing I hope people would learn is that if you want to understand what we do, you have to actually sit and see what we do. So Allison and I have traded this experience where we have both sat in each other's offices and watched the other do stuff for many a day. And you can't really understand what it is we do unless you sit there and you actually do that and you see, oh, wait, this is way more procedurally complicated than I think it is. Or Thad forgot to order enough toner for his ballot on demand printer and had to borrow some from Allegheny County, which my wife lovingly went to pick up for me. But people need to be able to sit in that and see what it is we do. The other thing too is, and this is something that Mark brought up that I really want to emphasize, which is that academics have to understand that we do things sometimes not because it's the most elegant thing to do, but because it speaks to our constituents. So for instance, I do a 2%, or actually I do about 5% post-election hand count of ballots, which I know is not the sexy, cool way to do a post-election audit. But guess what? I have my Democrats and Republicans hand count the ballots from a half dozen precincts, and people trust my elections. So it's not the sexy, cool way to do it. I know you Colorado people, you pick balls out of a hat with a wizard and all that stuff, and you randomly draw numbers and all that stuff. Dice. Oh, well, you throw a 50-sided dice that somebody took out of their Dungeons and Dragons game. But we don't do and we do that in Pennsylvania too, but it's not helpful for me communicating to my constituents. And that's one of the things you have to understand is that we do things sometimes because our constituents demand it, not because it's the cool, elegant thing to do. And do you ever get to throw the dice, or do they not let you, Nero? Okay, got it.
One of the things I wanted to talk about here as something I would like to see, turns out maybe something that the gentleman back there, Mr. Alcorn, you were already doing, which I'm pretty impressed with. I get asked a lot, as do others here, to go and talk about how we do things in Florida. I had a big delegation from North Carolina, and I know there's a lot of politics going on in North Carolina right now, but how do we do some things? I was in Arizona. I've spoken with NCSL quite a few times to different groups all around, and they always want the quick fix, but there's not a quick fix. Election law, as Thad alluded to, are very nuanced. You touch one thing and something breaks over here. Your election law database, I think, is a good stepping stone to having an ability to understand all the nuance. And potentially, if states are serious about improving things or changing, mostly I think for timeliness is one of the biggest factors right now, just timeliness of results. You can't just change like one or two things. And so if your data set there can highlight what touches what within the law, because it's even, I do more legislative stuff and writing new law than I do anything else right now. And it's very difficult. And it's really difficult to tell another state what they need to do. So I think that's a great resource. And if that can be a focus where you can not just see the similarities between states, but see where the tendrils are from that, how different parts of the law within a state interact, I think that would be a very powerful thing that could move forward and really help. Elections in Florida have improved dramatically since 2000. That was my 14th year in election, was 2000. It was a nightmare. And there's been state law changes that were great, but some really bad since then, because they tried to do one or two little things and it broke other things, like in 2012 when Florida suddenly had huge lines. So it's been an evolutionary thing, but if we can speed that evolution up by understanding how things interrelate, I think that would be a big help.
So I think what I ultimately would want people to remember is that elections are at the intersection of society and technology and humans. And we know that some of those things are predictable, and there are those that are not. And inherently, it is variable for a reason. There is variation in the data for a reason. We were talking about anomalies earlier. I love anomalies. That is something that happened. And what does that flag mean in order to process improve? Right? But ultimately, it is a process written by humans for the society of humans. So I guess it's the remembering that throughout today, throughout this room, we are all humans, and it's the connections of this space that provides I'm getting all emotional. Okay, provides in what this federalist society is about, like the values and the necessary, and the elections are valuable and they are necessary, and this is a valuable tenet in our society. Just remember, it is humans making a process for humans, for society. So I guess that's where I'm at. And that variability in the data is a beautiful thing, and I'm here for it.
No, I'm not walking out. But I want to give the closing remarks from here. It's gone, yeah. It's a great discussion. Turned it on. I turned it on. So, but I want to thank you all for a great panel. And I want to thank all our amazing panelists from today for their critical work and insight in today's data summit. And I want to particularly thank MIT as well. I don't know how many of you know this, but I am actually from Boston. And I cannot leave here without giving you a little bit of some sort of history and so forth. So over my right shoulder, there are 3 buildings that are all named the John Hancock Building. The one that looks like the one that King Kong would climb up on, which is a smaller version of the Empire State Building, actually has a way of telling the weather here in Massachusetts or in Boston. And they did a poem for it. So the poem says, steady blue, clear view, flashing blue, clouds due, steady red, rain ahead, flashing red, snow instead. So I want to just let folks know that. And I want to thank the Charles River Yacht Club folks for not having the boats go while my panel was going. I did notice a few turned over during some of the panels earlier. But with that, I think it was a great panel session today because administrating elections in the U.S. has never ever been easy, much less how it's described on what's happening on the ground. That's why we work hard every day to share today's important information about providing critical data and analysts about the impact of election laws and policy, not only at the local, state, but federal levels. And I hope that everyone can take some time today to look back and check out some of the research that was done by panelists working today. And I hope that Gretchen will use the EAVS survey moving forward as well. But especially the EAVS report and data research that's on our website. And there's a QR code somewhere that folks can also check out as well. But most importantly, this event would not have happened without the EAC staff. So Kristen for pulling the hook on folks. Raymond, other folks, Karen, who is not here with us today, but played a vital role in today's functions, all the SMEs that are in the room as well. And I hate to say it, but Julie as well, who did the logistics and so forth, Lauren, and all the other folks who are part of our staff and made sure that this happens well today in our LLC meeting that will happen tomorrow as well. But I will also want to thank MIT as our co-host. I don't see where Charles is. There he is. And Charles, for all the work that you did as well. I stood in this very spot 10 years ago for the state cert meeting with a sunny background. But I think in this very room. But hey, we'll see what tomorrow holds. Sean Green, thank you for all the work that you've done here at MIT and for the EAC, and Claire as well, and Dean Rejo. So finally, I want to thank everyone for joining us here today and my fellow commissioners as well. And with that, we are all adjourned.
We got our moments. We got our moments, Mr. Kelly. I'm not sure I would care.